airports, try playing an organizing role like that?
I absolutely believe so. I think the airport's role is that of a facilitator. I like what you said as a coordinator or a quarterback for the team, and the team is a local community. That's a great analogy. The airport, because of who they are, can bring the entire community together. And even though there may be competitors between different entities that are involved in the community, the airport plays that facilitator role to kind of ease that aside and really focus on the common goal of distribution of the vaccines. Because basically, Eric, what we're dealing with is trying to save people's lives, and that's what it's all about. The more efficient, the more effective we are in the distribution process of the vaccines, the more lives we're going to be able to save, and that means cooperating and collaborating with each other. And the airport can play that role in that quarterback for that team locally.
Is there some kind of data platform or information sharing platform that's involved in these kind of situations, or to create that cargo community?
At many airports, that is definitely the case. At Brussels, at Singapore, at Amsterdam, and many other airports, that is definitely the case. There are cargo community systems that have been set up at those gateway airports. Unfortunately, Miami is still not there. We are in the process of evaluating which cargo community platform we're going to use, and we hope that this coming year, in 2021, we will be able to implement our own cargo community system here.
So, do you think? Let me ask you this, Amir: that whole Miami's role as a kind of cargo community coordinator, is that something that you started to do because of the vaccine rollout, or have you been doing that overall with general cargo overall, or has this vaccine initiative spurred Miami MIA to do that more in the future?
We have always had a community effort here at the airport. We have a perishable committee that meets monthly. We have a road show that goes out to countries like Dominican Republic. So we've always been very involved with the community. For this particular effort for the vaccines, we did create this joint task force that is really across the board, including all players at the airport, all major stakeholders. That means the forwarder community, that means the airlines, the ground handling companies, that means the trucking, that means logistics companies. That means the federal agencies, the Florida Department of Health, and many others that have been part of this in the private sector that have joined us. So for this particular case, we've expanded our normal community per se beyond our normal stakeholders because of the urgency and the need for the distribution of the vaccines, and the importance that it had, and obviously also the challenge that it is for any community, because it really goes beyond the airport.
Right. So let's talk a little bit briefly about the cold chain. You referenced dry ice and so forth, and all the cooler facilities you have there, the cold storage, which obviously is of huge importance with something like flowers and some of the other fruits that come from Latin America. But there's been a lot of discussion or concern, that with the vaccines, a lot of airports wouldn't have enough refrigerated storage. How important is refrigerated storage at the end of the day for these vaccines if they're already usually coming in insulated boxes or insulated containers, some of them with, battery refrigeration that can be plugged in at the airport. So is that infrastructure issue that critical for an airport when it comes to these types of vaccines?
I think refrigerator facilities are very important to the overall transportation and distribution of the vaccines. They initially, I think, probably had a more important role, let's say. But because of the technology that came in from the manufacturers, from Pfizer and from Moderna and from AstraZeneca and the others, like you were saying, the packaging that they have been able to provide really maintains the ultra cold temperatures necessary. Now, through the logistics process, through the cool chain process, that to maintain that temperature, you must transport that that box or that container inside a active or passive container, so that it can move from, let's say, an airport or a manufacturer's facility to the airport, from the airport then onto an aircraft, and then onto its destination at another airport, off the aircraft onto trucking, and then to its final destination. That's a lot of links in that chain, and really the only way to make sure that that temperature is maintained is a combination of both the internal box's temperature from the manufacturer, along with the containers and the cooling facilities that are part of that chain. So to answer your question, I think it is very important to have it. Is it absolutely critical? No. You can take a Moderna container, for example, one of those boxes that they have, put it on a UPS truck, and get it to a hospital 300 miles away, because it will maintain the temperature. But when you take that same box and you put it on an aircraft, and now you're transporting it to Brazil, it gets a little bit more complicated. So here's where cooling facilities really make a difference, because they may have to be staged in Miami overnight or maybe 2 days while it catches the next flight to Brazil. And when it gets to Brazil, it may have to be stored for a while, because in Brazil, they may not have storage facilities off airport that may require it to stay in at the cooler facility at the airport. So I think it's a critical factor. It just depends where. It may be more important in some areas and maybe less so in others. But in the overall chain, I think it's quite important.
And I just wanted to follow up again on what you mentioned about dry ice, which is a component of keeping these vaccines cold. The boxes and some of the containers that hold the vaccines have dry ice in them, and sometimes that needs to be replenished in transit. So you said it's a little bit of a challenge to get the volume of dry ice you need because it's not something you normally get that much of, or it comes from the state of Georgia. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. This was something that I found out during this process. I was not aware that we did not have dry ice manufacturing in the state of Florida, that it all comes from Georgia. But to this point, Eric, we have not had any issues with dry ice. We have had enough dry ice in our area provided by our local distributors, so it hasn't been a problem. There have been no issues with any of the vaccine shipments that have come through Miami Airport thus far. Where we feel that it could potentially create some problems is in the months to come. As vaccine volumes increase, the use of dry ice will probably increase along with it. And we also, as you know, are a transiting point for traffic coming in from Asia and from Europe via Miami to Latin America. So if you need to re-ice here at the airport, it's not a problem. But if that volume all of a sudden increases to something that our local community wasn't prepared for or not planned for, then it could create a problem. And this is why it's important that the Joint Task Force prepares and plans for this, and we are taking into consideration this possibility, and we have worked with our local community and those distributors to make sure that if the need arises, we have the dry ice that we need to distribute the vaccines from Miami.
Down the road, is there a benefit to having some dry ice manufacturing that's closer, or with enough planning, being in Georgia is fine and you can get it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, but that's really something that the market will determine. It's not really up to the airport. I can tell you that, for example, at GRU Airport in Sao Paulo, they actually have a dry ice manufacturer on airport that provides them with dry ice. Would I love to have that here in Miami? yes, I would. But is it something that the market will accept and put up in our location? Hard to say. It's not really up to me. It's up to the private sector.
Gotcha. Well, you know what? I'd love to keep talking as well, but it's not up to me. They're telling me that got to move on, so the time's up. But I really appreciate your time and sharing some of the insights from what's happening down there in Florida for logistics and continued success with delivering those critical vaccines. Thank you, Amir.
Thank you very much, Eric. It's been a pleasure to talk to you this afternoon.
Hi, welcome to Global Supply Chain Week. I'm JT Angstrom with FreightWaves. Joining me today is Jamie Dixon, Director of Supply Chain at Exact Solutions, which is now backed by TM Insight. Jamie, it's a pleasure to have you join us.
Great to be here, JT. Thank you very much.
And now you're dialing in from overseas. Can you tell the audience a little bit about where you are right now?
Yeah, sure. So I'm dialing in from Australia. I'm dialing in from a city called Melbourne, which is the second largest city in Australia. It's 9:30 in the morning here, and I think it's late in the afternoon where you are, JT, but great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. And we appreciate you dialing in for this discussion, which will focus largely on Final Mile. I think it'll be really interesting for the audience. I think with that, you also had the benefit of watching the Super Bowl in the morning, which must have been nice. And so with that, we really appreciate you dialing in. So thank you very much for that. Can we start by talking a little bit about your background?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I must say I did watch the Super Bowl yesterday morning here in Melbourne, and it was great to watch. It was a great game. Would have been nice to have been a little bit closer, but I really enjoy the game.
Yeah, that Brady is something else.
Yeah, so just a bit about my background. Thanks, JT. So I'm a director, as you say, at Exact Solutions in the supply chain area. My focus is on the freight and logistics space. I've been with Exact Solutions for nearly 13 years in consulting and been involved with probably over 200 projects with a number of blue chip and other clients around Australia and the Asia Pacific region. We've done a lot of projects in the final mile and last mile space. I think there's some really exciting things happening in that area. Prior to working for Exact Solutions, I worked for a large telecommunications company for 5 years in procurement and supply chain, and prior to working for that company, Telstra, I worked for a major third-party logistics and freight cartage contract company for a number of years, and I've also got a little bit of education studying transport economics and also an executive MBA. So I've been involved in the industry for a long time, and it's a really exciting time to be involved, particularly in the final mile space.
That's for sure. And it'll set us up for a really rich discussion, especially considering what the last 12 months have materialized into. Final mile was already interesting before that, but is becoming increasingly interesting as a result of some of the health dynamics across the world and the explosion in e-commerce as a result. Before we jump into that, can you tell us a little bit about Exact and some of the work you all do?
Yeah, sure. So Exact Solutions is a supply chain consultancy, and we recently partnered with another company called TM Insight. So we're actually bringing the two businesses together. And with the two businesses coming together, we've got over 120 staff based around Australia Pacific. Obviously, our foundation is in Australia, in both Melbourne and Sydney. But in recent years, we've spread our business out to Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, Japan, New Zealand, and other parts of Asia Pacific. And we focus on supply chain strategies, freight and logistics outcomes for our customers, and also involved in industrial property and project services as well. So we're one of the absolutely the major professional services supply chain consulting companies in this part of the world. And yeah, it's great to be involved in the technologies and the developments that have been happening in this final mile space, and really also interested in understanding more about what's going on outside of Asia Pacific and the trends that are happening across America and also in Europe as well.
Yeah. So with that, why don't we jump into a bit about Final Mile? Do you want to start off by talking a little bit about some of the semi-recent evolutions of Final Mile? It has become increasingly a focus of operators and investors, and clearly the end consumer as well. Can you talk to us a bit about kind of where it's come from, and then we'll use that as a baseboard to talk about where it is right now?
Yeah, I think, JT, sort of leading organisations were very focused on the last mile and the final mile over the last couple of years, particularly with the technologies and the ability to control the operating model much better in that last mile space. And companies are really focused on that customer experience is another key driver of that key focus on the final mile and the last mile. And I think that obviously the COVID-19 has had a massive impact all around the world, and we haven't been immune here in Australia. There's been a significant impact in the last 12 months, and we've seen an absolute explosion in the e-commerce world, and then obviously that's a significant impact on the final mile. And what we've seen, I mean, a great example of the companies down here would be our major postal organisation, Australia Post, is a significant player in the e-commerce world, and their volumes have gone up since COVID by 84%, which is really interesting. And that's just one business that's operating in that space. But there's really been a significant shift. And so if we see leading organisations in this part of the world, and I'm sure across the globe, have really been proactive in trying to respond to that surge in volumes and that surge in demand, and ultimately trying to provide a fantastic customer experience to that final customer and final consumer. So we've absolutely seen that shift and that focus. As I said, JT, it's a really exciting time to be in this space because when you overlay the experience of the businesses and leading organisations and the technologies and the ability to control and deliver optimisation outcomes, it's great to be involved, and it's great to see what's happening around the globe, and very exciting times. And coming out of COVID-19, we're hopefully largely, fingers crossed, coming out of it here in this part of the world to a large extent. But the new normal is going to be what we need to understand in terms of that final mile, what's it going to look like, and it's going to be a significant part of the freight and logistics components going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is it was a really significant trend prior to COVID-19, but during COVID-19, as everyone went down on either lockdown or some form of relative seclusion, social distancing, the demand for final mile or at-home delivery really exploded. And so the distribution networks, whether it's the storage or the actual rolling stock assets, really saw significant upticks in demand all around the world, which is really, truly phenomenal. With that, understanding that, the last leg of final mile, the final leg of final mile involves an actual asset, and as a result, capital allocation decisions for operators. Realizing the explosion in growth over the past year or so, how do you think operators should be thinking about navigating the next 12 months in terms of whether or not to grow their asset bases or remain disciplined and try to drive asset utilization, or perhaps just be more efficient with their networks and or incentivize their shipping counterparts to either seek to gain more visibility further up front and or have different inventory stocking levels? How do you think about keeping up with such an explosive growth in demand?
Yeah, it's a great question, JT. And obviously, as I said, we've really got to understand what that new normal looks like from an explosive growth perspective. And we've really got to focus on that customer experience. And I think organisations and shippers around the place really understand what that operating model needs to look like in terms of asset ownership, who owns the asset, who's controlling the asset, and what's the technology that wraps around to ensure that you're optimising the utilisation of your assets. What we've seen in this part of the world is in that e-commerce last mile space, There's probably been a challenge around the cost to serve being quite significant for businesses and for shippers, and then ensuring that they can recover the costs against that operating model and they can optimise the utilisation of their assets. So it's obviously working out what's the right number of assets that you need, what are the right size vehicles, what sort of fuel technologies you're able to employ with those sorts of vehicles, what sort of sustainability perspectives are driving that, and then where are you holding inventory, and then how can you get the best outcome from a customer experience service perspective against those orders that are coming through. We often see that companies may be fulfilling orders from several different locations, whether it be from a distribution centre, whether it be from the store, whether it be from a sort of urban fulfilment type centre. How can they respond to customer demand and still satisfy the customer and avoid having, one of the big challenges that we're seeing here, and I'm sure is an issue around the globe, is what we call split orders, where you see, you might order 5 garments from the one retailer, for example, and it might come in 3 different deliveries. A couple of garments from the store, one from the distribution centre, and one from somewhere else. So these sorts of challenges that companies are facing, they really need to be very clear on the operating model and the utilisation of the assets, and then how do they control and optimise those assets, JT?
Yeah, that's interesting. And as you think about future evolutions of the space, what are some of the biggest game changers that you think will prevail, or what are some of the largest secular themes you're seeing in the space?
Yeah, well, I think we talk a lot about control towers here. I think that's something that's a significant opportunity for businesses and shippers alike going forward. I think if you can set up a centralised type control centre that is backed by really good information and really good event management technology and optimisation technology, I think that's going to be that's really the game changer. I think, JT, in terms of companies being more sophisticated to get those fulfilment algorithms right, to get the right utilisation and the right optimisation of the vehicle assets, and also from a sustainability perspective. So if you've got that end-to-end control, if you've got that end-to-end visibility, you're very much able to offer proactive customer service to your customers. If things aren't going perfect, and we all know in the world of logistics, things don't always go exactly how we'd like them to go from a service and control perspective. So if you've really got your finger on the pulse from a technology perspective, you've got that information at your fingertips, and you're able to communicate effectively with your customers, it all adds up to a much better overall final mile experience.
Yeah, that's right. And clearly there's been a significant amount of investment in the space as well, whether through raw startups, cold startups, or actual acquisition takeovers. Certainly over here stateside, it's been a really hyped area in terms of existing platforms seeking to get further and further into final mile and cross-sell their entire book of business. So it'll be very unique to see who best takes the control position over those game changers, if you will. And so broadly speaking, what are some of the technologies that you're keeping an eye on that you think can shape and form the way the space evolves over the near term?
Well, I think it starts with the fulfillment technology. So having a system that is able to understand from a planning and from a supply and demand perspective where your inventory is being manufactured, where your inventory is coming from, and then controlling that through your distribution centres and through your logistics flows to then enable it to be in the right position to fulfil that customer experience most effectively. So, in a country the size of Australia, which is actually a very similar geographical size to the United States, for example, with a much smaller population, it's absolutely critical to have your inventory close to your customer and close to your market, but not at the expense of additional storage charges, for example. So the technology that's able to enable that fulfillment, I think is really important. Getting the algorithm right in terms of where you're fulfilling from a distribution centre versus a store versus another centre, and then having the optimised assets from a transport technology perspective to deliver on that. So I think the route optimisation tools, a lot of the tools are quite similar, provided the right information is coming in and the right information is going out. But I think that's critical for shippers and leading organisations to really consider having that technology in terms of optimising the assets, getting the fulfilment right, and then having an overall platform that can control that from an end-to-end visibility, as I said, having the dashboards in place to really understand the events and where your assets are and getting the optimisation out of those assets. And also the sustainability perspective as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and that's remarkable. And so for those either currently operating in the space or thinking of penetrating the space, what recommendations do you have, whether it be both for operators and for investors?
Look, I think you've got to consider what the customer experience needs to look like. I think you've got to consider your end-to-end operating model and your supply chain network. So if you understand your supply chain network, you understand what the customer requirements are and the business requirements are, then you can build an operating model around that in terms of the assets that are required, whether you own the assets or you outsource the assets is obviously a consideration, and then what that operating model looks like in terms of the best utilisation. One of the trends that we're seeing that's happening here, and to some extent I think we're lagging behind some of the other countries around the world, is as I said, getting closer to the customer, having urban fulfilment type centres, and then delivering, utilising your assets to the best capability to deliver on that customer experience.
Yeah, and that's a tremendous overview from top to bottom. I think before we sign off, are there any final thoughts that you would advise the audience to be thinking about, or trends that you would be pointing out that you really want to underscore that you think are important to keep top of mind?
Yeah, thanks, JT. Look, I think companies just need to be cognizant of that cost and service trade-off with a view to satisfying customer experience to the best of your ability, but then making sure that you can optimise your logistics operations, you can control the logistics operations, and enabling that by best-in-class technology. So I think that's the objective that organisations need to focus on, and happy that they get that outcome, and minimise some of the issues and the challenges that we're all facing in terms of inefficiency in supply chain.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's great advice, and certainly something everyone should be keeping top of mind. And so with that, we're to a closure. Jamie, it was a pleasure to have you join us. We hope you join us again soon, and thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much. It was great to be involved, and all the best, and talk to you soon. Thank you very much, JT.
Absolutely. So with that, Jamie Dixon, Director of Supply Chain at Exact Solutions. I'm JT Angstrom with Freight Waves. Thank you all for joining in.
At Echo Global Logistics, we understand that your time is as valuable as the freight you're shipping, which is why we have invested in our innovative best-in-class platform, EchoShip, to help simplify your transportation management. EchoShip is a self-service shipping portal that allows you to quote, book, and process payments across multiple transport modes. It also provides a density calculator and allows you to track shipment status in real time, all with a touch of a button. With access to Echo's extensive LTL carrier network and over 50,000 truckload carriers, EchoShip gives you the flexibility to leverage rates and find the lowest cost options that best fit your needs. EchoShip helps you work more efficiently by keeping a record of your current and historical quotes, shipments, locations, and items, and alerts you of any issues, empowering you to resolve matters when they count most. Backed by an award-winning dedicated account team, EchoShip's 24/7 support is only a click or phone call away. So what are you waiting for? Quote, book, ship, track, and manage invoices now easier than ever when you sign up for EchoShip today. EchoShip, technology at your fingertips, experts by your side.
With a FreightWaves Passport, you'll become part of a community dedicated to expanding your freight knowledge. This unique membership program will unlock your access to top industry knowledge, give you exclusive deals for FreightWaves live events, and allow you to experience world-class learning opportunities through continuing education. No matter what market sector you're in, we have content tailored to your business. Passport. Research for the present and future C-suite executive. For more information, head to freightwaves.com/passport.
Take advantage of our end-to-end supply chain solutions. From shipper to receiver and beyond, you'll feel comfortable knowing Trinity Logistics is here to help. With options in transportation, a vast carrier network, and access to state-of-the-art technology, consider your logistics taken care of. Whether your business is small or large, we customize solutions for your own unique needs.
Hello, I'm George Abernathy, the proud president of FreightWaves, and we're having quite our first day of Global Supply Chain Week, FreightWaves' first Global Supply Chain Week, but I promise you it won't be the last. And it's really not just Global Supply Chain Week, it's Global Supply Chain Week and a day. This will be 8 days of this fabulous content. I'm really excited in our Military, Aerospace, and Manufacturing Day to be joined by Jason Coker. Jason's the Vice Director of Arnold Engineering Development Complex. Jason, thank you for doing this. I'm really looking forward to having our chat.
Yeah, me too, George. I really appreciate the invite. Great opportunity for us to get the word out about what we're doing. So thanks for the invite. Glad to be here.
Wow, thanks for doing it. Let me level set for everybody a little bit on Jason's background and what he does. So Jason is the Vice Director, as I said, of the Arnold Engineering Development Complex, headquartered at Arnold Air Force Base, Tennessee. The complex employs more than 3,000 people and comprises more than 68 aerospace test facilities across 8 states. With facilities at Arnold Air Force Base in Middle Tennessee and operations locations at places like Ames Research Center, Mountain View, Edwards Air Force Base, all in California, Peterson in Colorado, Kirkland, White Sands, New Mexico, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. There's a large group, and I won't go through all of them, but the AEDC offers a suite of test capabilities to simulate speed, temperature, pressure, and other parameters over a wide range to meet the needs of aerospace system developers. So we're on Military and Aerospace Day, so Jason, I'm really looking forward to this. So we're gonna cover a number of things. Really interested in you just really talking about what it is that you guys do. But I'll try to tee it up with asking about how does the national defense strategy really shape the DoD's, the Department of Defense's strategic focus, and what does that mean to you in future systems development?
Yeah, thanks, George. That's good. I appreciate the introduction there as well. So in 2018, the president put out the National Defense Strategy, and it really kind of shaped the vector of where we've been headed, since that time. And there's some key areas that are really being focused on as part of that strategy. And I'll roll into the areas that Arnold's supporting. But one of those areas was obviously missile defense is a big area. Hypersonic weapon systems is a big area. Nuclear modernization, command and control, and overall joint operations with our counterparts and coalition countries in NATO and things like that. We're a big part of that national defense strategy. And here at Arnold, what we really focus on is the aeronautical piece of that. Just based on the capabilities you described there in the introduction. A couple of the areas that we really have a significant priority and play a significant role in working is the hypersonic weapon systems development, as well as nuclear modernization and space. And space was one of the other components that are a very big part of the national defense strategy. So we play a real integral role here at Arnold in the way of helping to move on. It's kind of a two-pronged approach. We have we look at the opportunities to develop technologies to support space, to support hypersonic weapons and nuclear modernization. We also, come into actually testing those systems, in the ground test mission. There's kind of a multi-step process, and if you look at it sort of like a logistics chain, what you'll notice is that as you're building a weapon systems, you kind of develop new technologies and components and capabilities that you'd like to see in that weapon system, and then you start integrating some of those components, and then it's not long that you start having to test those components. And then as you go a little further down the chain, then you start putting the components into a prototype weapon system, and then eventually you're going to go out and fly or test that weapon system either on a range or on an open air activity where the full up weapon system is put together for that. And so we kind of we kind of cross the technology development and the testing piece of that weapon systems development logistics chain here at Arnold. And so we have virtually all of the nation's wind tunnels, all of the nation's, or at least a large part of the nation's test capability when it comes to developing technologies for hypersonic weapon systems, especially aerothermal, testing aerothermal effects with a hypersonic weapon system as an example that is traveling at Mach 5 and above. What you have is a situation where atmospheric heating on those systems is extreme. And so one of the things we have is that we do here at Arnold is provide a system that actually can create and simulate those aerothermal effects on that weapon system to be able to simulate how well will it operate. Will the heating create a situation where the aeroflow over that weapon system makes it unstable? Those are key components. And so as you're looking through the chain of developing a weapon in the Department of Defense, we're in that kind of, if you look at it as a logistics chain of the things that have to be done to get that weapon out to the field, we're in that testing place. And we also kind of cover the technology development. So we work with the Air Force Research Lab is also on base with us. And they're a little earlier in that testing change because they're really looking at how do I develop a new technology? I want a new sensor on this hypersonic weapon so that when it comes in out of the atmosphere, it's going to be able to basically open its eyes, if it's an infrared sensor as an example, and be able to identify what that target is and then be able to guide itself to that target. And so you might use GPS and other satellite communications capabilities to get that hypersonic weapon systems to the general location, and then it's going to open up its eyes at the end and say, there's my target. And if it's moving or whatever, it may want to be able to maneuver to get to that target. And so the technology of an advanced sensor like that is also something that we do at Arnold, kind of working and developing those components and pieces necessary to create an integrated system that can be eventually manufactured by one of our major contractors and things like that. So that's just kind of an overall layout of our view and kind of how we fit into that. And I'll go ahead and mention, if I got the time here, space is one of those components. We've got multiple space chambers here. So space is a growing area, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. And then nuclear modernization, we have a place out at Hill that's working, Hill Air Force Base in Utah, that is working on nuclear modernization as well, and getting our nuclear inventory up to date and modernized. It hasn't been up to date and modernized in years, and so those are kind of the key areas where Arnold really kind of fits into the overall national defense strategy.
That's really fascinating, Jason. I genuinely appreciate it, and I've got so many different directions to go. I would like to talk about space and some of the commercialization downstream, but let me, you described so many different elements within that chain that you're dealing with. And how does Arnold, and what are the key challenges that Arnold has to deal with and overcome if there was a constancy in the DoD's strategic focus? But I think you guys may have to deal with some changing focus. How do you guys deal with that at Arnold?
Yeah, so I think this is how I'll answer that question. Obviously there's a lot of challenges, right? There's constantly, everything from overcoming the general bureaucracy of the Department of Defense to really, getting down to driving, well, what do we need to do to really meet the customer demand? The thing that we struggle with at Arnold the most, and I don't want to digress for too long, but I'm going to digress for a minute. One of the points in my career, not too many years ago, I was working at the Office of Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon, working at the Test Resource Management Center, and we had conducted a study. One of the things they were trying to do is, how can we reduce the test and evaluation infrastructure to save a little money in the Department of Defense? Well, one of the results out of that study that they had us do, and this was about 2012 when that happened, was we noticed, and we kind of did a back of the napkin estimate, that the amount of money that was being put into the major range and test facility base, and that major range and test facility base is set up. It provides 24 strategic centers across the nation in all the services. So the Army has some, the Navy has some, and the Air Force does. Arnold is one of those major range and test facility bases. That's one of those 23 or 24, depending on how you're counting them. One of the things we found was that the amount of money, when you adjusted for inflation, in that major range and test facility base, which has been around since the 60s, from about 1990 until about 2010, the funding for that had been reduced by about 40%. And what that means is that the infrastructure has really been kind of in atrophy for quite a few numbers of years. And certainly Arnold, which had the lion's share of its capabilities built back in the 40s and 50s, is really outdated in many ways, and obviously trying to keep everything going. Parts obsolescence, finding parts for systems that are operating there at Arnold is a challenge. We have systems that are operating at Arnold that were brought over in World War II from Germany, driving turbines and things like that. They are still operating today, 70, 80 years later. So when it comes to making replacements and upgrading those facilities, it is a real challenge. And it's also expensive. I mean, these ground test facilities are expensive. And so we are in a constant battle of trying to, keep up, replace old parts, and it's not just as simple as pulling something out and putting something new in. Every time you do, all the integration that's necessary if you can't find the part to be replaced, with something that existed, so you can keep that same system up and going, and you have to replace it with a new system, then you're in a situation that it's very challenging to get that integrated back into these highly coupled wind tunnels, and integrated test capabilities, all the components and pieces, they all have to work together. All the instrumentation and data collection, it all has to work together with that. So it is a real challenge for us trying to keep these facilities upgraded and maintained on a regular basis. And so that's probably the top two of the challenges we have. And the other challenge we have is meeting the capacity. Going back to that study that I just talked about, what we found out, I had a bunch of graybeards coming in, and these were all guys that were probably 20, 30 years older than me, talking about, well, we got tons of this, and we got tons of this, and we can cut here. Well, when we got done with all the study, they said, oh my God, it's all gone. All those test capabilities that we thought we had excess capacity about because of like I said, that back of the napkin reduction in our funding, there's just no excess capacity. And so all the services, including the Air Force, are struggling to meet the test customer demand for weapon systems development. So we have a real challenge, is not only just keeping the old stuff up and going and finding old parts and keeping things, running and maintaining. It's also, hey, even if I run it, 2 shifts a day, I can't hardly meet all my customer requirements. And so we're struggling. And when you're developing a critical weapon system, again, going back to hypersonic weapons, because that's been one of our biggest focal points on ARL over the last few years, we're in the critical path of many programs. And so we've got 3 and 4 stars calling us on a regular basis saying, hey, you got to get my program in there. And we're like, well, get in line with the other 3 and 4 stars, because they all want to get their programs in here. So that's kind of those are probably the 2 biggest challenges we have is keeping these older systems up and going, getting them modernized, and trying to do that while everybody's beating down the door at the same time saying, hey, we've got to get on your base. We've got to get my system in here. If I don't, it's going to be behind schedule. And so it's a wonderful problem to be needed, but it is a challenge meeting all those requirements.
Wow, it's so interesting. It's extraordinary. Let me fast forward from the 70 years or so ago of the maintenance and the work that you're having to do on some World War II things, and talk a little bit about, and obviously we're in the time frame where Mars is in a lot of people's thinking right now, and what's occurring there, and Space Force was established, and that certainly presents a challenge. So how will that, do you see, have the DoD change the way that it operates in space and develops space systems?
Yeah, sure. That's a good question, George. I spent some time up at the Pentagon right before I came down here, and it just so happened that I was working in space and missile defense policy at the time, and so I actually had an opportunity to do work with some fantastic officers during that time. Really doing everything that was necessary to stand up U.S. Space Command. And so we led a lot of the policies, things that needed to go up for Secretary of Defense presidential signature for the establishment of the command. And so that was a big issue. And then, of course, the U.S. Space Force. And the difference, one thing that people may not understand, there is a difference between a Space Force and a Space Command. A Space Force is kind of like the Air Force. The Air Force trains and equips. They train the people, they build the equipment and get everything ready, and then they'll hand that over to a command. Everybody knows what CENTCOM is, Central Command. Then the command uses all the service things that are being provided to them to do that. And so we've stood up 2 things in the department now for space, which is the Space Force, which will be responsible for training and equipping and all that piece of it. And then there'll be Space Command, which is going to be a functional command that will actually be operating. How do all those space assets, once you get them to me, how do I work with the other combatant commanders in order to actually prosecute a war, if and when that time comes? And so there's 2 pieces of that. The one thing that I think we're really challenged in from the department perspective now is that there's really been a renaissance in commercial space industry. And that's been really good because you got things like SpaceX that actually has the U.S. back able to launch men into space again. We haven't been able to do that for years now. Since the shuttle program ended, we've been relying on Russia to be able to get our people up into space. And now SpaceX has come along, and just this last year, and we're actually able to, from a U.S.-based location, actually are now able to do launches into space. So a lot of those things are fantastic. Working, NASA is in Huntsville. And so, NASA is one of the customers that comes through and works with us on a regular basis. But one of the big challenges we're facing right now is because there is such a proliferation of space assets through commercial, things like space traffic management is a big challenge now. How do we manage all this? We've got universities sending their own satellites up. These little CubeSats, they're not much bigger than a gallon jug, but you get those up there, and that they eventually become debris. How do you manage that? How do you operate in that environment? The other challenge is, we've got we also have some symmetric peers now, or near peer competitors like Russia and China. Whereas the U.S. has really been dominant in space for years now. They're now producing capabilities that are getting pretty close to what we have, and so how do we prepare to operate in an environment that was once non-contested? We were the big dog in space. Well, you know what? There's other dogs in space besides us now, and so we have to really focus on how do we defend our assets in space, and so that's one of the things we're doing here at Arnold. We have a space threat assessment test bed. How do we, assess what a different threat would be? How do we defend against it? How do we identify that there's a threat there? And then how do we make sure that we go from a time where we had these big and very expensive satellite systems in space to what they call it's called proliferated LEO, that's low Earth orbit satellite systems, where there's lots of inexpensive and redundant systems, so someone can't just send a rocket up and take out our one expensive asset. We have lots of little assets now. How do we integrate and operate in this new world? So it's a very new world in space in the way of how are we going to operate in the future. So big expensive systems are probably going to eventually go by the wayside, and we'll be operating with smaller, maybe less exquisite assets, but more redundant, so that we will have the agility and survivability as we're operating systems in space, so that there's not just two or three things someone can take out and put us at a disadvantage. And so there's just a whole world that's opening up, and it's really been happening over the last 7 to 10 years. Commercial industry has just exploded. One of the things I did while I was at the Pentagon was we were responsible for approving commercial space assets. And even in the time I was up at the Pentagon for a year and a half, the number of requests we had coming through more than doubled in just a little over a year. And so it continues to progress up that route. So there is lots and lots of people getting into space. And so managing that from a Department of Defense point of view is a huge challenge. Like I said, it is a completely new paradigm from where we were the only ones there to, now there's some big dogs that are up there operating with us, and lots of little dogs too. And so we've got to figure out how to manage all that. And so it is a huge full spectrum challenge from the department to be able to do that.
Yeah, the implications for national security just must be so significant as you're describing, now, Russia, China, but all of the, commercial private elements and the like. So as we come into closing and thinking about space, those implications on national security, will they continue to evolve? Who owns that? Who's going to be the drivers of that? Is that DoD working with the rest of the federal government? How will that play itself out?
Yeah, that's a really good question, George. And in fact, that was one of the things that as I had opportunity to sit on the joint staff there, the challenge really comes down to, now that DoD, isn't that dominant figure in space anymore. The commercial world is really beginning to have a lot of influence, even through the State Department and other areas. And so, the Department of Defense, one of the challenges is, we want to make sure that people aren't observing us, right? We want to make sure that, things that we're doing are operating, because that's just part of our national security interest when we're deploying or whatever the case might be. The reality is it's getting to the point rapidly that we just can't control that. And so one of the things that we've been working when I was up on the joint staff was, getting the word out to the folks that are, our combatant commands, as well as, our major range of test facility base that sometimes wants to test things and maybe not want someone seeing that. I mean, that's just part of what, that's what all countries do. And getting the word out to them that, those times when you thought that you could maybe, wait for cloud cover or wait for the right time of day to go or time of night to go do something, those things are kind of going away. And it's not just, people who we might perceive as a threat. It's the general commercial industry has eyes everywhere in space. And it's not just infrared. It's not just visible. I mean, there's radar capabilities that can see through clouds and things like that. And so the implications going forward is that we've got to figure out how to operate in an environment where what we're doing, we can't necessarily hide anymore. And so how do we change our tactics? How do we change our strategies for both the way we develop a weapon system on a range that maybe we didn't want someone to see, to how do we deploy from a combatant command, when we're deploying, how do we protect ourselves and make sure that all our moves aren't being watched. It's a tremendous challenge that we're going to have to face going forward. And the reality is, the cat's already out of the bag. The train's already left the station, so to speak. And so now we're in a place that we have to start posturing ourselves to understand that what we're doing is being watched all the time. And there's really not much we can do about it, because we could maybe even control some of our own commercial industry here in the United States. And that's been one of the big challenges. But we've got all the foreign competitors that have commercial industries that they're putting stuff up as well. And we don't have control over that. So, so working those things out with our partners, our coalition partners and others is, it's a constant and growing challenge. And the ramifications for that are going to be things that we have to deal with really into the foreseeable future and beyond. So a big challenge for the whole department to learn how to operate in this new world that we live in for space. Oh, and the one thing I will add is, obviously, both U.S. Space Force and Space Command, they're going to be the ones that are really kind of leading the charge of, engaging with the nation's commercial industry through the Department of State and others to really kind of start working things like I talked about earlier, space traffic management. How do we manage all these satellites up there and make sure people aren't running into each other and people are doing due courtesy, and what are the protocols for how we operate in space? There's a lot of work that needs to be there for just peacetime operations that have to be worked out. And then, like I said, the national security implications will go on for a long time trying to resolve all that, for sure.
Well, this has been absolutely gripping, and I literally could go on for a lot longer, but unfortunately our time's up. I want to thank Jason Coker. Thank you so much for doing this. This was fascinating. We're a really, like I said, gripping, interesting dialogue, and a perfect complement to our military, aerospace, and manufacturing day at Global Supply Chain Week. Thanks, Jason, for doing this. It was terrific.
Yeah, thanks, George. Glad to be here. Really hope everything goes well with it. Looking forward to the conference, and anytime we'll always try to make ourselves available for you. So thanks.
Greatly appreciate it. Thank you up on that. So Jason Coker, the Vice Director of Arnold Engineering Development Complex, thanks for doing this. And to everybody who's watching, enjoy and digest all of the information that's coming your way on Global Supply Chain Week +1, week and a day. Thanks very much. Be well. Take care.
Welcome to the Global Supply Chain Week and our panel on air cargo security, Going to the Dogs. My name is Eric Kulish, Air Cargo Editor for FreightWaves and American Shipper. The pandemic devastated passenger travel, and airlines have downsized in response to survive. About 25% of the fleet is still grounded, and there are fewer flights. That means less cargo is being carried, and less cargo has to be screened for explosives. As you may know, 100% of cargo on passenger planes must be screened by one of several methods. One of the side effects is that there's less work for screening companies to do, but 100% screening is coming to the all-cargo environment too by mid-year, and that's going to be a big change for the industry. That's right, if your shipment is moving by freighter, it needs to go through one of the TSA's approved screening methods: X-ray, explosive trace detection, physical screening, or bomb sniffing dogs. Joining us now to find out about the ripple effects on the air cargo security area and the canine protection industry, and how these developing situations are impacting the industry, is Eric Hare, President and CEO of Global Canine Protection, an Alabama company that is part of the Transportation Security Administration's third-party canine program that includes several certified companies that screen cargo for airlines and freight forwarders prior to loading. Welcome to the program, Eric.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So the 3P canine program, or third-party canine program, has been around for about 3 years. Tell us what it takes to be certified by the TSA for a company like yours.
Yeah, so it was first approved in December of 2018. So to get your approval, the company has to obviously be established, and it has to have, you put together an operational implementation plan, which outlines who your company is, the leadership in your company, the training methodology that you're using, your facilities, and operational aspects and how you're going to function under the CCSP-Canine program, and that's what the third-party canine program falls under, how you're going to effectively operate in that program. And you submit that document as a request to become an approved entity under the TSA's program. And then approval takes 3 to 6 months. And then once you're approved, you become a regulated entity able to screen cargo under that program.
So that's for the passenger environment up until now for past 10 years. Now we have 100% screening coming for the freighter aircraft starting late end of June. And with passenger cargo, the TSA lets the screening be pushed upstream so that airlines aren't overwhelmed. That means freight forwarders and shippers can do it if they are part of if they're certified as well. And as part of that program, some of those companies hire companies such as yours to do that work for them. The TSA hasn't quite decided on the new standards yet for what's going to happen in the all-cargo arena, but everyone seems to think that canines are going to be a big part of the solution. You're doing a lot of extra hiring and training, as I understand it, to get ready. How many dog teams, give us a sense of how big you are right now, and how many dog teams have you added since last summer to either gear up for this or for the onslaught of volume that's just going through the air cargo system these days?
Yeah, so obviously the pandemic and everything that we've all dealt with over the past year, there was reductions in passenger air cargo, so numbers were reduced by teams, and we were lucky enough to be able to keep all our teams still employed with the multiple different programs that were out there from the airline vendor program and stuff. So we kept all those handlers, and then what we started to do is, because of the growth we have, and like you were saying, pushing that screening upstream. We have a lot of our client partners are freight forwarders. So we have about 64 or so freight forwarders that we work with. And then, obviously airlines and ground handlers that work with the airlines on the site. So in doing that, we kept everybody employed. The volumes went down. And then what we saw was in about October to November timeframe, the news started trickling out a little bit more about the 30 June deadline for the ICAO 4.6 standard, which is 100% screening. So we saw uptick in hours start to come back, and then now you have new clients coming on and many more hours that are coming back quickly. So we're sitting, our company's about 220 people right now. We have active in 33 cities. We're sitting at about 137 screening teams under this program alone, and we have about 54 people in training right now that are in different stages of that 8 weeks of training to be certified and move out to the I call it the field, right, at different locations. But by 1 July, we'll be sitting somewhere in the realm of 220 teams that will be out there screening cargo.
Interesting. So if you're hiring like that or building up your team and everybody else is doing that, is there going to be a shortage of dogs, of these bomb sniffing dogs, if everyone goes that route? And then can the industry meet the demand?
The industry can meet the demand. So what we're pulling from, there's only so many areas and locations to pull quality canines from, and everyone's pulling them, from police departments in the U.S. to Department of State to TSA itself with its TSA program, canine program, and third-party canine and everywhere. So as long as you have a good procurement profile, then you can get good dogs, and so the dogs aren't the problem and the people aren't the problem. The pipeline for both is, people are looking for work, people are looking to change what they're doing. And the canine profession it's a profession, and it pays pretty well for someone that just needs a high school diploma and be a U.S. citizen currently. So those pipelines, they don't run out. What runs out is time, because it takes time to go to Europe or somewhere and procure canines, and it takes time to train them for explosive detection, and then it takes time to train a person. So as the industry is slow walks or TSA's, if it's not pushing to meet the deadline and everyone understand the deadline, we still have client partners that they're not all getting the information from TSA that this deadline's coming. They're getting it, through as a charter or through their chain from whether it's an airline on down, and the timing is what's going to be the problem when it comes to meeting the deadline. It takes 8 weeks to train a dog, 8 weeks to train a person. Then you have to certify and put them out there. So when you start looking at, a 20-week or more process, you really, by end of March, you have to have your pipeline full to meet the needs for 1 July, 30 June. So that the problem is not going to, again, that's a long answer to that, but it's not going to be a pipeline of people and canines. It's going to be the timing of when people stand up their program to meet the 100%. But they can use other methods as well.
Right.
Too,
so
not the only answer.
So in theory, by next year or the year after or whatever, the canine sector could build up enough capacity to do this. But with people not being really prepared or the rule not being finalized, trying to be ready by the end of June or tail end of the year, that's the crunch. And like you said, people can also use X-ray and other forms of security checks and inspections, but that's kind of where the crunch comes. Let me ask you. You mentioned about procuring these dogs and other organizations procuring dogs. Do you use a specific type of dog at Global Canine Protection, and where do you get them from? Is there a pipeline for dogs you recruit? And also tell us about the handlers. How do you find them?
The majority of our pipeline comes from Hungary, and I would say at least 95% of our canines are either Belgian Malinois, Dutch Shepherds, or German Shepherds. And that's because we choose them for the environment they're working in, the intellect, the bonding, all the things that put them in the olfactory, all the things that put them above a sporting breed like a floppy or something like that. And that's the majority. And the work environment is pretty austere. It's not they're not riding around in a car all day. They're in a cargo facility that's sometimes not heated, not air conditioned. There's so many different parameters in there. And then we do have a pipeline that we use Auburn University. We do procure some flop ear dogs for the cargo world, but most of our flop ears we use in the commercial sporting and entertainment. But those dogs are high drive dogs, are very good dogs for that. The people pipeline, well, and with the pandemic, now we're procuring dogs based on watching videos, and then they're shipped over because travel is hindered in this process. So we found a workaround with our vendors to still be able to procure dogs at the same rate we were 20 to 30 a month, and just doing it by video and then shipping back and forth instead of the visits. So that did speed up the process a little bit. The personnel pipeline, it's a pretty robust pipeline. We were able to partner with the Department of Defense. They have a skills bridge program for reserves and National Guardsmen and women, and then they have a civilian skills program, which are soldiers that are transitioned out of the military. The Army pairs them with businesses that have qualified under a system to come to work at your location for up to 6 months and train, and then hopefully, get work after that. So we have a large majority of people that are coming from both those programs out of the military, which fits well with what we're doing because all our teams are decentralized. You're out in our headquarters in Alabama, you're at LAX, and we have site leadership there, but you're out there on that island, and each city is its own island. So you want handlers that you can train that are able to work, remotely by themselves, minimal supervision on a daily basis and do the right things. And then we have the normal pipeline, which is, law enforcement, people with former law enforcement. And then really we have people that have never done anything with canines before. And we put them through a longer process to get them out there in OJT and then train.
So you mentioned that you've adapted to COVID by not having to make these trips to procure the dogs. I think you mentioned to me before that the company in Hungary, you have a good relationship with them, so they know what you're looking for. They give you videos of the dogs to preview, and then you sign off for which ones to send over. Is there any other way that COVID has either slowed down the training, or I guess the question should be, it sounds like you've adapted and you are been able to maintain your training processes, by taking some precautions and keep training because of your, the ability or the size of your facility. Can you tell us how you've been able to adjust?
Yeah, so our facilities, our training facility is a 75,000 square foot training facility. That's our primary facility. And we have a couple alternates in our area where we are in Alabama. And, we were able, with that size of facility, we're able to set up all the 5 different venues in our training facility. And we practice the social distancing, the mask wearing. We have our own lodging, and then to spread out the lodging, we have partnerships with Hilton and Hampton Inn and some of the other hotel chains. But one of the big factors that has mitigated a lot of that risk is we have our own company called SafeScan, and we do thermal temperature screening remotely for clients. Well, we have that system in our facility as well. So anytime you come in and out of the building, you're being remotely scanned, and our command center monitors it, and so you're getting your temperature scanned. And we have COVID dogs. We're the first company out there to do large mass COVID dogs. We're doing it with the Miami Heat and other clients, but we have those dogs in our facility as well. So we have an overlapping of checks and balances. We developed our own wellness app. Excuse me. We developed our own wellness app. So our teams fill out that wellness app before they even come in. And it just starts the process of, being honest. Have you been around this stuff? Then you come through the thermal screening, possibly the COVID dog, whatever we need to do. And we continue to keep social distancing. So that's one thing. And through the pandemic, we stopped when Alabama and everybody shut down. We shut down as well. But once things got opened back up since October, we haven't slowed down at all. We've been, high volume of students each month.
That's great. Now, you said you kept purchasing dogs even during the slowdown a little bit. I understand maybe other law enforcement, other canine companies, made fewer purchases or cut back because business was down when the airline industry tanked. How has that benefited you, or why did you continue and buying resources, and has that benefited you at the end of the day?
Yeah, so our facility, we have 2 facilities, and we can hold up to about 130 canines at a time in the training process. So our vendors, our primary vendor, in Hungary, when the pandemic hit, they have multiple clients that purchase canines from them, so they were hit pretty hard, and because no one was buying canines. Well, they have families to feed and employees to take care of as well. So we made the decision that we knew that the ICAO rule was coming. We knew that we were going to have these dogs, and then we knew when things opened up, we said everyone's going to be racing to get the canines. So what we did was we we actually, I think it even made our relationship better with our vendor, because we continued to purchase canines less than what we normally would have, but we continue to purchase them to still give them a revenue line to take care of their family and their employees. And it gave us the opportunity to make sure we had enough trained dogs on the shelf. That way, when the speed started hitting and we started bringing in 20, 30 students every training class, that we had enough canines to meet that need. So it was best case scenario for us.
Have you become kind of like a preferred customer for them? You kind of get pick of the litter now because you stuck with them?
Yes, we do.
So before we go, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned it briefly about the work you're doing with the Miami Heat and checking people for COVID. That was in the news a lot, and I didn't realize at the time that it was Global Canine Protection doing that. So I think our audience might be interested in learning a little bit more about that. How did you decide to get into that line of work? How did you realize it was a potential business opportunity, or that the dogs could actually detect whether someone's got COVID? And so talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so the science has proven that the canines can almost detect anything that has an odor signature. The canines can be taught to react to that. The cancers and all the different type of things. And so, started a lot of work, and we talked about this last year. There was a lot of work in the VOCs and how can a canine detect the VOCs from the swabs or the masks or the clothing and stuff. And it was being proven that it can. You just can't scale that and commercialize it because you're working with more or less an active virus. So we partnered with a group called Sniff, and they had been working with a couple scientists on developing a training aid that was non-viral that you can use for the canines on a every couple hour basis in a operational environment. So when we partnered with them, we took what they were doing in their process, we enhanced it with our team. We have a team of individuals that do person-borne, explosive detection. So we did some modifications in how it's used, worked with the lab and worked with the scientist on the training aid itself. And then we got it down to and then we started working with a couple urgent clinics and hospitals with volunteers who were either asymptomatic or symptomatic, and we ran about 3 or 4 tests. And then we have ongoing tests for more of a longitudinal study. And the canines, if you compare it to the PCR and then the canine in a controlled environment with the odor rec, the canines were well above 95% on detecting in some form of someone with the COVID virus. So, and now we're in Miami right now, like you said, working with the Miami Heat. We're doing a big test with Jackson Health. Again, just continue to validate the process and put it in different operational environments. And we're seeing a lot of success with it. So, the goal here is to give people a better feel of mind that they can go out, they can go to these events, they can get somewhat back to some kind of normal, and just trying to help America open back up.
Got it. Well, that's fascinating. Actually, I was watching the Miami Heat last night playing the Golden State Warriors. They were up by 10 going into the fourth quarter. So I'll have to go check the score and see how that game ended. So, well, listen, Eric, fascinating stuff. Your company's doing great work on security and for health with COVID. So you're providing a great resource to the American public. I appreciate your time, and we will talk to you soon. Thanks for joining FreightWaves on this event.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Take care.
With a FreightWaves passport, you'll become part of a community dedicated to expanding your freight knowledge. This unique membership program will unlock your access to top industry knowledge, give you exclusive deals for FreightWaves live events, and allow you to experience world-class learning opportunities through continuing education. No matter what market sector you're in, we have content tailored to your business. Passport. Research for the present and future C-suite executive. For more information, head to freightwaves.com/passport.
Do you want to know what a true logistics partner looks like? One that understands your company's needs, objectives, and shares your same vision. A flexible and collaborative team that helps you get the job done while reducing operational costs. Lean Solutions Group provides access to a talented pool of bilingual and well-trained professionals dedicated to your company. From track and trace, dispatch to billing, accounting, carrier sales, and more. You can check out our nearshore approach at leanstaffing.com.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Walpole, Vice President of Delta Cargo. Thanks for joining Tom and myself this morning. I'm joined by Tom Puglisi, the Global Air Operations Manager at Kuehne Nagel. Kuehne Nagel are one of our customers, a company that we know well, and I think they know us well. And today, we're talking about digital transformation in the air cargo sector. It's an industry where things are moving pretty quickly. There's a lot of opportunity, and we're interested to talk about some of the things that are going on in both our sides of that business and sharing some thoughts and some ideas with both of you. So, Tom, thank you for joining us. Maybe a couple of words from you in terms of Kuehne Nagel and yourself for the viewers that we have this morning.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Rob. And thanks for allowing us to participate and provide our perspective on such an important topic. As Rob mentioned, my name's Thomas Puglisi, and I'm the Global Head of Operations for Air Logistics at Kuehne Nagel. Under my purview, I have a great team helping me oversee operational and process activities, our air logistics systems, our e-touch initiatives under which digitalization actually falls, customer onboarding, regulatory, compliance, training, and a few other fun areas of the business.
Thank you. So we have some fun and interesting things, I think, to talk about and share with all of you that are with us this morning. So digital transformation in the air cargo sector. I guess my personal view here, and for many of you that may be viewing, like Thomas and I think have spent time in the industry, in the supply chain industry, and many parts of the supply chain sector have digitized fairly rapidly in the last years. The air cargo sector is one that catches up and is doing a lot of things fairly rapidly to provide the level of transparency, information currency, and a lot of the other things that go with that digital transformation. And we, for sure, are working fairly hard in those areas. From a Delta standpoint, we for sure are looking at building what we think is a digital transaction website for deltacargo.com, what we call DCDC, for our small to mid-sized customers to be able to have seamless transactions. We build API capability for our corporate customers like Thomas and Kuehne Nagel. We're moving towards cashless transactions. We're building some other capabilities in terms of timely scanning and milestone management within our operations for customers. So maybe like many parts of the sector, we have a lot of things going on in the digital transformation area. One of those topics that's, I think, particularly current for Kuehne Nagel and Delta is the implementation of APIs. So we at Delta Cargo implemented or set up APIs last year in 2020. Kuehne Nagel were one of the early adopters of that platform with us, and we have worked through that process together. And Thomas, to you, I was interested in as a customer in that respect. You know, your experience, what's working, what's not, what are the opportunities in that area. Interested in how you see it and how important that part of the digitization model is for your business.
Thanks, Rob. I think just as a general philosophy, it's encouraging to see our industry continue to embrace technology. As you mentioned, too often we hear that we're somewhat behind the curve. And I think integrating across partners via APIs is really a demonstrable way in which we can evidence our use of technology and how we work within the air cargo industry. But of course, there's fundamental reasons why we do it, not just for the sake of the technology itself, but rather because the technology, like API integration, makes good sense. It yields tangible results by eliminating inefficiencies, speeding up time to access information, request and process information, and it's really an enabler that facilitates automation. Our experience working with Delta has been very, very positive. Why? Because we both see and understand the big picture, and I think that's very important. We acknowledge that it's a process that develops and matures over time, and that perspective really helps us overcome any of the daily challenges that might arise. I think overall we're learning how these types of initiatives can really streamline the entire procure-to-pay process, which is a big target for us at Kuehne Nagel and across the industry in reality. And that really allows us to focus then on our customers as opposed to focusing on just the mechanics of what we do. And of course, it doesn't really end there. We see other areas of opportunity for the industry within the sphere of cashless payments. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, Rob, and I'd love to hear more about what Delta is doing there.
Yeah, I'd like to get to cashless payments in a minute. There was a question in what you just talked through with the APIs and from your customers' perspectives, the important parts. So if you look at what the company's done so far with APIs, where would you say the biggest value lever has been for you guys?
Well, it's a great question. I would say the biggest value is in speed. If you think about the ways that we have historically communicated in the past with our partners, you look at email as an example. Email has always been a primary way in which we communicate. And I'm a big believer that email as a business process is just not the way you want to work. So for us, the ability to interact systematically on a host-to-host basis eliminates all of the time spent just in sending emails. And it allows us to really take information, transact it electronically, and then hold that information so that we can utilize it in our operating systems. So the replies that we get are just not replies from emails that we then have to transpose or worry about if somebody interprets it correctly. This is first generation data, and it allows us to integrate it into our systems, and then we can use it. And so that speed in and of itself is a huge lever for us.
Yeah, it's an interesting, if I think about kind of the question that I asked you and think about it from our perspective. So, excuse me, within Delta, we have a customer service center, 150 people, a couple of locations, and the proportion of their time that is transacting email, like a high proportion of what they do is actually email transactions with customers as well as phone calls. And that's where we get the benefits is those people can be working on or engaged in other activities, taking orders, talking to customers proactively rather than answering email questions about where's my shipment, or fundamental, have you got this order? Is it going to be in on this flight tomorrow at this time? And as the industry scales, and I think we mentioned that Kuna are a fairly early adopter in this respect. As the industry scales, there'll be a lot of efficiency drilled out of those processes, and for us, that's call center can then be doing things and engaging in activities with customers that grow our business rather than where's my shipment part. So it's a good step.
Correct, and I would just add to that, Rob. If you think about it in terms of the overall air freight chain itself, if there's time spent in communicating between the forwarder and the air carrier, think about how that time then multiplies when the forwarder has to talk to their customer. It somewhat amplifies in terms of time spent. The longer it takes for us to communicate with each other between KN and Delta, for example, then the longer the end customer, who we're all focused on at the end of the day, has to wait for information. And so anytime that we can speed up our own interaction, and we can digitize our own interaction, then has an end benefit for the customer who's transacting with us.
Mm-hmm. You're right. No, good. It's good. It's a good example. You mentioned cashless payments, and I know I also in the intro sort of talked about that as a part of the business where I think we are focused, and certainly the industry is focused in what we can do to move towards cashless transactions on a full service basis. And for Delta Cargo, from a cashless payment perspective, we implemented the pay cargo model as part of our solution, or built the pay cargo model into our solution last year, and are headed down the path of being able to automate delivery transactions and the payments that go along with everything from import, customs, storage, last mile delivery, etc. It's kind of a similar. It's a different example, but the overall aim is similar, of course, in terms of looking to eliminate manual transactions in that process. And as a logistics background person, but from a different sector of the logistics market, one of the things when I really got into this business was the percentage of transactions of in our cargo hubs where people will walk in with a check or a credit card into a customer service desk at the customer service desk in JFK is 30, 40, 50% in some locations are transactions that are processed like that. And excuse me. So and the opportunity that comes with moving those to automated transactions is significant also. And we're also headed down that path of moving to cashless transactions is our overall aim. And I'm interested in your views there, how you see it from a Kuna perspective, both the experience with the model that we've built, but also your experience with the industry in general in terms of how that part works.
Thanks, Rob. I think any time that we can eliminate some of the archaic ways of doing business is a positive. And working with Delta on initiatives like this is really no different. I think here, too, we both see the big picture, and I'm glad you summarized it in the way that you did, because in reality, what this type of engagement does is can immediately help us break through some of the bottlenecks associated with the old ways of doing things. If you just think about it, and I'm glad you mentioned the situation in a JFK, and JFK is endemic to other places around the U.S. If you think about how many man hours have historically been spent in reconciling individual accounts, sorting through stacks of invoices or lists of data online. And I actually remember in the not too distant past, now I'm going to date myself a little bit, the days of having to manage coupon books. And you may chuckle, but if you think about how far we've come and how far we can still go, I think initiatives like this really establish the baseline for future development. For companies like Kuehne+Nagel, large companies, but even small for that matter, you mentioned the process of issuing checks. There are several steps that a company typically has to go through in order to have a check issued. And there are various people that have to do sign-offs, et cetera, et cetera. And so when I mention bottlenecks, These are some of the typical bottlenecks that you can actually eliminate when you go to that cashless process. I think also in terms of the overall accounting process, when you have to reconcile accounts, it makes it so much easier. And I think these are really some of the inherent benefits that we get out of these types of engagements, because it really eliminates the old paper way of doing things. And so I'm very encouraged to see Delta going down that road, and as an industry that we're really leveraging that type of model across the board. I think it's very, very important. And I think it really just establishes a baseline of where we can go further. And in that context, I'd really like to understand what we can expect next from Delta.
Yeah, right. We have a fairly aggressive plan in the digitization space. And again, if I just go back for 1 minute to the cashless payment part, the efficiency is one big part of it for sure. And I think we all see those elements that you described. The other part from a financial perspective is, and again for us, but also for our customers, is in DSO, like, sort of recovery of charges and the time. We're at 60 to 90 days, sometimes squabbling about transactions and just all of that noise that it provides the opportunity to address. So it's like any of those topics, we know the couple we talked about, APIs and cashless payments, the knock-on effects, as you mentioned, with your customers. So when we talk about the benefits, that's multiplied as you go towards your customers, and the cashless payment part is the same. It's a real what I would think of as a knock-on effect opportunity, in that there's a lot of downstream benefits we get. In terms of where we're headed, as I started to say, we have an aggressive plan in terms of the digitization journey. We head down. Talked about those couple of key elements: APIs, cashless payments. For our small to medium customers, we have what we think is I use the term best in class, but we think it is best in class in terms of our deltacargo.com website and the ease of doing business for our small to medium customers. It's clearly not a key platform for companies like yourselves, but for our small to medium customers that transact that way, it's very important, and it allows us to move transaction volume from phone and email and others into digital space, and also just a very easy way to do business. So enhancing and growing the capability of our DC, as we call it, deltacargo.com platform, e-quotes, dynamic pricing, booking profile and order management for our customers, and one of the other big ones, which is a little bit internal, but it provides customer benefits as well, of course, is our milestone management process, so that we can track at an SKU level through the pieces of the supply chain that we control, which is a lot about putting in place scanning milestones in all of our network. Not only it got on the plane, it got off the plane, it got delivered, but the key milestones in between those that give our customers better transparency on what's going on with their product. So it's a multi-year journey. You know that, Thomas, and I think all of our viewers maybe know that as well. But we certainly have some aggressive plans in building out our capability and trying to lead the industry in that respect. How about you guys? It's an ecosystem we live in, right, from a supply chain and logistics standpoint, and all players have their focus and their priorities in the digitization space. So also for you guys, what are the priorities?
Well, I'm happy you brought up some of the components that Delta is going to continue to focus on and look to leverage in the future. At KN, we're constantly looking at the various touch points within the overall air cargo cycle that we can digitize. And we really approach it from a touch point of view, because there are different touch points within the cycle that require engagement from different partners, be it a shipper, a consignee, regulatory agencies, or air cargo partners. So we're looking at various touch points that we can start to engage with these parties to see what we can digitize. As we mature in what we've started to develop, we're always looking to explore even more touch points. And these can be in the areas of enhanced capacity transparency. I think dynamic pricing is a great point that you bring up. That's certainly a buzzword in the industry, but it's certainly something that has a tangible benefit. I think looking at areas to facilitate quick turnaround times for imports, and really a multitude of other opportunities in the space of product development. As we start to see, and 2020 was a great example, we start to see various requirements that are very, very product specific. And I think a collaborative engagement between the forwarding community, between our air cargo partners, and developing products to really cater to specifics centered around certain demographic of cargo, I think is very important. And I would say we shouldn't forget, and we must continue to explore how to better utilize what we already have in place to an even higher degree. You had mentioned scanning is a great area that I think we can continue to do more, even within the overall sphere of CIQ. Initiatives such as e-airway bill. And there's really more that require a continued focus and attention. So we have a lot of the building blocks there. And so our focus is obviously on future development, but it's also leveraging what's already in place, because there are good things in place.
No, as we said at the start of the discussion, lots going on in this world, and specifically within the air cargo and air logistics market. Lots of fun stuff to do, lots of opportunity, but the building blocks are pretty solid. It's a good point you raise. Thomas, thank you for joining, sharing your thoughts, being a customer, working with us, and sharing your thoughts with the people that joined us this morning. To those that did join our session, thank you for joining, and hopefully you got some value out of the topics that we were able to exchange today and take the opportunity to talk about. And if any of those that you wanted to take up further, we'd love to hear from you. Thanks again. Thank you to FreightWaves, and we hope that for all of the viewers and visitors that you enjoyed this and the other sessions that you have the opportunity to review. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Cheers and stay safe.
Hello, my name is Eric Kulish. I'm the air cargo editor at FreightWaves and American Shipper. Here to talk about air cargo, one of my favorite topics, something I love reporting. And it's truly been an amazing year in air cargo, from an economic crash to a big rebound. And now it looks like the sector could actually have robust growth compared to 2019. All cargo carriers have thrived, unlike the passenger carriers. There's so much freight to move. Volga-Dnieper is a Russian all-cargo carrier that is right in the midst of helping the global economy respond and recover. Konstantin Vekshin is the Chief Commercial Officer for Volga-Dnieper, and he joins us on today at the Global Supply Chain Week. Thank you, Konstantin, for joining us.
Thank you, Eric. It's a pleasure.
The reason I wanted to have you on is because you're a very interesting airline. I think you're now in your 30th anniversary recently, and the American audience probably is familiar with UPS and FedEx and some other big cargo airlines, but Volga-Dnieper's different, and a lot of air cargo companies just have offer one type of aircraft or one type of service. You have what you call a cargo supermarket concept, which I like. So maybe describe that and the different subsidiaries of your company and how that all comes together.
Thank you, Eric. Excellent questions. And yes, we have been evolving. In the last 30 years, we started as a dedicated operator of the Antonov 124 airplane, a giant Russian-made airplane. One of the biggest cargo airplanes in the world. And yes, we celebrated our 30th anniversary last year. And at this moment, yes, we are offering a seriously wide range of airplanes, dedicated cargo airplanes to the market. I mentioned Antonov 124, and we are the largest operator of the Antonov 124 equipment. We have 12 in our fleet. So we also operate brand new 747s. We operate 737s and IL-76s. So, and as far as 747s, it's a relatively new page in our history, but it's been 15 years too. So very few people realize that Volga Dnepr Airlines has been a designated carrier between U.S. and Russia since 1993. So we go way back, and we have been providing services, flying outsized cargo, any cargo essentially, for a number of American companies, to include basically quite a few from the aerospace industry, oil and gas, essentially every industry. And yes, our specialty has always been aerospace, oil and gas, heavy machinery, humanitarian support, and now we're staying very focused on the aid and relief type of cargo, operating all of our airplanes, 747s, Antonovs, and yes, 2020 was a relatively good year for us despite all those complications around the world. But we were able to provide those very important services, basically saving people's lives around the world, flying very sensitive PPE equipment, pharmaceutical products, now getting ready to fly vaccine around the world. So we have been trying to do our best in the last few months.
Let's talk a little bit about the Antonov AN-124 aircraft. That's a big part of your fleet. That's an amazing aircraft. Can you tell us about some of its unique features? You know, how it, you know, it's got a kneeling capability, the outsize and unique cargoes it can carry, and some of its history. I believe it was originally built for the governments in Russia, and then also, you know, kind of compare it to the 747, the jumbo jets that, you know, we're used to here, maybe in America more.
Absolutely. So Antonov 124-100 is a unique airplane. It was designed in the early 80s, and basically this airplane became part of the air cargo industry in the late, technically speaking, late 80s, early 90s, and it has become an indispensable and irreplaceable airplane for many, many industries, to begin with aerospace industry. So from the very early stages of its utilization, this airplane has proven to be an indispensable player in the aerospace industry. So many of the industry manufacturers, aerospace manufacturers, so they started thinking in terms of the Antonov 124 cross-section geometry while designing some of their equipment, while designing some of those satellite containers, or while designing some of those pieces of satellite equipment, just to make sure that if they have to move some of that equipment on the Antonov, which is a very strong option, a very reliable option. So Antonov 124 is readily available for that, and we have provided services flying various types of that aerospace equipment in and out of the U.S. for over 20 years now, flying space equipment to various launch sites around the world. We provided services for many aerospace companies, aircraft building companies, flying spare parts, flying engines, flying various parts of airplanes. Again, doing basically the same unique service, providing the same unique service to many of those companies. When you compare Antonov to any other conventional type airplane, such as 747, for example, so it's just a fundamental difference. It comes from the specifics of their operations. So Antonov 124 falls under a ramp airplane category. So whereas 747 is more of a conventional airplane, so it does not have any ramps per se interacting with the ground the airplane sits on, whereas Antonov 124 has two ramps, and the front ramp, like you mentioned, so basically interacts with the rest of the airplane, and the airplane does have that kneeling capability, and the front ramp actually interacts with the ground in such a way so that we can accommodate, we can pull in cargo from outside using our onboard winches. which makes this airplane even more unique. In addition to that, Antonov 124 is also equipped with the onboard crane system that normally operates through the rear door or through the rear ramp, capable of picking up various pieces of cargo, containers, and whatnot directly from the ground, pulling it inside the airplane. So this is a fundamental difference, basically. As far as the 747, that airplane does need some additional equipment, high loaders, additional equipment that needs to be available at the airport to pick up cargo, to move cargo inside the cabin. And again, let's say that Antonov 124 is a lot more self-sufficient, and this is why we have been able to operate this airplane to some very exotic destinations, and we had to rely just on the capabilities of this airplane.
Right. Now, you, unfortunately, one of the AN-124s had an engine malfunction, had to conduct an emergency landing, and then you suspended the fleet for a period of time for safety reasons. Can you update us on do you know the cause yet of that problem? And have you been able to, I know you started bringing back some of those planes that are, desperately needed by the shippers. Where is that fleet return at right now?
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate incident that took place in Novosibirsk, Russia on November 13th of last year. And yes, we made a decision to ground our entire Antonov 124 fleet just to be on the safe side, because we did have to inspect our entire engine fleet, and we did want to perform all those service directives we received from the engine manufacturer. The investigation is just about to be finished, basically naming the actual root cause of the issue. But again, we had to inspect every engine in our fleet. So we had to make sure that we have nothing else that may interfere with our safety, the safe operations of our airplanes. And basically just before the end of 2020, so we were in the position when we were ready to restart, resume our operations, knowing that, okay, all the service directives were complete, and we were okay to proceed. And at the same time, again, we knew that we spent basically over a month on the ground. Some of our customers developed a lot of problems because of that. But again, we were back in business with the Antonovs early in 2021, providing again so much needed support for our customers, especially from the aerospace industry, by the way. So now we are bringing those airplanes back in the air, again, making sure that all of those engines are safe and very well inspected. We are still talking to the engine manufacturers, again, trying to see how we're going to service those engines in the future, what else we may have to do, so that still needs to be determined. But otherwise, at this point in time, we believe that the continuation of our operations are under control and safe, and we should be able to provide our services to our valuable customers in those very sensitive industries.
Right. So I might have missed it. So all the planes are back?
Well, yes. It's basically all the airplanes are back right now. It's just a matter of we don't need all of our airplanes flying. This is why we only have around 6 airplanes right now, given just the market is also kind of coming back. So, and we're also being very careful now, trying to fly only the type of cargo that really needs Antonov 124 to make sure that we have enough lifespan left, especially in relation to the engine. We need to make sure that we know what's going to happen in the future utilization of those engines, and this is why we're being very careful right now as far as which cargo we take, which cargo we believe may be flown on the 747.
Gotcha. Right. So a bunch of pallets or boxes you'll put on the 747 and leave.
Yeah, if we think we can fly it on something else.
Generators and stuff.
Yes.
Right. So let's so the coronavirus pandemic, just turned the industry upside down and has been a big boon of for business for the all cargo carriers. Can you talk a little bit about how it's helped Volga Dnieper's fortunes and then also, preview or tell us where things were like a year or two ago. I believe the company might have been impacted by some of the U.S. sanctions on Russia, and that might have cut into some of your business. So it looks like that's the whole situation's improved, and then you have all this boom in cargo coming out of the pandemic. So maybe if you could give us a little bit of that situation.
Yes, it was a very slow start for us back in early 2020. So again, 2019 was not a very strong year for our business overall. I mean, for the entire industry, it was not a good year. So hence, a very slow start in 2020. I mean, people were beginning to realize something bad is approaching. Then the Chinese New Year, and then all of a sudden, basically towards the end of March, an unexpected spike in demand when it all started, basically starting in China. And long story short, in April, our entire combined fleet was in high demand. I mean, just basically across the board, we had to commit as many airplanes as we had at that point in time to ad hoc business, the charter operations. So we had to cancel essentially all of our scheduled services because everybody wanted something sooner than just scheduled services and more flexible schedules, more customized arrangement. Yes, all of a sudden we found ourselves completely sold out. So which happened essentially in March, April timeframe of 2020, and we stayed that way all the way through 2020. Again, flying all types of PPE, and then later on, again, all the industries, or some of them, were waking up or trying to catch up with all the previous delays in production and whatnot. And we felt that demand as well. So again, very unusual year, I know, for all of us. Yes, we also got affected by COVID-19. Some of our colleagues, especially pilots, again, people who were exposed, and but we did our best. And I must say, as a charter operator, and we have that DNA as a charter operator, so we were able to turn around quickly to meet all those unprecedented requirements, to meet all that unprecedented demand of 2020, which continues to be the case in 2021. So overall, it was a great year for us business-wise. We learned a lot. We're beginning to learn a lot in 2021 already. But overall, it was the year for a dedicated carrier. We were able to feel that.
Well, you've had a lot of charters, you said. So I guess freight forwarding companies have reserved planes or for either ad hoc flights or for scheduled for weeks at a time. They've booked full airplanes to put their stuff in rather than sharing it as a scheduled freighter. How much of an increase have you seen last year in this kind of chartered business by freight forwarders?
Again, unprecedented. Like, I mean, for all of our customers, to include all of the well-known freight forwarders, I guess the demand was unprecedented for everyone. I mean, just if we look at the sheer number of masks we all collectively delivered from China to various destinations around the world. I mean, every single country in Europe, US, Canada, Russia, and everything in between. So we had to fly everywhere and fast. So, and again, we had to move so much and so quickly. I think the demand was unprecedented. We're talking about, again, numbers that I don't think anybody has seen before. In terms of volume of business, in terms of flight hours, we accumulated on a daily basis in 2020. Yes, it was unprecedented.
Let me ask you one final question here. Airbridge Cargo, the 747 operation, is changing its fleet ownership structure, some kind of a lease to buy financing arrangement for two of the 747s owned by a leasing company. What's the, can you explain the strategy? Why does Volga Dnepr want to put more assets on the balance sheet and do this lease to buy operation?
Well, basically, we always did whatever made more commercial sense for us. Again, just flexible arrangements, whatever in terms of economics makes more sense. I mean, this is what we're doing. I don't think it's a seriously fundamental change. It's just a matter of whatever makes more economical sense for us. So this is what we do. So we want to be able to stay as competitive as we can. We want to be able to pay less, of course, for our fleet, for the ownership of our airplanes. I mean, if those financial vehicles are available, we try to take advantage of them. So this, I think, it's normal. There is nothing new in it.
Right. But taking ownership has an economic benefit in this case.
Well, in some cases, again, when we feel that financial lease is better than operational lease, so we made that choice. But then again, I mean, it all depends on the actual situation in the market. So again, it's just whatever makes more sense under particular circumstances. We believe, I mean, if it makes sense, we do that.
Gotcha. It's great. Well, listen, thanks. Thank you so much for joining us on the Global Supply Chain Week. We learned a little bit about the air cargo market and Volga Dnepr's involvement and how things are going for you as a company. So we hope to talk to you in the future some more, but best of luck in 2021, and we'll talk soon.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much, Eric.
This iteration of sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWays was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWays Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
At Echo Global Logistics, we understand that your time is as valuable as the freight you're shipping, which is why we have invested in our innovative best-in-class platform, EchoShip, to help simplify your transportation management. EchoShip is a self-service shipping portal that allows you to quote, book, and process payments across multiple transport modes. It also provides a density calculator and allows you to track shipment status in real time, all with a touch of a button. With access to Echo's extensive LTL carrier network and over 50,000 truckload carriers, EchoShip gives you the flexibility to leverage rates and find the lowest cost options that best fit your needs. EchoShip helps you work more efficiently by keeping a record of your current and historical quotes, shipments, locations, and items, and alerts you of any issues. empowering you to resolve matters when they count most. Backed by an award-winning dedicated account team, EchoShip's 24/7 support is only a click or phone call away. So what are you waiting for? Quote, book, ship, track, and manage invoices now easier than ever when you sign up for EchoShip today. EchoShip, technology at your fingertips, experts by your side.
Welcome to the Global Supply Chain Week and our panel on the pandemic and how it's changed the air cargo sector. My name is Eric Coolish, air cargo editor for FreightWaves and American Shipper. The pandemic devastated passenger travel and airlines have downsized in response to survive. About 25% of the fleet is still grounded and there are fewer flights. That means less cargo is being carried. Capacity is at least 20% below pre-pandemic levels. That has pushed a lot of freight to the all-cargo carriers, which are enjoying record levels of business. So it's a feast or famine story for the airlines that move freight. And the pandemic has exposed weaknesses in the supply chain, infrastructure bottlenecks at airports, a lack of transparency and speed booking reservations and sharing master airway bills, and of course, the extensive use of paper documents that are handed off at each connection. Now nobody wants to touch paper with COVID. Joining us to discuss some of the lessons learned and the way forward is Stan Raitt, the CEO and president of Strategic Aviation Solutions, which provides management and consulting services to airports, airlines, freight forwarders, international financial institutions, and other trade organizations. Stan has held leadership positions at 3 major cargo airlines and is frequently mentioned as one of the most influential people in the air cargo industry. Welcome to the program, Stan.
Thanks very much, Eric. I'm pleased to be here, and I hope I can help pass on a bit of information of what we've learned over the past year. It's been a tumultuous one, to say the least. A lot of innovation and a lot of people having to do what they never thought they would ever have to do.
Exactly. So let's start on the economic end. Maybe you can you give us a snapshot of the market today? This is typically coming out of into the new year, supposed to be a slower period, but shipments are pouring in, rates are high. There's usually a lull during the Chinese New Year in manufacturing, but not so much this year because factories stayed open, so people wouldn't travel as much. And then we typically see a mini spike and then a valley again going into the first quarter further on. So, but we seem to be more in a constant peak right now. So can you tell us where things stand from the perspective of the carriers and the shippers and how the rest of the year looks?
Sure. Well, first of all, we got a very diverse group of people involved now. I mean, you have to look at, there's another factor besides COVID, caused by COVID, and that's on the sea freight side. I mean, I read a story yesterday about Long Beach. There's airplanes, there's ships sitting out there for 10 days, 12 days, and then 6 and 7 days in port to be offloaded and unloaded. So that's not helping the circumstances either. But definitely the lack of wide-body passenger aircraft, and quite frankly, that's going to continue for quite a while to come, the larger ones, 777s and all that. We've heard a lot over the past years about people retiring 747s. I think they're almost extinct now, except for the freighter version. The other thing is the cargo carrying passenger airplanes, which are now called freighters. I don't like that term, which is basically passenger freighter, where they're removing the seats. Air Canada was one of the first ones to do it. I think within 5-6 days of this all starting with transportation of PPEs in particular, they were able to modify some 777s and they got in the game fast, and now everybody's following suit. So that's one thing. On the airport side, you're looking at airports such as Heathrow, for example, who are now having more cargo flights than they, and before there was almost a ban on them because you couldn't get a slot. Now you're seeing almost more cargo flights than you are passenger flights, etc. So there's a whole mindset change. What I'm worried about, to be honest with you, is that this is not another lessons learned and then quickly forgotten when the passenger market rebounds. because what it is exposed completely is the fragility of the supply chain for everybody. I'm talking about automotive manufacturing to aerospace, but also the obvious things like PPE and health issues. I mean, when you have to support your manufacturing process globally, sourcing globally, you've got to have a rethink right now. Just in time, is it going to become just in time, or keeping an inventory just in case because you don't want to get caught like this again? So there's a lot of rethinking going on. Economic.
Well,
sorry,
yes,
Eric.
no, good points. And as far as the passenger freighters, temporary using some of those planes that are idle, I think there's only a very few, limited amount that have actually stripped the seats out, but a lot of them are flying. A lot of airlines are flying those planes, so just using the bellies of the planes to move cargo, and then a handful have stripped the seats out to get some extra capacity while air travel's down. But can you give us a sense of do you have a sense of how tight things are, or what the rates are on some of the major trade lanes, and when there might be some relief for shippers, or is this going to be like this all year?
I'm afraid it's going to go on beyond a year, I think. Quite frankly, if you look at, let's look at the real driver of the aviation business for the ones that don't consider cargo as a core business. You're going to look at a rebound in the passenger market. Quite frankly, we're not seeing much before 24, 25. And it's obvious. If you look at India, they're hoping to vaccinate 250 million people a year. Well, there's 1.2 billion people. So what's going to happen there? What's going to happen in South America? I don't see the borders opening up for international leisure travel other than what we call VFR, visiting friends and relatives, and business. Even Microsoft, if you listen to Bill Gates and others, we're going to see business travel plummet as well. Look, in my personal case, I'm a 150 to 200,000 mile a year guy. I haven't flown since last January. And that's the first time in 50 years I can say that, because I've been in the business that long. I'm actually sleeping 8 hours a night. I've never done that before. So what we're looking at is we have to take a dose of reality. Bigger airplanes are going to struggle to get back into, if they're totally dependent on passage, or some cargo contribution. They're going to struggle to get those 777s back up in the air. The 787, the A350, and the narrow bodies, especially the new ones that are coming in, the 321 long range, the MAX returning to service, you're going to see a lot of that. If you have 100 passengers, why would you fly an A330? Let's say that's the next step up, unless there's a significant contribution of cargo in the belly. And the way most airlines are looking at it today, and you mentioned lots of people haven't taken the seats out, but lots of people have, and you see it more and more now. There are flights flying the North Atlantic today for the automotive manufacturers in the U.S. that are Mercedes and other people are paying for the whole flight both ways just to get those lower 10 pallets. So that's how critical the supply chain is being affected. And when sea freight doesn't work, if you add that to the equation, we're really in trouble. And people are closing down because of it. Now, if you go back to the airlines and the passenger market, if you have 100, 125, 140 passengers, instead of today, 15, 18, if it flies at all, you don't need a 777 with 400 seats. It's as simple as that. So what's going to happen to those aircraft if we don't up our game in cargo and meet this new reality? And that's the mindset change that airlines have to take. They have to get into the business of being able to make enough money in the lower deck of their airplanes and sustain that for years to come. And that means they have to up their game in what they're offering to the market. They have to change their attitude. You cannot survive in the future if you're going to start giving cheap prices to third parties and expect the airplanes to fly again. They've got to make a fantastic return on investment. Hence, and I'm not talking about exploitation because a lot of that is going on, and I'll discuss that in a moment. I'm talking about a fair return on investment. And also, it can be that the airports and the ground handlers can also step up their game with offering more capabilities. On the gouging part of it, I mean, if somebody is operating just for the bellies, you got to cover all the direct operating costs of the flight, sometimes both ways. And on top of that, that means, they're not flying for the fun of it. You're going to be paying $5, $6, $7 a kilo, even on the North Atlantic. That's what it's going to cost. But and the other complication of these passenger freighters is there's not much that you can load up on the main deck, except you can't load mail. You can't load anything with dangerous goods because there's no fire suppression systems. It's all manual on the main deck. That's what the cabin attendants are trained to address. The lower deck has all the fire suppression. So it's very limited what you can put up there. It's ideally suited to things like PPE, but it's not suited to general cargo for car companies or aerospace companies and everything else because of weight, density, size, whatever, restricted articles. So I think we're in for a tough time for everyone, and it's time that we had a rethink on how we approach what we do.
Well, what needs to be done? I think they're already putting some of these passenger planes into cargo mode. What's the next step? I know, it seems like there's a few innovators out there, like Air Canada is going the next mile, and some of the retired planes, they're now going to convert to freighters and kind of start an all cargo division, kind of like Lufthansa and Korean Air and so forth. And United Airlines has been massively using its passenger fleet. So that's a couple, but I guess you're saying more people need to do that.
The best example of a company that's really done well is Emirates. I mean, they've operated, I think, close to 9,000 flights already, just for cargo. And the passenger flights that they operate, the cargo contribution is driving it. And I know this, I've heard it from the horse's mouth, that the cargo division is very much the one who decides where they're going to fly for the passage. One thing I've got to give a lot of credit to Tim Clark, the CEO of Emirates. He's always understood cargo as a key business, and he also understands and is giving credit to the cargo division to help save the airline. Air Canada, when Tim Strauss was their VP there, he immediately jumped on this because he has a lot of experience. He's an extremely brilliant guy. He talked to the engineering team, they talked to Transport Canada, and they had those airplanes reconfigured in record time. It didn't happen in the US because they couldn't get, not that they didn't want to do it, but the authorities were not keen on it. So it takes time to do these things. United, with Jan Krems over there, he knows cargo, upside down, and he went after it, and he did a great job. And he has a great organization over in Europe supporting him to make sure in both directions it was full. But, we also saw Air Mauritius go bankrupt. We saw a whole bunch of airlines go bankrupt as well because they just didn't understand their contribution into the supply chain. And the fact that if you talk to the people who are in the supply chain, especially the industrial environment around the airport that depends on you, they could have probably worked out something, but they didn't understand cargo, and the consequence is they went under. A lot of airlines are serving destinations which don't make any sense for cargo. If you're flying from France to the French Caribbean, there's not much you can do when all the hotels are down. So the airlines going bankrupt, it's just not much you can do about that. But certainly on the major trade lanes, you have to do something. What's particularly disappointing to me, though, in this time of crisis, when we should be looking at cargo and putting all of our thoughts behind it, we're doing the opposite in some major airports, and we're doing, like IATA, letting Glenn Hughes retire. And that astounded. They should have been in his office on their knees begging him to stay. Luckily for Tiaka, he moved over there. But another example would be the grounding of the 747s, especially the combis, by airlines at a time when they can serve a very good purpose. And again, it can't be for cost-cutting reasons because people are willing to pay for that capacity. It's just you got to explain your business case and keep them flying, and it's not being done. So I think in the C-suite, These CFOs and CEOs have to start understanding that cargo is a core business now, and it's certainly going to retain that need going forward, because the recovery of the passenger market is going to take time, a lot more time than people are saying today.
Right. So I think what you're saying, there was some thought that the air cargo boom for the all cargo carriers would and for using these passenger freighters would be through part of this year, but then peter out. But you're saying the cargo carriers and the freighters will be busy for the next 2 or 3 years at least.
Well, I don't know about the freighters. I can say on certain routes they definitely will. If I was anybody who owned a 777 passenger airplane, I would be talking to GCAS and IEI about converting them to freighters as quickly as I could, to be honest with you, because
those are the leasing companies.
Yeah, so much a leasing company. A lot of airlines own them as well outright. So I mean, either one or the two. There's a good program out there with GCAS right now, but that's not going to solve Air Canada's problem or United's problem if they own the airplanes, because they're not going to convert your airplane. They're going to convert their own. So that's another thing. But on the business case for passage, which drives the companies that don't consider cargo as a core business, I think there are press statements that things will be all much better than next year, and we'll all be happy, and we'll all be running around and going on vacation in Bali and everything else next year. I think they're just delusional.
Right. So so you mentioned the conversions. So is freighter conversions of taking these passenger planes and older ones and cutting a door in them and so you can use, and reinforcing the floor so you can use the main deck? Is that it seems like that activity is very strong in the past year? Is that accelerated? And if so, why? And what are some of the prized aircraft models?
Okay, well, first of all, it died in the wide body. Other than the 767, I would say medium wide body. The 330 has struggled because it's not the ideal aircraft for cargo, but it still has some takers, particularly in the integrator and the express mode. But the 747 conversions died, and a lot of you have to understand also in the airline's point of view, the potential candidates for these airplanes. In the 747's case, what killed it mostly is the fact that you run an airline just for an airplane type. Once you start deciding on a 747, in the case of some European airlines that are down to maybe 1 or 2 freighters, you have to sustain a whole infrastructure to support that. Pilots, crews are almost doubled versus when you have scale. So that also helped to kill the 747. So people stopped converting those. The hot items have been the 737s, the A321. It's going to be a great freighter when they do it. They're starting to do it now. Some of the narrow bodies, and the 767 has been the hottest conversion target, for the last years. And Amazon drove a lot of that, and the e-commerce market in China. SF Express, 10 years ago, operated 4 old beat-up A300 B4s. Now they've got 62 airplanes, and they just bought Kerry Logistics, which shows you what you can do if you take cargo seriously. And some of the passenger airline CEOs should take note of that. I mean, if you can pay $2.2 billion for Kerry Logistics out of the profits from running an airline, that should send a message to the CEO and the CFO. But the conversion market of the future is the 777 and 300ER. It's a beautiful airplane. I love it. A lot of people are saying, but there's no buts. That's a perfect airplane for e-commerce. And e-commerce is the future of air freight. I think in Wall Street Journal about 6 months ago on the front page, it was I liked it a lot. It was an article that said, for the first time ever, Intel chips have to compete with dog food to get on an airplane. And that's a true story, because when you buy something today on e-commerce, you're buying time. You're buying 2-day delivery, next day delivery, or if it's 15 to 20 days or whatever, with almost no problem, it'll be delivered in this window. It's usually postal, but that still ends up going by air. If it's coming from China, you're buying an iPhone cover. They're not going to send it to you by FedEx, UPS, DHL, or Amazon Prime or something like that. So the world is changing. The average volume right now of e-commerce, if you take out an average by our studies over in Europe, is 1 to 6, meaning it's roughly the same scale they use in the air freight industry for volume calculations. It's not that fluffy, but it's fluffy enough that a 777-300 ER conversion will fit very nicely. And I think I love that airplane. I think it's going to be a great success. And in the future. Oh, I should add something. I don't know if it's public knowledge. Maybe I'm giving you a scoop here, but Airbus has launched a project to make the A380 into a combi. Now, I don't know if you know what a combi means, but it's basically a passenger freighter mix. And the idea they've come up with is making the lower deck, the main passenger cabin, into cargo, and keeping the upper deck for passage, putting a cargo door aft of the wings to accommodate it. Great idea, actually, because the airplane is going to end up in the desert otherwise, or parted out, or scrap, because it's just too big for the years to come. But they better get at least 50 or 60 orders to make that one work. But it's out there, people are thinking that way.
And so that would be to convert they would modify some of the existing planes.
Yeah, exactly. They would modify, like you convert a 777 into a freighter, you basically rip it apart and put it back together again. Well, they would do the same thing with the A380, but that would be a massive engineering undertaking and a massive cost. So I know it's just a project now, but it just shows you that people are thinking that if Airbus is thinking passage is not going to come back enough to support what was their crown jewel, take it in.
So yes, we got to wrap up here soon, but obviously e-commerce is booming and driving a lot of this market. What any other hot commodities that are putting so much freight on the planes?
No, again, I go back to, you've got to look at logistics again. They got to get back to people in the air freight industry have to get back to not just leaving it up to the freight forwarders to talk to the customers. They've got to talk to the people who actually we call beneficial cargo owners, BCOs. You got to talk to these people. What do they need in the future for their supply chains? Are they going to go to nearshoring? For example, they're manufacturing Japanese cars and Korean cars and German cars in the United States now. Well, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do in the next coming years? Are you going to build supply chains over here instead of having them in Asia and Germany? I want to know that because I have to plan for it. If you don't talk to these people, how can you build an airline that's going to serve that marketplace? So I think they got to get back to talking to the actual logistics decision makers, which is the beneficial owner of the cargo. And 99% of the time, that's the importer, by the way. So that's one issue. And the supply chain logistics, it's got to be upgraded. The skill sets of the airlines has to be improved, or else Amazon and Alibaba and a few others are going to take over the market. If you think the pricing was horrible when the freight forwarders controlled everything, just wait till you're only dealing with Amazon and Alibaba and see what kind of return on investment you're going to get.
So, well, listen, fascinating insights, Stan. I'd love to keep talking. We didn't even talk about the vaccine rollouts and digital initiatives to use more technology. So we'll have to do that another time. But really appreciate you joining us here at FreightWaves. And we will talk to you soon. Thanks to our audience for joining.
Okay, Eric. Pleasure. Anytime.
All right.
Welcome back to the live desk here at Global Supply Chain Week. I'm Dooner with
the dude, Michael Vincent. Welcome back, everybody.
We're just trucking along. We're just trucking. It's almost lunchtime. You guys have been so patient. You've been putting comments in the comments section. You've been listening to all this great air cargo and aerospace talk, a lot of dynamics. We'll get into all of that. But first, I think we should reward your patience, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Now, we've promised a lot of prizes at this event. Go to live.freightwaves.com to register. You'll be entered to win for free. We're giving 3 prizes away today. We're giving away AirPods Pro. We're giving away an Apple TV 4K. Right. And we're giving away a platinum 1-year membership to Top Golf. And that's just today.
We're doing all 3 of those today?
That's just today.
So then that's all that's all you win for the whole week, right?
No.
No.
Every single day, 3 big prizes. Wow. All you got to do is register once, live.freightwaves.com. So if you're over watching this on LinkedIn or Facebook or something, go to live.freightwaves.com and register. It's free. And you know what's going to happen to you? You might win something like the little drum roll. Should we give it away? Should we give it away now? Should we wait till after lunch?
No, let's do it now.
Let's do it now. Let's do it now.
Yeah.
All right. And the winner of AirPods Pro is none other than Jason Smith. He's the president over at Shaker Logistics. And I'll tell you something, Jason Smith. What the truck is going to sound wonderful through those AirPods Pros.
Unbelievably well. All those play it forwards?
Absolutely.
They're going to be tremendous.
They are.
Absolutely
you know
perfect.
All you out there, you like podcasts, you have your own AirPods Pro, you got your own AirPods, you're looking to upgrade, you got any kind of earbuds in your ear?
Yeah.
Look up Freightcast on your favorite podcast player of choice. You'll find every single Freight Waves podcast all on one convenient feed. And guess what? You'll find all these events here, too. Everyone's always asking, are these things going to be on demand? Or these replays going to be on demand? They will be on video, and they will be on audio as well.
And you're going to want us to go back. I've already, 2 or 3, everything I saw this morning, I'm going to go back again and watch, because there's so much good information that's coming along. Well, I do have one question for you. With all these prizes we're giving away, are we running this like one of those white elephant things or whatever it's called, where like the next person wins says, nah, you know what, I'll take those earbuds away from
No, unfortunately not, Michael.
Okay. All right.
Who would want to with these great prizes? Why would you want to even switch? But here's the thing. You mentioned watching these things, and these things looking great. During What the Truck, which kicks off at 2:09 p.m. Eastern Time today, we got Thomas Healy from Healy on that one. We're going to hear about their new battery technology. It's super exciting. But on that episode, we're giving away the Apple TV 4K. And I don't know if all of you out there know this, but there's a Freight Waves TV app. You go into your app store, you download it, you can watch all of our programs in stunning, beautiful HD and 4K. Every show we do, including these events, including all these What the Trucks. By the way, I mentioned before, you want one of these hats? You want one of these beautiful What the Truck shirts? Swag.freightwaves.com. That's the journey you have to take. Now, let's talk a little bit about something. Shipper of choice. We have a volatile market, and whenever there's a volatile market, the importance of shipper of choice becomes paramount, right, Michael Vincent?
It absolutely does, because shippers, including shippers, they include manufacturers, distributors, and retailers.
Sure.
They're absolutely essential to the logistics puzzle, right? And this past year, their importance has never been more in the limelight, as much as logistics overall has been. But shippers in particularly, working in concert with carriers and brokers, these companies help ensure shelves are stocked and important supplies are available to consumers across the country. Like I said, never been more important to us or in the public eye than this past year.
Now, there's often this debate that people have, and especially in brokerages, they go, do shippers identify as shippers, right? Now, I've met a shipper or two in my day.
Yeah.
Many do, but I don't think they first and foremost, they use it as the verbiage or the lingo within that conversation. They know they're talking about 3PL. They know they're talking about 4PL. They know that they are being identified as a shipper.
Right. Yeah, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. And when you talk to people outside the industry and they're not sure what a shipper is, some people think, you say shipper, they think Warner or U.S. Express. They think it's a carrier, right? They don't know the lingo, so yeah.
Yeah, we're talking more about those importers and exporters out there, people moving that freight across the road, putting the boxes within the trucks, not necessarily moving the boxes, although a lot of people have dedicated fleets now.
Yes, they do.
As well. So how do they vote for this thing? How do they nominate? Because we're not even in the voting period yet. First, we got to do the nominations to have you nominated for shipper of choice. So where do they go? I think we're going to put a link in the comments as well, right?
Yeah, so aside from the comments, you need to go to this. So you go to freightwaves.com, freightwaves.com/awards/shipper of choice 2021 with a hyphen in between each word. Shipper -of-choice 2021. freightwaves.com/awards/shipper of choice 2021.
Yeah. My big takeaway, I was surprised that Flowers up out of Miami International Airport. We're up 7 to 6%.
I saw that 7%. Too. Yeah, that's well, I mean, people are trying.
Bigger spending during the holidays, right?
Was it like 1.1?
Everybody, go join the Icebreaker. Scroll down from this comment section. Join the Icebreaker. Do some networking. We'll join.
Mapping out your extended supply chain, continuous monitoring around world events and what that means to you, so the ripple effect of any event that happens around the world, and then alerting against it. We've advanced with technology.
What we started seeing was that companies now want to start diversifying their operation and saying, I want to have a little cell here in the US, a little cell in Mexico, and reduce my cell in China so that if something happens, I'm still able to manufacture.
Do you think these valuations are sustainable?
The carriers have a little bit of the upper hand here, so they're going to be more selective.
And in logistics, it really means delivering huge benefit.
And what's the technology that wraps around to ensure that you're optimizing the utilization of your assets?
In the history of B2B marketing in the logistics industry, there has never been a time like there is right this second.
Do you think these valuations are sustainable?
The carriers have a little bit of the upper hand here, so they're going to be more selective.
And in logistics, it really means delivering huge benefit.
And what's the technology that wraps around to ensure that you're optimizing the utilization of your assets?
In the history of B2B marketing in the logistics industry, there has never been a time like there is right this second.
Do you think these valuations are sustainable?
The carriers have a little bit of the upper hand here, so they're going to be more selective.
And in logistics, it really means delivering huge benefit.
And what's the technology that wraps around to ensure that you're optimizing the utilization of your assets?
In the history of B2B marketing in the logistics industry, there has never been a time like there is right this second.
Do you think these valuations are sustainable?
The carriers have a little bit of the upper hand here, so they're going to be more selective.
And in logistics, it really means delivering huge benefit.
And what's the technology that wraps around to ensure that you're optimizing the utilization of your assets?
In the history of B2B marketing in the logistics industry, there has never been a time like there is right this second.
Hello and welcome back to the live desk here at Global Supply Chain Week. I'm Dooner with
Michael Vincent, the dude. Welcome back, everybody.
Hey, I hope everyone met some friends during that icebreaker. I hope you had a good lunch. And, if you checked your email and if you subscribe, we have a whole bunch of new newsletters now. And I don't know if you folks know this, but we have one. You go to freightwaves.com/communities. There's several on there. Or you want in my opinion, in our biased opinion, if you want the best newsletter, the What the Truck newsletter, you go to freightwaves.com/WTT. You get that in your inbox at 6 p.m. every Tuesday evening. That's Eastern time. But what just came in was the stock out by Mike Budendistel, and that dude's got jokes. The headline reads, Nestle launches vegan Kit Kat, assures no cats were harmed in the making.
Yeah, a vegan Kit Kat, right?
I'd be down. I'm just vegetarian, not vegan, but I would try the vegan.
Okay. Yeah, I'm neither, but I'll try it.
Yeah, but guys, definitely check out those newsletters. Hope you had a good lunch. Hope you come back. I noticed in the comment section, a lot of you are asking, when is Thomas Healy going to be on? Did I miss him? Has he already been here? I need to ask him a question. I need to speak to Thomas Healy. I've got good news. You didn't miss him at all. It's not till 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. We've got a show that Michael and I host called What the Truck. That starts at 2:10 p.m. Eastern time on this. We'll have a few guests on there. We'll bring Thomas up at 2:30. We'll get some questions in. We're going to be talking mostly about battery, but if you want to throw some questions in the comments section in advance, if they fit the criteria, more than happy to ask him about those. But again, we're going to be talking mostly about battery because we only got 10 minutes with him.
Yeah, he's an expert on the Taco Bell menu as well, if you want to ask him anything about Taco Bell's menu.
I think the Taco Bell jokes have run their course.
Have they?
Thomas. Yeah.
Okay.
Coming up,
drop it.
coming up after. Well, all right. I'll let in the comment section. The reason it comes up is we asked him what was the first thing he did after he became a billionaire. Yeah. Right? What was the? He's like, I went to the drive-thru at Taco Bell.
Yeah.
And then we're like, okay, can you use some of those $1 billion to help us get Mexican pizza? Can you help us fund?
Can you help us get the Mexican pizza back?
Petition.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if he was as big a Mexican.
I'll never bring it up again, Dooner.
Okay. Yeah, well, I just think, sometimes it's good to do a callback once in a while.
Every once in a while.
Speaking of callbacks, we're going to call some of our speakers back up here today. We're going to have the lovely Kaylee Nix. She'll be talking to Andrew Lockhead. Right? He's Lockwood. Sorry, Lockhead's a plane manufacturer. I've been talking too much about aerospace today. We'll be talking about Andrew Lockwood.
Yeah, he's a senior manager solution designer at Sudeth. He's been on the program a number of times, so they'll be talking about the supply chains and kind of bypassing the middleman.
Supply chains.
Yeah. What did I say?
It's all right, man. No, this one's super interesting though. We've got a fireside chat on AI-enabled risk mapping in defense supply chains. That seems above my pay grade, so I got to listen on this one. I hope I don't get totally lost. I think Kyle Taylor, who is hosting that one, will keep it down to our level, at least a little bit of our level for people like me. It'll keep us a little bit grounded in the information because it's with Jennifer. What is it? Biscoglio. Yes.
So I can see you can say her last name. I can say supply chain.
I can't say anything. I can't pronounce anything.
I don't know what it was in my lunch today, but
guys, tomorrow you get the professional team hosting this. You have us two goofballs today. I'm sorry for you. Tomorrow you get Anthony Smith and Andrew Cox. So you are in luck. Today you're just going to have to deal with us.
But that's going to be a good one. Mapping, supply chain, AI-enabled risk in a supply chain for defense, right?
Yeah.
That's really, really interesting. You don't think about those type of things in defense, right? You think about, munitions, but you run out of gas or toilet paper, you're in trouble.
One of the comments, speaking of defense, there must be a lot of interest in defense that is aerospace, makes sense that are in this one, but a couple people had comments about how the battery, right, the Hyliion battery, how that could have applications in defense and military as well. So that's a question that talks about the battery, so I'll probably ask Thomas about that one. Makes sense.
Yeah, it certainly does. And one of the talks earlier was talking about the proliferation of the smaller satellites throughout in space, obviously, and how that gives you backup redundancy as we move forward. Which we've talked about this. Are we on the verge of space wars eventually?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
With going to Mars and all that kind of thing.
Yeah. If you missed What the Truck on Friday, we spoke to Kennedy Space Center. We spoke to Jet Propulsion Laboratories, to the two teams who helped make that launch up into space, and the other team that was in charge of the entry, descent, and landing. That's that EDL for you in the NASA know. You can find that fair podcast player choice. Look up What the Truck or look up Freightcast to get every single FreightWaves podcast, including all of these events. When they're done, they'll be available on demand. You can fill up your eardrums with them. You can put them in those AirPods Pro that gentleman won earlier. Or stick around for What the Truck, because we're going to give away an Apple TV 4K. You can see us in stunning color TV, Michael Vince.
Oh, man. And you definitely want to do that. I've been getting in shape.
Yeah.
Just for that TV.
Well, stick with us, folks. we've got a ton more event coming and with coming up right next with you guys. Take it easy.
Welcome back to FreightWaves Global Supply Chain Week. I'm Kaylee Nix here with another fireside chat. Today we've got Andrew Lockwood of Sudeth Logistics down in Orlando, Florida, where hopefully it's a little warm and a little sunny down there. Andrew, how's it going today?
You know, I was looking around for the fire since it's a fireside chat. It's nice and 70 degrees. So I know it's a little warmer than where probably most of y'all are in the country today.
You know, Chattanooga's been a little bit on the cold side, so I'm looking for that fire as well. But nice to know that you're staying warm. You're fresh off an appearance on Midday Market Update here, so you're familiar with the FreightWaves runaround. How was that appearance for you the first time that you met with some of our hosts?
It's always fun to be on FreightWaves and talk final mile and logistics. There's so much happening in the world there, and that's where I just love the love the conversation and the information back and forth.
Well, we're super excited to have you and really glad that you're joining us as part of our Global Supply Chain Week, massive 8-day event talking all aspects of supply chain. And today we're talking a little bit more about final mile, specifically for manufacturers and manufacturers who have kind of cut out the middleman and gone for this non-traditional system of getting product from manufacturer directly to consumer. So 2020, the last entire year, really, the buzzword of the year feels like it should have been disruption, right? COVID came in, threw a wrench in everything, and really just disrupted the way that we know supply chain as it was before the entire global pandemic. Talk to me a little bit about your three maybe key points of what was disrupted in the last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit on it. And disruption's been the buzzword, but everyone's kind of ready to move on from, COVID happened, so what? So what I'm seeing, especially in my job right now, there's so many supply chains looking for, to really retool and redesign how they get their goods to the market. We're seeing this in lots of different ways. From a disruption standpoint, you have a lot of manufacturers trying to get stuff out of Asia, imported into the U.S. The ports are clogged up. You've got shipping delays. Just looking at the spot market rates last year, it was 30-40% increase from the previous year. So in general, we're seeing transportation and supply chain costs going up. We're seeing lead times. There's crazy variability there. In fact, there was this survey ShipStation released last year. And with the onset of COVID, consumer expectations from a lead time standpoint shifted from 5 days to 8 days. So there's just a whole bunch of change that's going on there, from a disruption standpoint. Let me point this out too, and this is a fun stat to keep, under your hat so you can use in the next meeting. But 21% of retail sales last year were done online as opposed to bricks and mortar stores. Think about that. So 21% e-commerce versus traditional bricks and mortar. And you're like, Andrew, why should I care about that? Well, that's a 50% increase in 2 years from where it was 2 years ago. So when we talk about disruption, I think it's good to put numbers to that. Anecdotally, we feel that in our supply chains in different ways. But consumers are really changing how they're buying things and then what their expectations are in the final mile for the delivery piece.
So when we think about the way that things have changed in the last year, we focus a lot on the habits that shippers have had to change and the consumer buying habits. But what about that middleman, that brick and mortar store who has experienced that loss? When we take them out of the equation, what does that mean for goods being delivered from manufacturer to consumer without the person in the middle to handle that maybe delivery or that storefront for purchasing?
Yeah, I think it just adds a lot to the complexity of what you need to consider, especially if you're watching this, listening to this, you're a shipper or a manufacturer. When you talk about going direct to the consumer, I like to say, hey, start with from a backwards point of view. What do you want that experience to be like? Are we delivering a tube of toothpaste, or is this, a large appliance that needs to be installed, or shelves? Start with what does that experience need to look like, and then work backwards. You make a great point. I mean, there's a lot of supply chains looking to skip the middle distribution points or even the stores now. You're seeing some interesting stuff from like the Walmarts and Targets of the world with this whole acronym BOPIS, BOPIS, buy online, pick up in store. And so effectively, again, this conversation is about final mile. In those models, the consumer is the final mile. They're going directly to the distribution center, the local warehouse. There's some buzzwords there, or the true bricks and mortar store, and still picking up, but they're foregoing the shopping experience. For our shippers out there, that can be a really good thing. There's a lot of efficiencies to be gained if you know, hey, I'm going to be there in an hour. Here's the shopping list. I need you to go through the warehouse or the store, go and pick it, put it in a bag, and I'm going to pick it up in an hour. Fewer people in your store. It's COVID friendly. The list goes on and on. But yeah, I think what I'm seeing in my world is, depending on who the customer is, what the product or service that is being provided there, you're seeing some forego the middle pieces of the supply chain. Others are retooling or retrofitting what they are, in essence, to be a better part of their distribution strategy.
So you mentioned that BOPUS aspect. Kind of anecdotally, and maybe just to add a little bit of context, I've got a side gig here in Chattanooga. I work at Lululemon, which is an athletic retail store. Worked there for 3 holiday seasons now, and we chose to implement the BOPUS option back in May when we reopened with COVID safe policies, and we had cut store capacity down to only 10 people at the smallest point. And I will say that just from personal experience, our utilization of that BOPUS technology, that idea of, hey, I'm going to reduce my risk of exposure by not coming into the store, but I still want to support these people and I still want to get the goods that I want. I'm going to do that and make it in the lowest contact option possible. And we saw that skyrocket, specifically with our store. And we also do a lot of our online orders. We do what's called a ship from store. So we'll go and we're the product pickers. We print the packing label, we package it, and we drop it for FedEx, and then they take it out. So we're kind of that middleman between what the consumer wants and getting it out to them as well, which, I wouldn't have thought of that until having this conversation with you.
No, it's very true. And you make a great point because, in the fashion industry, you think about it, if you're shipping something, I mean, it's the shipping, the lowest level shipping cost, it's going to be a few dollars. If you look at USPS, you're talking $4 or $5, FedEx, UPS, standard rates are going to be a little more than that. And then maybe, your company gets a discount off of that. So it's still fairly cheap. But, in general, Business Insider had this, another survey, and they said basically 53% of the total cost of shipping is in that final mile. So, in your circumstance, you've got the parcel offerings. I can buy it online and have you ship it to me for a nominal fee. Or maybe those few dollars are important to me as a consumer and I want to pick it up at your store. I think I guess that brings me to point number 2. There's really no one size fits all solution here. It's very much about the product, the experience, and how your supply chain's, structured. I think about the difference between fashion, appliances. We talked about tubes of toothpaste. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to pay shipping on a tube of toothpaste unless it's with a bag of groceries, or I can go pick it up. Something like clothing, and I'd be interested to know your thoughts here. I think America's, most consumers are kind of divided here. They like to try on clothes. They like the experience of shopping. Some are just, hey, I want to forego all that. It's a hassle. I have to get in my car. It's not COVID, as COVID friendly. I just want to point and click, get my things in 2 days, and move on with my life. From your own circumstance, what does that break to? Is it 50-50 that you're seeing, or is it 80-20? What do you think?
I wouldn't necessarily give it a percentage because I think it truly varies from person to person. Like you said, there's not a one size fits all solution. People aren't going to be happy with the this or that of what we're doing on the retail side. And I think that brings up something that I've seen talked about a lot in the last few weeks, few months, is how good your experiences as a consumer with the goods that you're buying can also factor in or be influenced by how good is the returns process when something that you got doesn't necessarily work. And, I've talked to Andrew Cox a lot about this. As far as the retail side goes, a lot of retailers see massive costs in the reverse logistics, in that reversal of the final mile. Well, I didn't like this, I'm going to send it back. Now they have to drop it off at a UPS or FedEx location and then ship it back. So I guess I would say that as far as my experience with people coming in to return goods specifically to Lululemon, we see a lot of people who come and will say, I ordered this, I ordered 3 of this item because I wasn't sure of my size. Let me come and return it in the store, either get store credit, find the size color that I like, or just get my money back. And I think that the interesting thing that we've seen is a lot of our goods, they go back out on our sales floor after being held in an isolation period to keep it COVID safe. Our goods will go back on our sales floor. If they're a regular part of our in-store inventory, they'll be kept at full price. Or if there's something that has come back and, is maybe a one-off, like a one-off random color or a random shirt that's offered online but not in store, a lot of times we'll mark it down and we'll put it on our markdown shelf and it'll fly out the door the next day. So specifically with our retail experience, it's been kind of this, I wouldn't say surprising factor, because I would have expected people, I myself, I've bought multiples of things and then returned them if I didn't like them or they didn't fit, kept the one that did fit. So I think it's that shift in consumer behavior that's really being seen as well. And it does have an impact. It has an impact on how much product we have in our store, but then it also has a product or an impact on those shipping costs coming back for people that aren't able to return those to brick and mortar stores.
And that's a great point. I mean, returns in of itself, I think there's different ways to view that from a cost standpoint. Look, here's my challenge to everyone that's watching and listening to this, that does produce or is in charge of a supply chain, is there's a story to be told where supply chain costs and shipping costs are not just part of doing the business, that it just hits your expense line. No, I think it has this indirect way of shaping what the product experience is. Here's what I mean by that. The returns, and you mentioned for some retailers, I mean, it's a large number, but how much more willing is a consumer to buy from your store, buy your products, because you have these return policies in place? So even though, on the profit and loss statement, it can be viewed as purely an expense, it may actually be a really strong reason why consumers want to do business with you. You make returns easy. We can dive into the economics of it, and that's a whole nother discussion in of itself, where final mile cost, the perceived value of it from a consumer standpoint is probably going to be different than what it actually truly is, because the costs continue to go up, and we can dive into that. But yeah, I thought returns is, when I heard that, the consumer's mentality towards ease of returns and ease of doing business with somebody is something to be, something to think about.
So let me ask you this. If you're a shipper and you're looking at metrics to figure out, okay, how can I better target my consumer audience? How can I tap into what they're wanting? What are some of the metrics that you're going to be looking at most to try and gain some of that insight about what the people who are buying from you really truly want, therefore what you can do better to cater to their needs?
Yeah, I think one thing that I automatically think about is just this metric of freight or shipping as a percentage of revenue. And there's no right target there. I think it all depends on what you're making. I mean, for example, let's talk about appliances. So if you go to one of the big box retailers, or maybe your local appliance store, and you're interested in this $600 dryer, what's a reasonable price in a consumer's mind to deliver that from that bricks and mortar location inside their home? And that may include going up a flight of stairs and hooking up the dryer vent and plugging in the electricity. And so, from what I've found and just some of the survey work that I've done on my own over the past year, there's a sweet spot there for appliances and electronics, around $100 to $150. You're going to come across some that are, going to be a little bit less. You're going to, definitely come across some that are more. But that, to me, is really the larger item sweet spot. Now, if you think about smaller items, obviously the shipping is going to be a lot less. You buy something randomly off Amazon, and I was thinking about this today. I don't have any market insight other than just the logic here, but we pay for an Amazon Prime membership. Let's say it's $99. And I randomly surveyed my Amazon driver in my neighborhood the other day, and I said, hey, how many stops are you making today? So he had 108 stops that day. That was a light day for him. He said in general it's 140. So start doing the math. Let's just say an individual delivery for Amazon's $5. And you start doing the math, and you start to get a good sense of the economic puzzle here for carriers. So what the problem Amazon has to solve there, as well as shippers. So back to your question from a metrics, your freight, your logistics, final mile shipping cost as a percentage of your revenue, what should be reasonable? And then and again, start with the end in mind. What do you want the experience to be? Is it just a dryer delivery, or do you want the customer? This is the big unboxing moment, right? There may not be a YouTube video that comes with it, but this is a big deal. They just bought a dryer. If they have to go and get a pickup truck from their Uncle Jimmy and then drive across town and load it in with their best friend, it's not as much fun. So that's a good jumping off point.
So I'm part of the TikTok generation, right? I'm on TikTok all the time, and my For You page is constantly inundated with these product hauls and like, this is what I found on Amazon today and all of this, and that's on the small parcel side. But I follow like a pretty significant amount of influencers who have made some pretty big purchases over their quarantine, specifically fitness influencers who maybe have gotten into the idea of purchasing a Nordic track or a Peloton bike. And you talk about that massive unboxing and the excitement that leads up to it. And then for Peloton, for the example, a lot of them have expressed this massive disappointment because they're in the groups of people who were quoted 8 to 12 weeks for delivery, and then it was 16, and then it was 20, and then it was 24. So maybe using the case of Peloton, maybe just using that case of the big unboxing experience in general, talk to me a little bit about how important it is for consumer sentiment and for just consumer attitude when things don't go right on those deliveries and they don't get that experience that they're looking for.
Oh, such a good point. And I'm glad you brought that up because the honesty is really, let's go back to the basics here. Some golden rules here in life. You got to tell the truth to your consumers. If I know that it's going to be a long lead time, at least I know, and I can make an educated decision based on what I want to do. I think when you see these negative Google reviews and just frustration in the marketplace, it's because a bag of goods has been sold and that bag of goods has not exactly been delivered, or at least on time.
$3,000 has been shelled out for a bicycle.
Exactly. And, here's what I do like about, and again, random neighborhood surveys here in Orlando, Florida. So I'll be running around the neighborhood, usually behind a stroller with my kids in it. And again, I saw a Peloton delivery in process. Shiny van, the 2 team members have their uniforms on. Like, it's a big deal. You bought a Peloton, you're getting it delivered in your driveway. And it looked like a great experience. Like, they were both standing on their porch outside the front door, just super psyched that the shiny Peloton van was delivering it. Going back to the experience. But yeah, I think to your point, with the disruption we've seen, stuff's going to happen. Your product's going to be delayed coming out of Asia, or there's going to be some kind of event where you're not able to deliver on time. But more than that, I think giving consumers visibility, updates, whatever that looks like, use the technology to your advantage. It at least shows that you're trying to play offense with what you're delivering, rather than taking a defensive posture and then getting all these negative Google reviews. And it's a bad, vicious cycle to get into. So, anytime I can help educate, shippers or manufacturers, hey, play offense with your consumers. They can be your best advocates. And from what you've seen too, we see some negative reviews that cancel culture is real, whether we like it or not. And so how we deal with folks, especially the younger generations, there's a huge desire for visibility. Where does this stuff come from? What is it like? What's inside of it? And the more information we can give, and the less kind of, I just call it BS marketing. The less BS marketing, the more true information, visibility, the better off you're going to be from in handling those situations.
So circling back to the loss of that middleman between the manufacturer and the consumer. So we've taken out that brick and mortar store. Consumer receives a product. They're not necessarily happy with it. They've got to send it back to their manufacturer. If you could offer one piece of advice to manufacturers who are maybe new to this whole having to handle that final mile delivery, final mile experience themselves, what would that piece of advice be?
Oh gosh, it's a tough question because there's so many different paths to go down with that. But dealing with the returns, you can take what is perceived as a negative expense there to your advantage. Make it right. I think back to one of the largest opportunities I was able to be a part of. And it dealt with actually taking a damaged product experience on the electronics end. And this company was willing to go, drive, in this case, several hundred miles to customer locations, swap out the product at no cost, take back the damaged product. And essentially, they understood this whole idea that when you do the right thing by the consumer, it's a little bit of a pay it forward, mentality. Yes, there's a cost to do that, but you have somebody's buying power and loyalty for a long time after that. So that's definitely one thing to be considered. And again, I'm going to go back to this point. Start with the end in mind. What do you want that to be? One great example that came up this week, and I'll kind of leave it with this example is neat technology. You've seen the emergence of the she sheds and the home offices they're kind of modular type deals where you can ship these and put one in your backyard because everyone's staying at home with COVID. And while I love this guy's idea, his dimensions are going to require an oversized, overweight tractor trailer. And I'm like, oh man, if you had just started with the end in mind, right? What can be shipped like realistically, and how do you package it together? And then let's work backwards, because that experience and how you deliver it is everything.
Start at the end. It's going to reduce your costs at the forefront, right?
That's it. So many headaches alleviated when you start at the end.
If only we had a crystal ball to tell us what the end is going to be like in every situation,
That's true.
All right, Andrew. Well, if people want to get in touch with you, they want to learn more about what you do down in South Logistics in Orlando, maybe you want to come spend some time on the beach. That would be nice right now.
That's right.
Where can you go to get a hold of you?
Yeah, so you can always email me, andrew.lockwood@sudeth.com. You can find me on LinkedIn. There's lots of different ways to get a hold of me, but I would love to talk logistics. There's so many different fun aspects of Final Mile and just the industry in general. And I love just being able to connect with others like yourself to talk through different things like this. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for being here. And I certainly learned a lot. If you guys learned a lot, just remember we've got several more days left of things to do, great conversations to have during our Global Supply Chain Week. Stick around, lots more information coming up. And thanks to Andrew again. We'll be back.
Do you want to know what a true logistics partner looks like? One that understands your company's needs, objectives, and shares your same vision. A flexible and collaborative team that helps you get the job done while reducing operational costs. Lean Solutions Group provides access to a talented pool of bilingual and well-trained professionals dedicated to your company. From track and trace, dispatch to billing, accounting, carrier sales, and more. You can check out our nearshore approach at leanstaffing.com.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
Welcome to the Global Supply Chain event. I'm here with Brooke Sutherland. She's an opinion columnist at Bloomberg, focused on the industrial sector, aerospace, and really involved in tracking what's happening in the broader supply chains. Brooke, welcome today. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me.
So a lot of stuff's going on in the sectors that you are specifically tracking. You've been heavily involved in what's happened with aerospace. I know that you and I have been on air talking about the parcel companies and the railroads. Just so much to really unpack here. But perhaps we start. You cover a lot in the industrial side, and particularly have touched on Honeywell. They recently did something that was different than their core business. They actually were involved in a vaccination effort down in Charlotte. Talk a little bit about what that was like.
They are. I mean, I think this is really fascinating what they did. And so it's an interesting backstory. The CEO of Honeywell, Darius Adamczyk, just was taking a walk in his local neighborhood and happens to live relatively nearby the head of Tepper Entertainment and also a local healthcare system down there. And they just were frustrated at the pace of the vaccine rollout in North Carolina and thought they could do something about it. So there's obviously a couple different skill sets being brought to the fore there. But what I thought was really interesting coming from the manufacturing world is how much Honeywell relied on its expertise in industrial engineering and sort of the core lean manufacturing principles to make this process move more efficiently. And it's when you think about it, I mean, a mass vaccination event is really like an assembly line. You're trying to move people in and out as quickly as possible. There's very distinct steps. You need to have people registered. You need to actually give them the shot. And then the CDC is requiring this observation period after the vaccines just to monitor for any side effects, particularly for older, more at-risk people. And you can't have pileups because that's how you get people waiting in line where they're maybe not socially distanced or, you know, they just get turned off from the whole experience and decide they don't want to get vaccinated at all. And so it really helps if you think about this like a manufacturing process and you think about it in seconds and how many shots can we give? How many seconds does it get to get those shots into arms? And it keeps everything moving much more efficiently. And I think the anecdote that really got me is Honeywell was talking about their event that they held at the Bank of America Stadium where the Carolina Panthers play. They got out those ropes, the crowd control ropes, like what you see at Disney World or the Yankee Stadium or whatever it is. Maybe not so much lately, but in the pre-pandemic times. And then they took them down because they didn't need them. People were just showing up for their appointments on time and walking right through because everything was moving so efficiently. And so this just got me thinking about, well, Honeywell doesn't have a lock on lean manufacturing. I mean, this is something every company, almost every company that I cover espouses and say that they use to boost their productivity of their operations. And so it just seems like this is a huge missed opportunity if some of these other states don't reach out to their local manufacturers and say, hey, how can we do this better? What can you do for us? How can you make this process more convenient and also just more productive?
Yeah, it seems like certainly there's a desire, the Biden administration, to actually involve the private sector much more so than we saw before. It was almost a hands-off, leave it up to the states, which is in itself a recipe for disaster. Are we going to see more companies, you think, going forward involved in broader elements of supply chain, vaccination, distribution? There's been discussions about the big drugstores and the Biden administration doing distribution through drugstores. Do you think that's a trend that's we're going to see more of?
I definitely do. I mean, to your point, I think it's interesting that we're having all these conversations now and not 6 months ago when it might have been more helpful. But I do think, there's a lot of companies that are thinking about this. Another one that I talked to was Train, which is also doing a program in North Carolina, partnering with a local healthcare system there to sort of improve their logistics for vaccine distribution and also providing, obviously, their super freezers to help keep those vaccines cold. But Carrier is another HVAC company, and they're talking with people in their home state of Florida about what they can do there to help move this along. And I'm sure there are others out there. I mean, manufacturers tend to have headquarters sort of all over the country. And so, I would certainly hope that we do see more of this. On the drugstore front, I mean, this is something that these companies know how to do. Every year they give out flu shots, they give out booster shots for measles or whatever it might be. I mean, they have the infrastructure in place to do this. And I think, I had talked to the head of who's overseeing this at CVS a couple weeks ago, and he was very much of the mind of just give us the supplies and we can figure out how to get it into arms. And I do think that you're seeing more of that attitude from the Biden administration, and I think it can only help. I mean, this really just plays to a lot of the skill sets of these companies, and they have every interest in getting it right because their own financials are on the line just as much as anything.
There's been a difference in how this administration is sort of involving private sector. There are other big issues that are intersecting with the private sector. But there's also a change in regulation, a lot more discussion about antitrust and M&A activity. What is your expectations that we'll see, whether it's in aerospace and military and defense? What are your thoughts on sort of the future of that industry in terms of regulation?
Well, it's always been interesting to me, that there was all this talk about breaking up the big tech companies and so much consternation about how much power they had amassed. When you look at the aerospace and defense sector and you look at the consolidation that's happening there, with United Technologies merging with Raytheon, that's a blockbuster deal that creates a real behemoth in that aerospace and defense industry. But even before that, when Boeing was being pretty aggressive about gobbling up parts of the supply chain or bringing some of that work in-house. And nobody really ever talked about that. And it'll be interesting to see if that changes under a Biden administration that takes a tougher look at antitrust. And there's already been comments from the Democratic Commissioner, Rebecca Kelly Slaughter, who's holding the acting chair position at the FTC, about vertical integration is something that needs to be given a closer look. And we heard this week from Raytheon raising concerns about a Lockheed Martin takeover of Aerojet Rocketdyne, just because, that really sort of consolidates that industry. And so I do wonder if the activity that was happening at such a rapid pace before the pandemic, before the Biden administration, is going to be able to continue. And I think that you're going to see more pushback on some of these deals than maybe there was before, partly for political reasons, but also partly from practical reasons. I mean, I think if you look at the Boeing 737 MAX crisis, can anybody honestly tell me that it's a good idea to put more of the supply chain under Boeing?
Yeah, it's certainly been challenging, but there's if you think of global supply chains and trade policy and how that's impacted the way that the former administration sort of it was a level of consistency in terms of wanting, America first was sort of the positioning, but inconsistent sort of execution on those issues and volatile sort of decision making. This administration seems far more trying to restore the traditional American brand of engaging in trade policy with more consistency. But are we going to see a more protectionist environment, or are we going to see more of a sort of a global trade environment? Are we moving back towards sort of Clinton economics that we had in the 90s? Or are we going to move more towards a pretty protectionist environment? What do you think there?
I think it's going to be interesting to see, and we don't really know yet. I mean, for obvious reasons, the Biden administration has been very focused on the COVID-19 pandemic and coming up with solutions for that, and focused on the vaccine rollout. The tariffs that were left in place since China by the Trump administration are still there. So, there hasn't really been a shift in policies there. Now, that may be coming. I would certainly say it's my expectation that with U.S. allies, with places like Canada and Europe, some of those trade squabbles that, many certainly in the business community felt were ill-advised, those will probably wind down. I mean, I know that one that a lot of people focus on is the long-running Boeing and Airbus subsidy dispute, where, there's just no winner there. And honestly, these governments both have played a role in supporting their aerospace industries over the year. And I think that this has gotten well beyond the point of rational thinking. And so I think that that's one where you can expect, hopefully, that we have a solution there. But, in terms of your broader question about nationalism, I think what you're getting at is, are companies going to go back to sort of the global, far-flung supply chain networks of the past? And I think that ship has sailed. Whether or not you take a really hostile attitude toward China on the trade front, I think all of these companies were already talking about local for local manufacturing and wanting to have the networks closer to the point of consumption. And, I think the pandemic has just really enforced why that's important, and the need to build up resiliency in the supply chains. And something that crisscrosses around the globe several times is not the most resilient of supply chain.
No, and it's not responsive. I mean, one thing that our audience is having to deal with this and respond to these geopolitical events and COVID and trade policy and everything that's sort of going on all at once, and dealing with this massive surge of volume of freight moving through the global economy. It's really created havoc. My wife and I are building an addition to our house, and we can't, we order items that are now being delayed months that you used to get in days. And it is certainly putting strain on companies and how they manage those supply chains. One of our investors, Prologis, actually did a study of nearshoring, and there's a lot of anecdotal evidence and conversation about nearshoring, and they wanted to actually find out if this was a real fact or if this is sort of conversational. One of the things that they learned is there hasn't been an over amount of movement of manufacturing into the U.S., a lot of forward movement of inventory in warehouses, but not, or plans to do that. I think we're still playing catch up, but they haven't actually been able to accomplish that yet. What are you hearing about or seeing?
Well, I would be very interested in taking a look at that study, because that anecdotally lines up with my thinking on this, is that, there was a huge burst of enthusiasm around reshoring when the pandemic first started. And I think we were all sort of in that mindset of maybe making many knee-jerk predictions on how the world would change. And as time has gone on, the companies that are talking about reshoring, onshoring, are the automation equipment makers. And they have an obvious reason for talking about this, is because they would be the prime beneficiaries of any sort of relocation of manufacturing back to the US. Because, while the differential in wages between China and Mexico certainly is less stark than it was, even a few years ago, if you're talking about bringing work back, you're probably looking at automation. You're looking at robotics. You're looking for a way to do this much more efficiently. And so I think it's very interesting that those are the companies that are talking about this. And they sort of all point to the same handful of examples. There's the Taiwan semiconductor company that's looking to put a plant in the US in Arizona. I think there's been reporting on Samsung maybe putting a facility in Texas. And then some of the life sciences companies, although that's obviously very pandemic focused, with the need to sort of make sure that we do have a resilient supply chain for some of those necessary healthcare supplies. And beyond that, I don't really hear that many manufacturers talking about it. And I've been asking CEOs, are you looking to reshore work? And the answer that I tend to get is, we already had a local for local strategy. This was part of our business model. That being said, I do think there's pressure on the lower portions of the supply chain to catch up with that. That it's one thing for a big manufacturer like Honeywell or Trane or Carrier or whatever it is to have their manufacturing localized, but some of those parts makers might not. And I think that there's more need to either duplicate some of those suppliers to make sure that if you have an issue somewhere else in the globe, that you can get it from, the US or Europe or whatever it is. And then also, to just maybe think about bringing some of that work in-house. I mean, I know we talked about vertical integration potentially being problematic on the aerospace side, but it's just really starting on sort of the industrial general manufacturing side. And there's a lot of companies out there talking about cost savings from consolidating their supply chain. People are talking more about 3D printing, things like that I think could really sort of intermediate some parts of the supply chain that just may not be necessary in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly adaptive manufacturing seems to work in sort of repairing these big production lines. There's been a lot of venture capital investment towards 3D printing, but it's like many things. It's like the flying cars. It's always, we feel like we're on the cusp of it, but the economics aren't there for sort of mass production of printed items. I don't know. I'm skeptical of whether that would take place. One thing I do think is happening, I'd love to get your perspective, is companies realizing that the just-in-time supply chain, when it's truly on demand, everything's on demand, is more difficult in an environment where these businesses are much more disrupted and consumers and businesses have real-time information to sort of adapt to that. But are you seeing companies think about how they manage inventory and hold more inventory than in the past?
Yes, and I should correct myself. I don't think 3D printing by itself is going to completely rework the supply chain. I think that's an element of it, and probably a lot more comes from this consolidation factor or bringing some of that work in-house, sort of akin to Raytheon bringing some of the airfoil manufacturing in-house. But to your other question, this is something, again, that I've heard about, that companies are managing, more towards sort of a just-in-case inventory mindset. Now, on the other hand, free cash flow dynamics of these companies have been excellent, and they've really managed their working capital well. And now some of that is obviously not paying for travel, and maybe you have employees on furlough or whatever it is, but you're not necessarily seeing huge working capital headwinds from inventory management. And so it's not clear necessarily whether we're seeing a paradigm shift or if this is partly a reaction to the pandemic and a need to sort of respond to these huge gaps between supply and demand. I mean, if you think back to the beginning, companies were shutting things down, including maybe some of the items you were trying to buy for your home because people just didn't expect the demand to be there. And now a lot of these companies are playing catch up. And, I think there's also maybe some ordering to get ahead of vibrations that may come down the road. But I guess I'm not so convinced that thinking is necessarily going to stick for some of these companies. I think they'll add the capacity and change their inventory management where it makes sense and where they need to. But yeah.
I mean, they certainly would hold more inventory closer to consumers. I mean, the shift of e-commerce from retail to e-commerce sort of, you think about the fact that these retailers have to have more inventory throughout the supply chain to have those items available to be ordered, just means that as more spending goes in that way, we'll see obviously companies having to hold some more inventory. Right now, they're just trying to play catch up. Deurbanization is a fact that we're going to talk a lot over the next couple of days, just how that shift, how consumer are shifting outside of major cities, and that's changing the way supply chains are sort of developed. Are you hearing from the manufacturing side that's changing their thinking, or are they so upstream that it doesn't really impact how they're managing their supply chains?
I think they're so upstream. I mean, a lot of the manufacturing companies that I cover are no longer in consumer-facing business. I mean, they've divested so much of those over the years, whether it's GE light bulbs and appliances, or, just recently Honeywell sold its rain boot business, which was always sort of my favorite factoid that they actually sold rain boots. But, I just think they're moving further and further away from the consumer. And so I don't know if that necessarily would be as much of a factor for them, because I just don't think that that's the end user that they look at this point in time.
Yeah. Do you think the government will get involved? And one of the things that sort of struck me is during COVID, just 3M's production of N95 masks. Are we going to see the government build a supply chain core, you think, and really try to manage inventory of these items that obviously don't make sense for businesses or consumers to own, but in environments where this disruption, having that inventory is important? Are we going to reach that point?
I certainly hope so. I mean, I think that was the lesson going into this pandemic, that there had been warnings that we didn't have the stockpile that we needed of face masks, ventilators, whatever it may be. I mean, even with the vaccines, there's now this whole conversation of, well, we can get extra doses out, but you need a certain type of syringe in order to be able to get the extra dose in those Pfizer, Moderna vials, whatever it may be. And so, I mean, I think we're learning the value of some of these things, and it certainly would seem to be imperative to prepare better for the next one. What I can't predict is, once we get to the other side of this, whether there's still that same momentum. I would hope that there is. And from the manufacturing point of view, you really need that government force in there to be a large buyer, to make those commitments, to justify adding that manufacturing capacity. I mean, even somebody like 3M that's significantly expanded its footprint to be able to crank out as many N95 masks as possible. I mean, something that analysts are wondering is, will that all still be used down the line? I mean, especially in this pandemic, you now have every retailer out there selling face masks, and we all have a bunch of those. So, when there's not an immediate healthcare need, you're just not going to have the demand level justify that investment unless you have the government backing you up and making those kind of purchase commitments to keep those factors running.
I was on fanatics.com last night looking. They had, after the season, they always put stuff on sale. And all the masks, like you look at all the sell items, and it was the team branded masks. And I thought, well, that's probably smart on their part because I imagine everyone has a big inventory of masks.
I think it was Hanes actually that was talking the other day about how they're going to stop making masks because they just have too many right now, and they don't feel like it's a profitable enterprise for them to be in.
Just a run on, you turn the cloth masks that Hanes made and sort of pivoted. What in a post-COVID world, what in the industrial side of the world, what do you think is going to be the biggest change that is really broad or accelerated because of COVID? Is there anything significant? Obviously, the aerospace industry has its own set of pressures, but more broadly, are we going to see anything significant come from this that is going to change the way the industrial sector works?
I think the biggest thing is going to be digital. Obviously, this is something that manufacturers have been talking about for a very long time, but I think it's taken on a whole new level of importance, just in terms of the capabilities that this enables, from remote monitoring to, actually being able to make changes to your systems from off-site. It's really impressive, especially in the HVAC industry, where there's so much focus right now on indoor air quality. And if you think that focus is going to last after the pandemic, which I do, I certainly think about it in ways that I never did before, you need a way to analyze that. So if I'm paying for an upgrade to my HVAC system, whether that's just allowing more outdoor air or bipolar ionization, UV lights, whatever it is, I want to know that it's working. I want to know that I'm getting my money's worth for it. And that requires digital technologies. When I talk to these companies, they're all seeing increased interest in these products. And I just think, it's just created a much greater appreciation for the capabilities here. And I think that we will probably see greater adoption of, sort of a broad suite of industrial digital technology.
Yeah, we bought a Dyson filter that has a HEPA filter built into it, and then it has an air quality sensor. And so it sends you an alert if the air quality is not at a certain level. So it's pretty astounding, this technology evolution. It's interesting because I think we're gonna end up there eventually. Maybe it's going to take a decade. It's just accelerated it forward. I have to ask you, because I've asked a lot of folks of this, is you live in New York City. You're not a New York native?
No, I'm from Kansas. So.
Okay. So you've moved to New York. Is Manhattan done as what was a pre-COVID, or is it going to come back? What are your thoughts on sort of the Manhattan, New York story?
I think it's going to come back. It's interesting. So I've been here the whole time. My husband has had to go in the office every single day of this pandemic, so we have been here. And I've been a handful of times. And I will say the shift in Midtown has been very noticeable, from probably the first time I went in over the summer to September to November to just the other week. And there's more people there. You can feel it sort of coming back, and people coming into the offices and in waves. Now, there are also a lot of empty storefronts. So I do think the city is going to look very different. But, I don't know if I believe that it's done, that we're off the map here. And I also think that all of these companies that think that remote working is so great and they're going to have everybody working from home, that they might find that they run into problems with that. I've been working from home for the most part, and certainly there are perks like not commuting, but it's hard, and you're isolated, and you're not interacting with your colleagues in the same way. And I don't know if it's, I think probably more of a hybrid model is what companies will gravitate for, and you're still going to need the office space for that. Things like, I can say when I first started at Bloomberg, I did not officially have a desk, and I had to rotate around, and it was the biggest pain ever, because you bring your giant bag of stuff, and I don't know if people are really going to like that model. So I think you're going to have to have a desk.
We couldn't, we've grown since even before COVID. So it's interesting because not only would we have to get a bigger office just because of staff, but you think about the social distancing and the way you handled it, it's completely different. So I don't know. I'm still, it's interesting that my wife has lived in Manhattan, and all of her, I called them her city snob friends that used to make fun of her for moving to Tennessee, they've all left, and they've all there. But I think there's an element of still coming into the city for entertainment, for whether it's Broadway or going out at the bars and restaurants. I still think that's an important part of cities. I don't think that goes away, but it's just interesting to sort of get a perspective of someone who's been living through it.
Sure. No, I mean, I will say most of my friends that have left are people who have kids who are probably on their way out in the near future anyway. So, I think that might be a factor, and maybe it accelerates some of that migration. But, if you want to move to New York for a job after the pandemic, it's probably a good time to get an apartment.
It's a cheap place. No plans to move back to Kansas, I guess.
That's true. Kansas will always have my heart, but.
Well, Brooke, really appreciate the conversation. Folks can check out your opinion column, and you have a weekly newsletter that comes out. Is LinkedIn the best way to reach you?
Yes, LinkedIn or Twitter is a great way to reach me, but I have the sign up link for my newsletter in both places. And so please feel free to sign up. It covers broad range of industrial topics, sort of like we just did today. So sort of anything and everything that falls under the industrial umbrella, I'm usually looking at in some way. So.
All right, Brooke, thank you so much. Continue to tune in to the Global Supply Chain event. We're going to talk about all of the major sectors that are being impacted and impact the future of supply chains and all of these major topics in a post-COVID world.
Welcome back to another fireside chat here at the Global Supply Chain Week presented by FreightWaves. Right now, we're going to be going through AI-enabled risk mapping in the defense supply chains. With me, I have Jennifer Bisegli. How are you doing, Jennifer?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. I'm so glad that you joined us today. Give us a little background of how you got to where you are today, and then we'll dive into a little bit about supply chain.
Yeah, so we're kind of like what do they call it, 16-year overnight success story, if you will. The company actually turned 16 about a week ago. But really, my background's 20-some years of being in global supply chains, helping many companies back in the 90s, offshore manufacturing, and just watched as we started offshoring, and then those companies outsourced, and now you actually don't know who you're doing business with, and if that's a good or a bad thing. And nothing could have educated all of us as much as the year 2020 did, between COVID and the financial risk that created within the supply chains, to the trade wars that we're having with China, to solar winds and cyber concerns throughout your supply chain. So I would love to say we saw this one coming. We didn't, but we were sure prepared for it.
Yeah, that seems to be the real theme behind COVID is, how quick can you react? How fast can you start to take in what's happening and adjust with that? And so, being the CEO of Enteros, how did you see your own company start positioning the conversation after COVID had become what it is today?
Yeah, it's really interesting. January a year ago, if we had been talking, I would have shared with you how to automate what was being called vendor due diligence. So we're all used to using spreadsheets to onboard new suppliers or sending out surveys once a year. And we were mostly focused on just automating that because that's what the market understood. They needed to go faster and keep up with the pace of onboarding new suppliers. After 2020 happens, now we've pivoted the entire company as well as our messaging towards this concept of operational resilience, which is, instead of waiting for a disaster to happen and react, wouldn't it be nice to know the information ahead of time and be able to preempt and position the company so that you aren't disrupted? And that's really what we're focused on right now.
Okay, and so how does Enteros kind of function within that? So risk mapping, and given the title of this, AI driven, so how do we kind of automate that entire process to then find the risk and give you, I guess, option A, B, and C of what you can do next?
Yep. So even though the company started 16 years ago, we actually started as more of a consultancy, still focused on really doing three things: mapping out your extended supply chain, continuous monitoring around world events and what that means to you, so the ripple effect of any event that happens around the world, and then alerting against it. We've advanced with technology. And so we started, our first technology was built in 2014. We advanced it greatly in 2018. 2019, we took on our first investment, and then 2020, we did a Series B and got us to where we are today. So today, our platform ingests over 100,000 different types of data feeds publicly available, commercially available. Last spring, we actually allowed customers to start bringing data into the platform. And what we've done, Kyle, is we've built the world's largest business relationship graph. So in absence of any customer, we are ingesting data and we are mapping how companies are doing business with each other, who's investing in who, subsidiaries, affiliates, what have you. Just understanding it's like the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon every day in our world. So watching as companies come together and as they separate. So we map, and then we're ingesting data. We're also ingesting like news alerts and weather patterns and other types of disruptions that happen around the world. And we're actually, think about actuarial science. Based on how close you are to that event, we're giving you the likelihood and the impact of that event on your system. So historically, we were mapping and monitoring, and now we're moving into modeling going forward. And that's where the artificial intelligence comes into play. Historically, it was machine learning, so ingesting massive amounts of data to build the world's largest business relationship graph. And where we're going now is the modeling using data science to allow you to preempt and almost gamify what's happening in the world so that you don't have to experience the disruption.
Wow. And so given that modeling and artificial intelligence and data science relies heavily on historical data metrics, whether it be from your own customers or through the providers that you had just addressed, how do you see that being affected by the decoupling of our relationship with China? It seems that even this week, I've had conversations with companies that are talking about shifting those suppliers to different countries. And so how does that play into this whole equation?
Yeah, it's a really great question. And interesting kind of note to that is back in 2003, when SARS was the pandemic we were concerned with, at that point in time, the world relied on China for about 4% of goods and services. Today, that number is closer to 17 to 20%. So to your point, there's a heavily reliance on one part of the world. Whether it's China or not, that's just very dangerous for us all, but we're relying on the same source, a concentration risk. And so what we do is a couple things. One is we're able to identify where in the world there are alternative sources of that supply, whether it be a hard good or a service that you might move to. The other thing is we're working with several governments to identify places that either have those raw materials that they could invest in to create more alternative sources of supply, and or where there are skill sets, universities, there's the labor force is ready-made for that type of a service or a product. And so helping them to identify maybe that what doesn't exist today, but what could exist with an investment. And again, leveraging the modeling aspect to say, based on labor force, energy and labor costs, raw materials, as well as future, global warming, sea level rising, taking all those things into consideration and be able to model forward so that we can constantly have a resilient supply chain and a resilient world and economy, if you want to take it that far going forward.
Yeah, I'm sure we can keep digging down deep into that because there's a lot of changes that could potentially occur. And if you talk to even our president, our president of FreightWaves, was it a black swan? Was it a white swan type event? How do we even plan for things like that? It's hard to even plan for what we can expect for tomorrow, let alone some sort of event that could just change the way we all interconnect with each other. Now, taking that to a niche, defense. So how does that change the conversation? What from the private industry where you have just a lot of suppliers, either it's B2C or B2B type companies, how does that change when we start talking defense supply chain?
Well, I think the first thing to remember is that the defense supply chain relies on the private sector. So to believe it or not, the engagements we have with our government customers are pretty much the same as we have for the private sector customers. We talk about half, a horizontal 50% of our customer base are what we consider to be aerospace and defense. So that's everything from the United States Department of Defense to the prime contractors and the private sector that support it. So the problem sets are very similar. I think that a couple things are different, right? The size and scale is very different. So when you think about operational resilience for a company, even if it's global, very, very different when you're talking about the Department of Defense. I also think, even though the private sector supports the public sector, when you think about national security, it just takes on a whole different scale when you're talking about from the government. And then there's also simply the optics. But at the end of the day, Kyle, the interesting thing to understand is that the problem sets are very, very similar, if not the same, because the private sector is the supply chain for national security in the Department of Defense.
Gotcha. And so where do you see that overlap with, risk mapping from the commercial side to the defense side for maybe those who aren't really aware of the similarities?
So it's very, very specific. When COVID happened, most of us will remember that you had stimulus funding that Congress was looking to put into the private sector so that we could continue the supply chains going. And whether it was a private sector customer like a Lockheed Martin that came and said, I need to understand my tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers and if they were financially stable, or it was the government saying, I need to understand my tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers, it was the same problem set. So I think that's the first thing. Again, they're all reliant on the same types of companies. The other piece of overlap is within a specific industry. You normally see between 60 and 80% of the suppliers being overlapped. So within the financial services industry, 60 to 80% of the suppliers are the same across all the banks. Same thing from a government standpoint. I think the last count I heard, there's about 330,000 tier 1 suppliers to the Department of Defense. Having said that, when you start getting into like programs like building ships, there's only a certain amount of companies that can build the ships, and that 60-80% overlap is the same whether you're in the private sector or in the public sector.
No, that's definitely accurate. And it always feels like from the companies I even talk to about, and these are large Fortune 100 type shippers, that their secret sauce is safe with them or is a secret to them, whereas their suppliers are all the same.
All the same.
They're all getting it from the same either country or country of origin there. And so when we get thrown something like COVID, did you see an increase even of people coming to your front door? Because now I'm used to supplier A based out of country B. Well, where do I get that? I still have buyers who are looking to buy my goods, or I have a service that I need these goods for. Did you see that starting to occur in that, okay, what is our plan B and C that is even a potential that I'm not thinking about?
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple things. One is January 2020, if you were working with me, you'd mostly care about counterfeit concerns and cybersecurity, which came back to bite us again at the end of 2020, but work with me. So January, counterfeits and cybersecurity. March and April of 2020, so after COVID really started rolling and we could have a large conversation about whether there was a black swan or whether we should have really paid attention earlier. But March or April, now it's exactly what you just said. I care about two things. Where in the world are my suppliers being impacted by COVID and what's my alternative? That was it. I'll also tell you that between March and April, inbounds into my company for help went up 500% without doing marketing. And so that was literally people either word of mouth or Google going out there and just saying, we need help. And to be honest with you, you asked about the technology earlier. We got crushed, right? I mean, we weren't even ready for that much of an onslaught. But the nice thing is that the graph is much bigger now. It's much more robust than it was. And I hadn't had it planned this big, but now it's even, it helps a lot more people. And the ability to do something at scale and at speed is where we are today. And that was the positive that came out of COVID for us. But I do think that there was an aha awakening. And for the first time ever, Kyle, and I have been doing this for a long time, we are, as much as Interos has always been a C-suite conversation, we are square on the CEO and the board's desk right now. The board is asking the CEO, how are you investing in your supply chain so that Apple doesn't have to miss their earnings again like they did last February, right? Or we don't get surprised that India just happens to be the ingredient vending machine for pharmaceuticals that are being manufactured in China. So now there are ways to know. And yes, our inbounds went up drastically. I think that the good part about the market is that it's not really a hype cycle. because there were 3 big tangible problems that came out of 2020 that people really need to solve.
Yeah, and it just comes down to answering those tough questions. Even from FreightWaves' front doorstep, which has a data aggregation part of the business on top of the media, what we have seen is just these are really tough questions to answer, and now it's getting pointed out in every single earnings call. Even looking at Peloton, who had to bring on investment just to cover the supply chain costs.
Well, and they were shipping from ports, right?
Right.
You know, and I got the treadmill and the bike, by the way. I'm a huge Peloton fan. So thanks for tossing that in here today. But to talk about a supply chain fix, right? They're literally shipping bikes from ports. And so, yeah, I think the aha moment, the interesting, and I don't know if you have a perspective on this one, I always get asked, do we think we learned this time, right? Like, do we think the changes that came out of 2020 are long-standing? And I don't know if you guys have a thought on that one, but I always think that's an interesting conversation.
It is an interesting conversation because there's a couple different lenses you can look at it from. You can look at it from the personnel perspective. Were we organized as a company for success? And you know, that's some companies are more robust than others. There's companies that heavily invest long before COVID hit in their supply chain and in their operations team so that they can make these decisions on the fly and answer those questions. And then you have others that just maybe there's a small team of people in their transportation department that all of a sudden weren't prepared for this, and now they're having to go out, reach out to people like Interos and be like, well, what are our options? We don't know. We can't answer that question. And so what I think, and this personally, is there's going to be a shift in how we operate. So there's got to be more transparency. There's got to be more awareness, and so with that comes more data. But then how do we have that across who you're talking to? Because now that's from the shipper's point of view. Now let's talk about how do we communicate with our supply chain vendors? Okay, are we going to talk the same talk to them? And then that same thing upstream to our suppliers, or even up in our leadership team. Is there going to be a unified conversation so that at least we can have the same measuring stick, or at least language to talk off of? And I think that's going to be the biggest thing that really impacts us, that we'll all learn from, is that we have to talk the same language. If not, we're all going to fail.
I couldn't agree more. I think that, one thing that I talk about a lot is that if you are any of the people in the business that you just called out that has known this is going to be a problem or has been experienced a problem, there's probably no better time in your career to go ask for funding to fix it than right now, because your CEO and leadership has been educated that they have to lean forward. I think the other thing is one of the things that we did really well from the beginning was we created a lexicon and a framework in effort to enable customers to talk to their customers and their suppliers and other business partners. And so every one of our customers uses our framework, and it's worked out well. We have like 5 buckets that we look at risk through. So you have financial concerns, operational concerns, which is everything from counterfeits to layoffs to foreign ownership. You have geographic, so geopolitical, lat long kind of things, weather patterns, climate. You have governance, compliance, everything from rare earth elements and conflict minerals to several, like anti-China 5G laws coming out of the government, Section 889, and cybersecurity. So I think the point that you mentioned, our best customers, our most successful customers, everybody's our best customer, but our most successful customers are the ones that actually take this information, use the framework and the lexicon to share, because then they all get better. Right. And I think that's also the big cry that we're hearing. If you think about what the PPE supply chain did when we were running out of PPE and nobody could have access to it, all the kimonos got opened. To your point a few minutes ago, we started understanding who all the sub-tier suppliers were. You had Ford that decided to retool their shops because nobody was buying cars so that they could make ventilators. Right. And you're starting to see that in different industries that are considered to be key, where they're actually starting to be a bit more transparent with their business partners and the supply chain so that they can all get better.
Right. And we got only a couple minutes left, so I saved the best questions for the short time, which is the change in leadership that we have up on Capitol Hill. This is definitely something every 4 years, the potential of changing guard is always a possibility. How do you see risk mapping with that? Because going into what Trump had, a lot of deregulation, a lot of leniency towards aspects of the supply chain, whereas now there's a little worry around, okay, well, what is going to be impacting me as these executive orders may get overturned or new things start getting proposed?
Yeah, I think that, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the administration, but we're watching very, very closely, and we spend a lot of time talking to Congress. And I think a couple things. You have a president and an administration that's very focused on the first 100 days, right? You're hearing about it a lot in the news. I also think what a rare situation that he comes into office on the tail of 2020, right? So he's got a lot to work with. I think the other thing, to be honest with you, and I own my own business, right? I'm a big fan of business not having a lot of government people show up at the door knocking and offering help. But I do think that at the scale of COVID and financial support, and at the scale of SolarWinds and some of the trade wars, we do need some government regulation, if for nothing else, to push for folks to take action. And so, one of the things that we recommended from an executive order is for the Department of Defense, any new programs should have to do mapping of their supply chain and monitoring of the supply chain. I hate the word hygiene, but it's practically just hygiene, right? And so really focusing on that. On the federal civilian side, under the Obama administration, they had an executive order that never really got implemented to focus on the whole of government. Another great opportunity. And the nice thing about it, Kyle, is that this administration, it's been very focused, and this is not a political statement, it's just what it is, very focused on healing this country. There's a lot of good work going on, public-private conversations, which makes folks want to partner more together.
That's definitely a subject that I can get behind as well. So, but that'll do it for us here today on this fireside chat. Jennifer, thank you so much for your time. And thank you all for watching here this week on the Global Supply Chain Week presented by FreightWaves.
This iteration of Sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
At Echo Global Logistics, we understand that your time is as valuable as the freight you're shipping, which is why we have invested in our innovative best-in-class platform, EchoShip, to help simplify your transportation management. EchoShip is a self-service shipping portal that allows you to quote, book, and process payments across multiple transport modes. It also provides a density calculator and allows you to track shipment status in real time, all with a touch of a button. With access to Echo's extensive LTL carrier network and over 50,000 truckload carriers, EchoShip gives you the flexibility to leverage rates and find the lowest cost options that best fit your needs. EchoShip helps you work more efficiently by keeping a record of your current and historical quotes, shipments, locations, and items, and alerts you of any issues, empowering you to resolve matters when they count most. Backed by an award-winning dedicated account team, EchoShip's 24/7 support is only a click or phone call away. So what are you waiting for? Quote, book, ship, track, and manage invoices now easier than ever when you sign up for EchoShip today. EchoShip, technology at your fingertips, experts by your side.
Take advantage of our end-to-end supply chain solutions. From shipper to receiver and beyond, you'll feel comfortable knowing Trinity Logistics is here to help. With options in transportation, a vast carrier network, and access to state-of-the-art technology, consider your logistics taken care of. Whether your business is small or large, we customize solutions for your own unique needs.
You are listening to What the Truck. Oh yeah, it's that time of the day. It's Monday afternoon's main event right here on What the Truck. And man, if you've been following this comment section, people here are really ready to hear from Thomas Healy. I think we got like half of Wall Street bets there.
Yeah, we really do. They're rushing the gate, my friend.
Yeah, they really are.
Sit down, or we're going to have to stop the show, folks. Move back from the stage.
Diamond Hands making those tendies. Today's the day for it, too. I'm a Robin Hooder myself, okay? So these are my people. Be respectful, people. These are my people. But I can't open my Robinhood today because I checked it this morning and like my Bitcoin was like down to like 49. And it's not good. Today's not a good day in Robinhood. Maybe it's gone up. Don't give me any spoilers. I'll check it tomorrow. I don't want to do any panic selling. I'm doing it, by the way. That's the dude. This is a show called What the Truck. It's a podcast that we do 3 times a week live on FreightWaves.com, FreightWaves LinkedIn, FreightWaves Facebook. Also, you can listen to it on demand on your favorite podcast player of choice. Just look up What the Truck. By the way, on What the Truck, we like a good mug. This mug is brought to you by Redwood. And you know what?
And this is a heck of a mug, my
This
friend.
really is. So, I know like Yeti pretty well. You guys probably like have Yeti mugs, right? Or you might even stock in Yeti mugs, you Robin Hooders out there. This is a Perka mug, but these things are solid. What did you say? This thing is anodized?
Well, it just felt like you should say it's anodized, right?
Oh, okay.
It's very industrious feeling. It's very, very high quality.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. And it's got the vacuum suck.
Yeah, it's got like vacuum sealed lid. It's solid stuff. So thank you very much, Redwood Logistics, for these mugs. We dig them. Maybe you can win one. I'm not sure. There's plenty of prizes you can win. I think we should we give another one away? Should we do it before we get into the show? Should we give one more prize away?
Yes. Right. Or we could let Thomas Healy give it away. One of the two.
Ooh, we'll do it before he gets out. Because we only have 10 minutes with him. We got a lot of questions about batteries. Very true. In the comments have their questions. They're being all smart about it. So here we go. Apple TV. The winner is Derek Steele. He is the co-CEO at Taman Transport. Is it Taman? Taman. It's named after a fish, by the way, right? Serbian fish.
No, not Serbian. Mongolian or something
Mongolian
like that.
Fish.
Yeah.
All right. Well, a Mongolian fish. Yeah. The event's been pretty great so far. We're going to get into some headlines and news real quick, but just get me up to speed. What's your takeaway so far?
Yeah, so it's been really, it's been really interesting. And I put the joke out there, the dogs in space and so on, right? Yeah. But so my takeaway is really three most important things that came out was the international plan policies. Your international policies and your economic plans have to be very, very involved, from education all the way down through tax incentives and tariffs, et cetera, to really bring in the economy cohesively and give us that future proofing, right? That we were talking about. Space and the proliferation of the smaller satellites is, while really cool because it gives you multiple layers of redundancy for defense and that sort of thing, it also makes it that much harder to defend against as well as we go into this strange new era of outer space, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is difficult. And then dogs, dude. The latest, greatest technology for scanning cargo is still the dog, which was amazing to me, which is awesome.
Is there anything they can not do?
They're even checking the Miami Heat players for COVID, dogs.
Yeah, beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get some at our door to do that. Anyways, congratulations, Derek Steele. You wore that Apple TV 4K. By the way, if you want this session on demand, you can also watch it on that Apple TV 4K. Just download your FreightWaves TV app or look up FreightWaves YouTube channel. All that stuff will be there, too. And our first headline, snowstorms, right? They can't cool this sizzling freight market. And you think they would. It's an interesting situation because you're seeing both volumes drop, but rejections go up. And typically, volumes have to go up for rejections to be there. But then we have this mitigating factor of the weather, which landed the DHL Supply Chain Pricing Power Index. It's an index, a database we use that uses our data platform Sonar and crunches a number of different indices and comes out with this number. 75 is towards carriers. 100% is fully in favor of carriers for pricing power. It's at a 75 right now. 0 would be fully in favor of those shippers. Tell me a little bit about why that is.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't typically, like you said, you don't typically see this at this time of year. This is kind of the off season. You don't see volumes go down and or tenders of volumes. Shipments go down and rejections go up at the same time. That's typically a holiday type of thing that you start to see that. But hey, winter is here and with a force, right? The nor'easter coming through, and then you've got Texas froze over all the way down to the Rio Grande. So those are the type of things that are hitting it. As retailers are struggling to get replenishment back into their inventories, we have these things hitting, so the ripple effect will probably continue as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen pictures out of a lot of these grocery stores over in the Texas area, but not just Texas, not just limited to there. Deliveries are getting tough throughout a lot of the nation, and that's leading to bare shelves. And it almost looks like, some of them almost look like pandemic buying, but a lot of it just has to do with this weather, but it also has to do with fuel, because they can't deliver the fuel to a lot of these stations. So even if some of these trucks could pick up the cargo, they can't go anywhere with it because they can't fill up the vehicles. Then you go, well, what about electrical energy? Well, that's been interesting too, because what we're seeing here is that a lot of the forklifts and things have all been converted to electrical, but with the issues with the power grid, they can't get that. So then a lot of these factories and warehouses are also out of order. So it's going to take a bit to untangle all of this. However, the guidance on our spot rate, if you're playing that spot market, and for you Robinhooders out there, the spot market it's a little like gambling, right?
A little bit.
It's a very
volatile, you got sonar.
It's a very volatile thing that goes up and down very constantly. And there's a lot of carriers. Those are people who move the freight. They hang out in there and they play against the spot market instead of doing something more secure, like getting into contracted or dedicated freight or that kind of thing. So it's been an interesting scenario, but let's go a little bit more deeper on that, because this winter freeze, it could devastate Texas citrus industry. And what's going on with that is the Arctic blast that barreled through Texas last week dealt the Rio Grande Valley, right? Produce industry a huge blow. The weather event was one of the worst in their history. Here's a quote from Tommy Wilkins. He is the director of sales at Donna, Texas-based Grove Farms, Texas. And he says, I have been in the business for 45 years, and I do not recall this widespread cold and the temperature level to get down this much. And the significant amount of downtime that it's created. This will be a major hit to growers across the board, and it'll be a couple of days before we see the total extent of the damage. So people are still unwinding all of these impacts.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it goes all the way down into the Rio Grande, which is where you're talking about the heart of the Lone Star states. Their produce is there right along that. And Dante Galazzi is the president of the Texas International Produce Association. Said the loss of power has been a tremendous issue. It makes accessing product in the warehouses nearly impossible. Most of the forklifts are electric now. So what you were talking to, even if you can get something there, it's not there. Should we look into sonar a little bit?
Yeah, show me some sonar. And this almost looks like a Robinhood chart. Show me the sonar and show me what's going on with reefer rates. Reefer or refrigerated trailers, for those who are not familiar. You pull a lot of produce in those things. You pull a lot of perishables in those kind of things. So what's going on with that market?
Yeah, so if we can bring up the first chart here. The first chart here is your reefer outbound tender rejection index in the blue versus total rejection. So these are the number of trucks that are, or the number of loads that are being rejected.
Okay.
Right? And so 46.93%, you can see on the far end right at 46.93% of all the refrigerated loads that are being offered are being rejected, meaning the truck's got something else to do. They just can't get there to get it.
So someone goes, I have a shipment of something. I need you to move it, and then someone's rejecting it.
Yeah,
someone's saying, no, we can't.
I can't.
Yeah.
I don't have I can't get there. I don't have the truck. I've got somebody else is paying more.
Sure,
it can happen as well. So you got shippers trying to find a capacity. The next chart, if you bring that up, the next chart here is actually a heat map of the weekly change of refrigerated tender rejects by market. 135 markets in the United States in the color. The darker the blue means rejections have gone up significantly in the last week. If you can see the height of it, the height of those markets is the volumes. And you can see down there in Texas that there is Houston, the rejections are going up much higher over the last week. Now, it doesn't mean that they're low in Dallas or Fort Worth where you see that pink, or even in Austin, San Antonio where it's kind of grayish there. Doesn't mean they're low. It just means the week over week has not changed. But you can see that swath of where they're starting to come back. There's some volumes there, but northern Florida, reefer, good luck finding a reefer unit there. The next one that I have here, Dooners, to go through some rates on some lanes there. The next chart that I have is actually a market table. And the center the center green on the left-hand side is the actual rate per mile for refrigerated, including fuel. And so you're looking at Atlanta to Louisville up 20%, Chicago Chicago to Louisville up 19%, but talking about Texas, Laredo to Houston up 20%, Laredo to Fort Worth up 16.3%.
So major markets are up 20 to 16%.
Up 20 to 16% across the board.
Yeah, I mean, these are the comments. So that's the data, but here's the context that is also given by our great reporters at FreightWaves.com who look into this kind of stuff. And this is what another gentleman had to say. Unfortunately, we're seeing there are no trucks to move product out of these warehouses. Equipment is being delayed throughout the state by snow, icy roads, sleet, and freezing rain. So we kind of already touched on that. And it says even if you could get a truck, how would you get it out of the area with all of those fuel surcharges? All of these issues coming to a head. We are going to be talking to Doug Wagner. He's the CEO over at Echo Global Logistics. They are a company who had to contend with COVID, has to contend with the weather, and has to constantly solve these kind of issues within the supply chain. Doug, thank you so much for joining us on the air today. People said, 2021 is going to be better than 2020. That was a lie. Right, Doug? I guess they'll have him up in a minute.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, Doug, what's happening, man?
You're breaking.
Yeah. I think we're breaking up on his end.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Doug, it's good to have you on the show. Doug, actually, by the way, I was looking into this. He's San Diego State University, right? Couple. Marshall Falk, Tony Gwynn, Kathleen Kennedy. She produced E.T., Jurassic Park, took over Star Wars from George Lucas when they sold that.
That's
a little
not
bit
bad.
Of background there.
Hey, but the great Brian Sipe of the Cardiac Kids from of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
For years. He was actually a great NFL quarterback.
Doug, we're going to talk about technology and some of the issues that we faced in the past year. But right now with the weather and all of that, how has Echo Global Logistics been handling what happened down in Texas?
Well, we've seen quite a disrupted market right now. We saw prices, cost per mile went up last week, I think as much as we've ever seen it in recent times. So it's definitely having an impact both on the shippers, who some of which are closed, and then the carriers' networks are out of position.
Yeah, Doug, this is a global event, obviously. Can you speak to, your vision on tech and how important is it that it really connects us all across the borders within our supply chain, across languages and cultures, et cetera?
Well, I think that, the emphasis on technology over the last few years has been a good thing for the entire industry. It's helped raise the awareness of what shippers and truckers can do. I would contend that, for a lot of years, our industry has lagged the rest of the business world in technology. And a lot of that, frankly, is just because of the slow or lackluster adoption by shippers and by carriers. And so I think the heightened visibility of technology, in part due to some of the startups that we're seeing, has raised awareness, and it's causing a lot of the shippers and the carriers to be willing to try new technology, whereas in the past they ran their business on a whiteboard. So I think the larger shippers for sure set the way and start to demand certain types of technology and visibility, especially as they're more sophisticated in the management of their supply chains. But that trickles on down to the smaller players as well. And I think that's where the world is headed.
So, Doug, when you're looking at technology, is this something you can buy out of the box? You can go to one of these startups, maybe you can acquire one of these startups, or is this technology you have to build yourself? What has served what has served Echo Global Logistics better?
Well, our strategy has always been to build proprietary technology, and we think that when you get to scale, you start to create your own proprietary processes, and those require proprietary technology to enable those workflows. But I would say for smaller brokers and carriers, there's lots of off-the-shelf technology today that you can use, and it's getting better and better all the time. So as the world becomes more automated, I think everybody at all levels can play. But in our case, it's proprietary. It always has been, and we think that that's the future for Echo.
So, Doug, can you speak to a little bit about that proprietary technology that you're hinting towards, particularly the Echo Ship and the Echo Drive?
Yeah, well, our Echo Ship is a portal for shippers. It's a multimodal portal. We have a carrier-facing portal, which is Echo Drive, and it's both a web portal for dispatchers and a mobile app for drivers. And I think one of the exciting things about both of those platforms is they're more and more empowered by data science. So I think for us, as we think about looking forward, it's how do we take our data science team and empower our technology with algorithms that makes us smarter, that guides our behavior, that makes our shippers and our carriers smarter. And, it's all about creating that efficient marketplace where we can execute and everybody wins.
In Q4 of 2020, you achieved 13% total revenue growth. Congratulations on that. I bet in March of last year, a lot of companies didn't think that was possible. There's a lot of panic actually going on in the industry. And you had a mix of brokerage and managed transportation that looked pretty good as well. Can you speak to that? Can you speak to the challenges of last year and how you managed to get through it?
You're breaking up a little bit. So
yeah, we're asking you about the challenges last year and how you continued to grow.
Yeah, well, I would agree that in the April timeframe, I was very concerned about how the year was going to go, and of course, we didn't know how the pandemic was going to play out. And then, lo and behold, as companies came back to work, especially the smaller companies, they burned through their inventory pretty quickly, which caused them to have to reorder from their suppliers. And those supply chains were disrupted. So, people who were getting orders in 2 weeks, it was taking 6 or 8 weeks to get their inventory back on the shelves. And so that created quite a disruption and was good for our industry. It created a lot of demand. We used up all the available capacity, as you know, and the market got tight, prices went up, which is good for carriers and brokers, maybe not so good for shippers. We also saw, as a result of the pandemic, people staying at home and buying more stuff. So they weren't buying services, they weren't traveling, they weren't taking cruises, they weren't going to the movies, they weren't doing any of those things, but they were buying more stuff, and that benefits the transportation industry. And certainly we were able to ride that wave and produce the kind of growth that you mentioned. So, 2021 actually turned out to be a good year despite the pandemic. And we actually think that looking forward, 2020 was a good year, but looking forward into 2021, we really don't see it letting up. There's a normal January and February slow period that you would expect from a seasonal basis. Even though we're in that time of the year, it's feeling pretty good right now. And looking forward, we know that there's still a driver shortage. To the best of our knowledge, the carriers are not adding a lot of additional capacity, and demand seems like it's staying strong. So, we're pretty bullish on 2021.
Excellent, Doug. So can you give us kind of what your view is on the digital freight marketplace and really from the perspective of how Echo differs from tech-only type of companies that really don't have freight capacity or shippers?
Sure. Well, I think we're evolving into an era where, having a digital freight marketplace matters, and it matters in particular to larger shippers and lots of carriers that are looking for loads. I think that what's unique about our business model is that, we have a digital freight marketplace and it's using the latest and greatest technology. But at the other end of the spectrum, we still believe it's a relationship business. And we deal with lots of shippers and lots of carriers that rely on their rep. They want to talk to us or email with us. And so until the entire market shifts to digital, I think it's great to have a foot in both camps so that we can serve the very, very sophisticated and automated who want to have an API type relationship, and for those that want to have a phone call with their rep and everything in between.
Perfect. Well, hey, Doug, we got about a minute left. Any predictions for which direction you think the freight market's going to go in 2021?
Yeah, I think 2021 is going to stay strong. I think capacity is going to stay tight. I think the prices are going to stay elevated, and may not be as peaky as 2020 was, but I think it's going to look a lot like 2020 in terms of the overall tight market conditions and higher prices.
Doug, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you joining us on the show at Global Supply Chain Week. We're going to jump
Thanks for having me, and sorry.
Thank you. Take care, Doug. Now we're going to jump over to Thomas Healy from Hyliion. He's a founder and CEO over there. I know a lot of you in the comments section have been waiting to hear from him. I have as well, because they have this really cool hybrid solution they're working on, and they had a great announcement that they just put out about some new battery technology. Thomas, thanks so much for joining us on the air today.
Hey guys, great to be back on. Thanks for having me.
You know, I always love when you come on, because I always do a little bit more research into you, and you are a Carnegie Mellon alumnus. And what I found out is that Olaf from Frozen also went there. So did George A. Romero, the godfather of zombie movies, Andy Warhol, Scott Fahlman, the creator of the emoticon, Chris Mesna, the creator of the hashtag. You know, I'd argue that these are some of the biggest contributors to modern pop culture. And you know what? I think EVs are moving in that direction too.
Absolutely. And no, it's a fantastic school. It's pretty unique, where there's actually like an engineering school and a fine arts school all combined into one, and some really top talent there. I guess long term, though, they still haven't named the engineering school building yet, though. So I guess, you know, that's we can really go deploy this thing. That's the future goal right there.
Wow, really? The Healy School of Engineering. I love it. Yeah.
I love it.
So you just delivered this next generation battery module for your hybrid solution. It uses a Toshiba LTO battery, but I'm sure you can tell me more about it than I can tell you.
As a company, we're on a mission to
we got a video
carbon intensity and reduce the green.
Okay, maybe we don't. Thomas, tell us a little bit about the battery.
All right, I'll give you the true voiceover as opposed to the video voiceover. We just unveiled our next generation battery module. Some really exciting stuff with it. 8-minute recharge to be able to recharge the whole battery. We're expecting about a 5-time longer life cycle out of the battery module than conventional EV batteries. And it's safer. So, I mean, we're hitting on a lot of really interesting things here. I mean, as you guys know, the commercial vehicle space is all about uptime, keeping vehicles out on the road, keeping assets moving, running them 24/7. And when you think about being able to do a full recharge of a battery pack in about the same amount of time that it takes a driver to go grab a cup of coffee, you can really rethink how you deploy EV vehicles. Now, this battery module, we initially specifically designed it for our product, which the way the Hypertruck works is, and the hybrid product, you're constantly charging and discharging the battery throughout the day, right? I mean, you're generating that electricity locally on the truck to supply the batteries with power. Now, that's why we designed it and used this LTO chemistry to be able to accept really high charge and discharge rates. But as we took a look at this battery module, we really saw that there's areas for opportunity to use it elsewhere as well, right? I mean, you guys can think of like a terminal tractor, for instance, where you're trying to run that asset 24/7. If your driver could get a full recharge in about 8 minutes, then you don't have to worry about having a truck down for a couple of hours doing a recharge of the battery pack. So we see it opening up a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah, the battery pack there for the yard horse or the yard jostlers that you're talking about around the yards is amazing. The 5 times longer cycle. Can you put that in layman's terms? What time frame is that looking like? What does that compare to? Right, an hour to 5 hours, or what is that? What does that look like?
Yeah, so we're looking at really is like how long the battery is going to live for, basically, right? And so EV batteries, they start degrading over time, right? And if you go buy a fully electric car, the amount of miles you can drive on day one of owning it versus year 3 of owning it is different, right? The batteries have just kind of worn down some, and so we're seeing about 5 times longer that it's going to take until the batteries actually wear down. And so our goal is ultimately these batteries will actually be able to outlive the vehicles, and then we can start looking at really cool things like, are there opportunities to use these batteries in second life, right? Could you do grid storage opportunities? Once they're no longer good enough to really be used on highway applications, could we use them in other types of applications like backup energy?
Wow. The comment section, by the way, this guy here says, Lord Healy, bringer of green energy. So
Lord Healy, all right.
You've got a lot of fans in here. Can you talk a little bit about the higher charging rates though? How does that all work too? Let's break down and get a little more nuanced on this battery.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's I like to think about batteries as like and this is probably way oversimplifying it, but it makes sense to me. It's like going and buying a loaf of bread, right? You go into the grocery store and it's like you have wheat, white, you got a whole bunch of different selections, and then once you get into that, you have different makers of the actual bread. You have Wonder Bread and, other companies, right? And batteries are the same way. There's lithium ion batteries, but you have different chemistries of batteries. So you have lithium titanate, which is what we're using, LTO. You have NMC, you have lithium phosphate. There's a bunch of other different types, and then you have different manufacturers. So the manufacturer that we're using is Toshiba. Tesla is using Panasonic. LG Chem is a big player in this space as well, right? So there's a whole bunch of different people making the actual batteries. And so, one of the really unique things with this lithium titanate-based chemistry that we're using is that it's got some really unique properties where it's good for those high charge rates, as you were kind of mentioning there, that allows it to accept energy at a very, very fast rate, almost like a capacitor works. It can charge up really quickly, versus if you look at, a normal EV battery, it takes a long time to recharge those, but they have a lot higher energy density. So we're not saying that our battery is like the right thing to go use in every EV application, right? It's not. There's specific use cases where it makes a lot of sense. Just like, if you use a high energy density battery, that makes sense for if you're trying to drive a couple 100 miles without having to recharge. Ours is more about, we'll recharge it really, really quickly and give you the range you need, but you're going to have to come back and recharge it a couple of times.
Thomas, I have a quick follow-up on that because you mentioned the different manufacturers picking different partners for the battery solution. What made you decide to pick the partner that you did for yours? Yeah, so one is just the quality of the batteries. Toshiba is a fantastic maker of cells. Their quality is second to none. I mean, they really excel there, as well as on the safety side of things. So I know this is a military segment for you guys, right? I mean, one of the really cool things with this battery is you can actually penetrate the cell with a nail or, let's say, a bullet, right? And you're actually not going to get a fireball coming out of the cell. That's one of the problems when you look at really high energy density cells, is if you penetrate the side of them, there's a good chance you're going to have a thermal event. Versus with the cells that we're using, the Toshiba LTO, they actually aren't going to have that fireball that you would normally experience. And so it just makes it a much safer and more stable chemistry to be able to work with.
So they're much safer and much more stable. Now, the charging time, the quick charging time, and you're talking about the density of the charge once it's done charging, et cetera, means that it needs to be charged more often. Is that what made it the good fit with your onboard charging?
That's exactly why. Yeah. So we're less worried about energy density, right? Because our battery pack is really small and it just constantly gets recharged. And so that's where this technology made a lot of sense for us, versus, might not make sense in some other type of applications. But, I think one of the really neat things with the way we've structured the Hypertruck, and, we recently shared a little bit about this, is that our battery pack is about 1/20th the size of a conventional EV truck. So if you looked at, you could either deploy 20 of our vehicles or you could deploy 20 of our vehicles or one full BEV vehicle and have the same amount of battery packs in each vehicle. So as we're going forward here, and we're really faced with, there's going to be a shortage of batteries. We heard it on Tesla's earnings call. They were already talking about how they're deciding to take batteries and use them in cars as opposed to put them in their semi trucks, because they can generate a lot more revenue from shipping cars than they can from trucks. So as you're going to have a battery shortage going forward here, that's where we see our solution making a ton of sense, because we have a very small pack, and yet we're able to recharge it as you're going.
I follow a lot of truckers on Twitter. I talk to a lot of different truckers, and one of their complaints about EVs is charging times, fueling times. I remember they were like with Nikola, they were looking at the hydrogen. It was like 45 minutes to fuel, where I believe it's like 11 minutes to fuel with diesel, right, to get a full tank. So you got to make it comparable. Well, your battery's saying 8-minute charge time. Now that is opening a lot of eyes. Tell us a little bit about this reduced charge time. How'd you get there, and what's the real world application?
Yeah, so part of it is due to the cell that we actually used, and then part of it is due to how we actually designed the module. So we use some really advanced cooling strategies. So we actually cool the cells, actively cool them as the batteries are going down the road, and that allows us to extract heat out of them and keep them in their optimal operating temperature. And really, the thing of how you control a battery, the crux of it all, is around heat. If you overheat the batteries or operate them at too high of a temperature, the battery doesn't like that. Versus is if you can keep them cool, the battery can perform at really, really high levels. And so that's how we're able to really push the boundaries on how fast we can recharge them, is by cooling them better. And then also the battery management system that we put on top of it. So the actual software that we use in order to control the charge and discharge of the battery, that's something that we've developed in-house here at Hyliion, and we think it's one of the key parts of the strategy here of being able to really push the batteries and figure out how you can get the most out of them.
Now, Stelly over here on Twitter, Stelly823 had a question. He said, you gonna find out how the military's gonna use these 8-minute batteries? I think he's asking will there be, you mentioned the proprietary battery technology. Are you going to sell these to the military, have contracts with the military? Is there any forward look there?
Yeah, so I think when we initially kicked this off, the focus was, to start, was just on our own applications and using them there. But we see a lot of real world applications where it can be used elsewhere, and it makes a lot of sense to use it elsewhere. So that is something our team is going to pursue, is looking at other opportunities on where these batteries make a bunch of sense. We were recently having a discussion even on ferries, right? The goal of a ferry is it goes a short distance and then it docks for a little while and then it has to go back. Well, if you could have a battery that can recharge fully during the docking, then you can run that ferry 24/7 and not have downtime. And those are the type of applications where we see this making a ton of sense, and it's things that we're going to pursue as a company to try to really broaden our ability to get these modules out there.
He had us all thinking about RNG, right? Every time we talk to him about RNG, and then he's kind of swerved us with this really kick-ass battery that's come out. Is it safe?
Is it safe? It is. So we actually went through UN 38.3 testing already. So it's already gotten the box checked of it's safe for transportation, and we're already at a point where it's going to be integrated into our next generation hybrid system, which will be coming out this year. So it's real. We've done the testing. It works, and now we're in the commercialization and deployment phase of it.
It's really awesome stuff. And I'm thinking, so the size of these batteries, you talked about 1 to, I don't know how many are the other ones, 5 or 50 of the other batteries or whatever you said it was. So that's got to have a significant improvement in payload for that truck, right? The weight on that truck's got to be reduced. Are these things small enough that it moves into electrified forklift applications and that type of stuff? Is that the size that we're talking about?
Yeah, so it's we're at 1/20th the size of what a conventional EV truck would need, which you hit the nail on the head. I mean that eliminates that payload issue, right? I mean that's the big concern. Not only infrastructure with BEV trucks, but it's how much is it going to cut into the payload. One fleet was joking with us, and they were like, "Look, we're in the business of shipping goods in our trailers, not in moving batteries around, right? Mm-hmm. You can't have batteries that weigh 15,000 pounds and still be able to haul cargo." So from that standpoint, that's where we've seen this battery technology work really well for us, because we have a very light and small battery pack. It gets recharged constantly. But I think you're right of, this can stem into other applications like forklifts. I mean, there's really a wide variety of use cases here. And, the best way to think about it is just like what assets need to be able to, keep an uptime of 24/7. And forklifts is a great example. Yard trucks, ferries, those are all great examples of ways that you need to have this really, really fast recharge in order to keep the asset being utilized.
Yeah, I mean, whoever can make it this small can solve that equation is going to take the lead in the trucking space. We know that full well, because you have to solve that equation of size, of charging, of weight, and of density. Those are the major key components to make this really work. I bet you probably have a patent on this battery then, right?
We do have some patents around it, yeah. So, I mean, it's something we're protecting. And then, one of the other things that you kind of mentioned the issues, but the other one is infrastructure, right? I mean, that's something we hear time and time again from fleets is, where am I going to recharge? Where am I going to refuel our trucks? And with our Hypertruck solution, leveraging RNG, there's already 700 stations out there. And that's one of the big selling points that we've heard with fleets is they don't want to have to go put in $30 million worth of battery recharging infrastructure for over-the-road long-haul trucks that have these huge, huge packs that they need to recharge, right? Now, if it's a small pack, you do fast recharges. That is less infrastructure needed from a grid standpoint. Or with the Hypertruck, you just recharge them as you go. You bring the fuel with you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, I know that you have a big day tomorrow with earnings coming up, so we'll let you get to that. Thank you for being so gracious and answering all our questions about the battery. If people want to learn more information, where should we send them over to?
Yeah, you can go to Hyliion.com, Hyliion.com. look forward to hearing from you guys. And, once again, appreciate you guys having me on. And I'm sure we'll chat again in the near future here.
I love it. Thank you very much, Thomas.
All right. Thanks, guys.
I think they're going to name that school after him. I think they're going to name that engineering hall after Thomas.
I think we could start a movement to try and help make that happen.
I mean, he makes a great point about the infrastructure too, and I was remiss in not mentioning that. But I mean, I kind of touched it in the sense that, like, when we talked about hydrogen, nobody got time to waste 40 minutes fueling a truck when you can do it with diesel. It's just not going to be. You cannot take 4 times as long.
No, or RNG.
Yeah, you can't take 4 times as long.
Yeah, no, you
just can't.
No, you can't, and you can't. You don't need to go out there and build a whole new infrastructure.
Yeah,
when it's already there's already 700 filling stations for it, right?
Yeah,
and then you got this, dare I say, kick-ass battery.
It really is. Like I said, swear we've been talking about RNG with him this whole time, and then he comes on. He's like, "Look at this! I got a battery that can charge in 8 minutes." Like, whoa. Knocks your socks off, man. Well, we got Patrick Pretorius. Patrick Pretorius now. He's Director of Business Development North America with Transporion. Hey, Patrick, thanks for joining us.
Hey, guys. Afternoon. How are you?
Hey, where are you? What's that mountain range behind you?
It's I'm at home, but I'm in Philadelphia. There's a bunch of snow falling outside here, so there's a fan on the roof, but I'm hardly using it right now.
Oh, okay. So I see. It was the way we were zoomed out here, because I asked because I was looking at this and it was like, you went to Singapore Institute of Materials Management, and I was like, oh, maybe he operates from overseas, but that's not the case. Just out of curiosity, because this is Global Supply Chain Week, and there's a lot of people here looking for supply chain educations throughout the world. How did Singapore do you?
Singapore is a fantastic place, honestly. I'll probably try and make my way back there at some point again in my career. It's a very hot country, but it's a ton of fun. Ton of different people, lots of stuff to learn, perfect place for networking. And I guess, as you know, it's kind of a supply chain hub, right? There's so much activity kind of under the microscope happening there for that region.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've been talking over the last year and watching really as technology and transportation has grown, right? And obviously throughout the world. And we've talked about transportation, trying to bring it forward, right? I mean, that's been part of our mission here at FreightWaves since the inception, is bringing the entire industry forward and helping to make that happen. Do you still see a big gap between what exists between our industry and the state of the world today? Or do you see it catching up? What's your view?
I think it's catching up for sure, but there's still a gap. I mean, it's undeniable, right? I think there's some big players out there that are making leaps and bounds, but in general, kind of 4 broad observations, right? Painting with a pretty broad brush here, but we're in a world today that's really focused on digitalization. You know, we hear talk about Internet of Things, widespread use of mobile communication, but transportation today, despite being mission critical industries, is kind of underserved, right, by technology, depending on which elements and which aspects you're looking into. And what we're trying to promote here, we're saying that it can be fixed by connecting parties through smart interfaces, powerful platforms, and that's kind of just the start, right? So then we think about sustainability. I think it's one of the most interesting topics right now on a lot of people's lips. And even thinking about the session just before, I mean, that was fascinating about the battery, but it's still going to take some time to implement all of that, right? For now, you know, the DOT estimates that something like 29% of trucks in the U.S. are running empty at any moment, right? And what does that do in terms of sustainability? So what can we do with technology? Think beyond just the next load and the next order, and try to find ways to connect partners in a more efficient way, right? And where that cost and efficiency is then so important, and competition is fierce among providers who are trying to, you know, give their best pricing and pay the best prices. You still again hear that empty trucks are traveling like 20 billion highway miles each year. So how does that add up into the total kind of global cost of everything? Technology then, of course, trying to generate upsides, right, by connecting shippers and carriers with these perfect backloads. And I think that's one of the most interesting kind of areas that we're looking into today, right? We've got talks about big data, we've talks about AI, predictability, algorithms, all of that kind of stuff, the need for real-time visibility. Transportation, on the other hand, still, you know, there's a tendency to rely a bit on your gut feelings, right? And I think that's human nature. We're going to do it, but it's going to potentially be a little bit slower, right, and a bit more reactive than predictive. So how do we solve it? We look to technology, right? We look to that big data. We combine planning, we combine strategy with tactical execution, and kind of put it into one place, one kind of overlay experience from a technology platform point of view, right? So the kind of funny analogy I was thinking of the other day, and I heard someone talking about the stock market earlier, but the thinking goes, and there's so much funny stuff going on lately, but no one should really be kind of day trading their entire retirement fund. You don't want to go all day, every day in the spot market. And it's kind of the same thing, right? On the freight space, if you're someone that's managing an annual logistics budget in the tens or hundreds of millions, you shouldn't be playing in the spot market all day. You need predictability. The carriers need that predictability.
Yeah.
And so
you're saying I shouldn't put all I shouldn't put all of my house money in Dogecoin like I have. Sorry, honey. But look, we talk about data though, and that becomes a blur. But data is nothing without a story and without a narrative. So what are some of the highlights that you have seen from the data? What is the data? What story is the data telling about the global supply chain?
Yeah, totally. The question then is kind of like, when should we be looking in the spot market? When should we be going with our contract rates, right? So from a data perspective, we have, as an offering, a TMS side, more tactical. We have a strategic side where we're running a lot of RFQs, right? Annual RFQs, spot bids. And what we saw last year, it was dramatic, right? We saw a huge dip in the number of RFQs. Obviously, that's to be predicted, right? Based on what was going on in the market, spot rates were through the roof. A lot of shippers are saying, I'm not going to go run out and do my RFP. But we saw a dip in the spend. And then around week 22 onwards, the number of RFQs actually started going up. And that's the interesting thing, right? We've seen so many shippers now kind of playing in this new gray area between the big bids and the spot bids. It's like these mini bids, right? We're just seeing hundreds of these mini bids going up. It's not one lane. It's not a one-off hotshot shipment. It's these kind of lanes that are a little bit less predictable. There's an element of them being more cyclical, right? So what we want to do is put them out to bid when it makes sense to do that, right? So number of RFQs then started going up on average for the second half of the year, up 31% year over year, but spend down 34%. So what does that tell you, right? More activity, but less business up for grabs. Now we're in the market in a big way. I mean, just about every single one of our North American headquartered shippers are in the market right now with their annual bids, mostly forecasting 7 or 8% increase on their contract rates. The contract rates kind of across the board. We're kind of helping them to keep that flat, obviously, but that's now up 50% compared to last year. And that's pre-COVID, right? That's week 2, week 3, week 4, before all the lockdowns and all that kind of stuff went into place. Yeah. So the data tells an interesting story. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and that's fascinating stuff, Patrick. If people want to learn more information about this, they want to hook up with Transporion, they want to get your data, where do we send them to?
www.transporion.com. Couldn't get any easier than that.
Love it, man. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today. I also can't believe I thought that was a mountain range. I don't know. I got to get my eyes checked after this episode. It's just his room.
Yeah.
I don't judge.
I'm not judging. Thank you. Take it easy. Yeah, it comes on you quick. I'm almost at the point on my iPhone where I'm going to turn up like the font size. Sorry, I hate to admit that kind of stuff, but I'm almost there.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Yeah, I need like the jitterbug phone.
Do not go gently into that.
I tried the big iPhone and I hated it. It takes up too much space in your pocket. I went back down to an SE. I reduced size on mine, but
good job.
There you go. Little segment on the show we call Big Deal, Little Deal. Let's get to the first one. I'll ask you this one, dude. Amazon is offering $2,000, and I thought this was a big deal when I read it. I don't mean to step on the lead here, but Amazon is offering $2,000 resignation bonus if you quit. Is this a big deal or a little deal? And give us a little context to what's happening here.
Yeah. So at first I read it and I was like, well, not that big of a deal, but interesting. Why would they be doing something like this? But yeah, digging into it, I agree with you 100%. Big deal. They're doing it. They're union busting is what they're trying to do. They've got dangers of unionizing workforces, and they're offering, 2 year? If you've been through 2 peak seasons, you get $2,000 resignation. If 3, you get $3,000. So they're trying to get the older guard that have been there, maybe are complaining a little bit more than the other ones there, that may be back in the union, to just take their money, shut up, and run. I think it's a big deal that they're getting away with it. And there's some other things that they're doing inside there as well that are kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah, Payday Report was talking about this. They said in violation of their social distancing policy, they've been having anti-union meetings. They've they've been, this is allegedly according to this site, they're according to them harassing employees, sending them text messages and emails, telling them all about this union kind of thing. Yeah. And then they're trying to incentivize the malcontents, right? Or, I mean, what they consider malcontents, these are people who want to start a union, regardless of what your opinion is on unions. I mean, they're trying to break that up. I mean, it seems like it pretty clearly from what is going on here. And it seems like a very tough situation. I'm not a union lawyer or something, but I think it's a big deal.
I think it's a big deal too, and I'm not a union lawyer either, but I do recall the early in my career, the unionizing efforts, training sessions on what you can and cannot do, and it was pretty darn strict, and this seems like clear violations. I don't know.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not a lawyer on TV, nor do I play one on TV, so... But hey, big deal, little deal for you. Walmart associates offered free MIT supply chain management courses. It sounds big to me. What do you think?
I think it's huge. I think it's huge because you have people always go like, right, when people are arguing against like minimum wage and these kind of go and find another job, go and get that thing. Well, I like that because Walmart takes a lot of criticism, right?
Sure.
But I like that Walmart is partnering with MIT in this thing to give them this MicroMasters education. They're incentivizing people to go and do it. They're giving associates promotions for going out and doing it. And I love it for a lot of reasons. I love it for the education, the empowerment that it gives these employees, right? And it gives them an upper hand to escalate from this position, maybe take an interest in supply chain. Supply chain is one of the beautiful things about supply chain. And we talk about this on What the Truck all the time. This very show, we talk about their comeback stories and anything, is that you can come from nearly any walk of life, any education level. You can walk in the door of a brokerage, get a job. You might not get paid the most money, but you can get a decent wage, right? And you can grow in there. Education is not a huge limiter in there, but education can definitely help you and it can interest you. And I think what they're doing with MIT, and I'm very familiar with MIT, having been up in Boston. Every year I'd go over to their scale event where they'd all the students show their supply chain projects. They had to solve issues. And it was always fascinating to go to those scale events because you would get people who like understand supply chain and they would come out solutions that were pretty straightforward. Then you'd have like the mathematical engineers and those kind of people who don't know the moving of freight, but they're solving the problem the way they would think to.
Right.
Even if it's not right, it's just really interesting seeing all of those minds meld together. So huge. I love that they're empowering employees this way. Huge deal.
I agree with you 100%. From the aspect of educating your own employee base and growing talent from within. Yeah. But also recognizing the fact that most of those, or maybe not most, but there's certainly a large percentage of those customers who this isn't their end goal to work for Walmart in a retail setting or whatever it happens to be and want to move on and helping them move on. And then, hey, they send other people your way because you did them right as well. So it's a good play all the way around for the economy, for training, for everybody.
And you can stay internally, too, because, I mean, Walmart, they got a pretty big supply chain.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, to grow your own talent inside. Absolutely. Perfect.
All right, here's one for you. Kuehne Nagel buys Hong Kong forwarder Apex. Is this a big deal or a little deal?
Well, I mean, it's the biggest. I think it's the biggest deal that they have done. That Kuehne Nagel has done, right? $2.2 billion Apex is their purchase. So I think it's a big deal all the way around. It is certainly for Kuehne Nagel. It's the biggest purchase they've done. Yeah. And it also shows you what's happening there. Bringing Apex on moves them. Solidifies them and puts their growth heavy into the e-commerce, especially out of Asia. Right, 750,000 some odd tons of air cargo Apex moved last year versus 900,000 TEUs or something like that. So it further establishes Kuehne Nagel in the airspace and to bring this in. And it definitely Apex, who is heavy in e-commerce out of Asia, is a big move for them. So I think it's indicative of the times, but it's obviously a big deal for Kuehne Nagel as well.
Okay.
That's my take on that one there. So we've talked about this before. Containers are flying off of ships, my friend. So 260 containers were lost, 65 damage in the Maersk Eindhoven at sea mishap coming out of Japan. What do you think?
I like that you got the tough word this time.
Eindhoven.
That's what I think. I know. Well, yeah, like I said, we cover this in the What the Truck newsletter. If you want the What the Truck newsletter, go to freightwaves.com/WTT. It comes out every Tuesday. It's free. We talked about it on the show, too, and we actually talked to Rick Bridges from Roanoke about a week ago about this problem. And, he was talking about the problem at ports, boats at anchor, and you really can't do anything about the uninsurable aspects of this. But this is another issue that's been going on. Like, first of all, it's a little deal because it's a small percentage of containers that this is happening. So even though we've set a record for the year, it's still compared to all those containers. But what's super concerning is that we've set this record already in the year. We've set this record already there. We are also, but part of it too is we had a huge incident, right? Which one was it that lost 13? What was it? It was the Apis, right? The one Apis, it lost 1,816 containers. That was a huge one. But we're hearing about this more and more often, and some of it is some of these ships have to stay out at sea, or they have to change their routing. They have to go through different waters because of the ripple effect of these boats being out at anchor. So not a huge deal because it's still a small percentage of anchors. Huge deal if it's your freight on that, though. It's a huge deal if it's a huge deal if Grandma's Urn's down in Davy Jones' locker because she was in one of those containers. Your Peloton, right?
I tell you what else. If I'm on a ship like the Eindhoven and I lose power to my steering for more than 2 minutes, that's a big deal because that's all it took.
You know what's a big deal, too? If you don't have cargo insurance, if you don't have marine cargo insurance, don't leave port without it. Guess what? General average, baby, you're paying for those containers that went overboard. Yeah. So make sure you get that. It's cheap. Sure, get that insurance. Hey, thank you for joining us for What the Truck. This has been a really fun show. I love doing these live events. Thank you to especially the audience that comes in from the Robin Hooders from Twitter. Thank you guys for coming in, being respectful, hearing what Thomas had to say, and giving our show a chance. We do appreciate it. If you did like this show, you can subscribe to it on your favorite podcast player of choice. Just look up What the Truck. Or if you want to watch any of these, you can find it on YouTube. Look up FreightWaves YouTube channel, or get the FreightWaves TV app. It looks beautiful on an Apple TV 4K. You download FreightWaves TV app. It's got every single What the Truck ever that's been filmed on there. It's got all the live events on there, all of our different shows. If you want a potpourri, right? You want a buffet. You want to experience every show we've got in audio. Look up our Freightcast feed. Freightcast has every single FreightWaves podcast all in one feed, and we have about 19 shows now. So there's a lot to experience. Hours and hours and hours of content. It's been an amazing time. If you want to connect with us, you can find me on Twitter at Timothy Dooner. That's DOONER. You look me up on LinkedIn. I will be posting this on-demand version of the event. I know some of you in the comments said you showed up late. Don't worry. All of these things go up on demand. You can find him at Vincent the Dude on Twitter. That's right. Or you can look up Michael Vincent. Sum up the episode for me. What was your biggest takeaway? Mine was that Healy's battery's pretty kick-ass.
Yeah, like I think we all suspected out of Thomas Healy is a kick-ass battery with many more applications than just in his powertrain for the truck.
Yeah,
which is amazing.
No, absolutely. Also, thank you one more time for Redwood for this. Stick with us at the end of the show. We'll be giving away that yearly platinum membership to Top Golf. Yeah. Now, I know you're a bit of a golfer. Oh, good. Just in time. I'm losing my earpiece. Take it easy, everybody. Oh, wait, that's not my microphone. This is thank you for joining us for What the Truck. It's been a great time. Thank you, Doug Wagner. Thank you, Thomas Healy. Thank you, Transporion. And thank you, listeners. We still have more events coming at you, so stick with us right here, right now.
Do you want to know what a true logistics partner looks like? One that understands your company's needs, objectives, and shares your same vision. A flexible and collaborative team that helps you get the job done while reducing operational costs. Lean Solutions Group provides access to a talented pool of bilingual and well-trained professionals dedicated to your company. From track and trace, dispatch to billing, accounting, carrier sales, and more. You can check out our nearshore approach at leanstaffing.com.
With a FreightWaves Passport, you'll become part of a community dedicated to expanding your freight knowledge. This unique membership program will unlock your access to top industry knowledge, give you exclusive deals for FreightWaves live events, and allow you to experience world-class learning opportunities through continuing education. No matter what market sector you're in, we have content tailored to your business. Passport. Research for the present and future C-suite executive. For more information, head to freightwaves.com/passport.
This iteration of sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
Hello, everybody. I'm Patrick Duffy. I'm so glad to be here for the Military, Aerospace, and Manufacturing Day, kicking off the FreightWaves Global Supply Chain Week event. I'm the president of the Blockchain and Transport Alliance, BITA, as it's commonly known. Since 2017, BITA has fostered a global community of innovative companies that power the global supply chain. Together and through the principle of co-opetition, we seek to build out open source data elements that will power blockchain-enabled commerce. And I'm thrilled to be joined today by Jeffrey Curtis, who's the Vice President of Defense and Supply Chain at SymbiChain. And Jeff, welcome.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Thanks. And so before we get into SymbiChain, can you give the audience some context as to why SymbiChain has brought you on? Maybe a little bit of background about yourself, your career, and what this new role entails.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I'd be glad to. So I retired out of DOD and I think right at the end of 2018. And I had been there 33 years, which is like a third of a century, which makes me feel very old. But I had stumbled into logistics when I was young. I'd had kind of a typical hard scrabble college time where the first year, you kind of think maybe that doesn't count. But it does put you behind in terms of getting out in 4 years. So I was looking one day, like, what's going to get me out of here the quickest, which is not the best way to make a career decision, by the way. But so I was looking through, and there was something called transportation and logistics. And I'm like, oh, this will get me out quick. But the more I looked at it, I had been a math guy by trade. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, I think this is good. So I became a logistics major. And honestly, that 15-second description is how I became a logistics major. It was not the most well thought out thing I've ever done. But
it seems like a lot of people fall into logistics.
Yes.
So I don't think that's too unusual and will probably resonate with the audience.
Yeah, I don't think anybody grows up with this passion that I can't wait to graduate, go to college, graduate, and become a supply chain guy. It doesn't have the sexiness. And it's not that sexy until something goes wrong, and then it gets exciting real quick. So it's incredibly important. I'll circle back real quick to my career, but one of the things, my daughter is usually my baseball buddy, and she's an adult now, but when we would go to games, I would ask her about the umpire. And she's like, I don't know. Why would I know anything about the umpire? I'm like, no, that means he did a great job. I mean, he was almost invisible. He did everything right. And I think through my career, that was kind of how that worked, was if nobody noticed what I did at the Defense Logistics Agency, which I'll talk a little bit more about, all the military guys had their food, their clothes, their medicine, they had their spare parts, things were running, and they were ready to operate and defend the country. That means we did a great job. They didn't notice. They didn't have to worry about it. It got lively when something went wrong, and DLA did about $40 billion a year in business with the military, and which would have put us like maybe 60 or 70 in the Fortune 100. And you do that much, every once in a while something's going to happen. And when it did, it got, like I said earlier, real lively, real fast. So it's just stunningly important. It's just below the radar almost. And that's the way it needs to be. So going through college, somebody came to talk to one of our classes one day and said, hey, you should do co-ops and internships. Co-ops being where you go to school for a quarter, and then to work for a quarter. And I'm like, yeah, this sounds good. And I ended up at a place I didn't really know much about called the Defense Construction Supply Center in Columbus, Ohio. I went to Ohio State. And it was just this wonderful match. And it turned out they were part of the Defense Logistics Agency. And it was just a good match. And I came in making $6 an hour, which was more than Blockbuster, rest in peace, and McDonald's were paying at the time. And I did that for a couple of quarters. And when I graduated, they said, do you want to stay? And I'm like, yeah, I'd love to do this as a career. And did that. And eventually it was just this wonderful match. And I started moving up, and I went to Chicago for a few years. And then I came back to Columbus. And then pretty much most people can figure if you're in DOD and you want to make a career out of it, you're going to end up in Washington at some point, or in the National Capital Region. So the family came down here, and I did well here, and eventually became what's called an SCS, which is the civilian equivalent of an admiral or a general, or a flag or general officer, and did that.
Did you get the stripes or the stars?
I did not. I tried. They didn't go for that too much. That was apparently a bridge too far. They didn't like that, or my Slipknot T-shirt. So somewhere in between was this middle ground that they liked better. But people would ask a lot, like they'd ask for career advice, and like, how did you do this, and so on. And I said, be mobile. Even if you can't move, be organizationally mobile. And there's such opportunities. At DLA, there were huge opportunities. At DOD, there's huge opportunities. And then if you think where I live here in Northern Virginia, there's the entire federal government almost, and even bigger opportunities. But as I told people that, I realized I'd been at the same agency for 29 years. And I started thinking, like, I should eat my own dog food, physician heal thyself, whatever the right pithy little phrase is. And I went to work at OSD in the Office of the Secretary of Defense at DOD headquarters, and worked on reform when General Mattis came in under the last administration as the secretary, and ran a lot of that and a lot of something called category management. And there was an opportunity to retire. And I thought, I just saw my youngest kid walk by the door a moment ago. He's in college now. So I thought one kid's out of college, the other one's in. I could roll the dice and retire and take an early retirement and see what happens. And I did. And looking back, I was quite frightened. And it's like, what's this new frontier going to look like? And I was at a supply chain risk consortium, or whatever the right phrase was. And I met a young man named Anjan Roy, and everybody seems young to me, but he's quite the adult. But somebody younger than me, and he said, hey, I heard you talking. I know who you are. I work for a blockchain startup. Any interest in part-time and consulting and this and that? And like, yeah. So I ended up in a blockchain company, and part of what they were doing was a lot of supply chain, which lends itself to blockchain very well, and vice versa. And I did that for about 8 or 10 months, and they said, do you want to stick around full-time and be vice president of defense and supply chain? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I had no plans. I guess it was almost like becoming a logistics major at Ohio State. It wasn't a well thought out plan. The universe spoke, and every once in a while I have the good sense to listen. And it was kind of serendipitous, but that's how I got to Simba, and it's just been phenomenal.
So after a career of entrepreneurship inside of a huge organization, you finally took the entrepreneurial step.
Yeah, and it's quite a jolt. It's like shifting paradigms without a clutch. It's just this jolt. I was making some notes earlier, and I did some checking. DOD's budget, which I think this year is probably 730 or so in terms of billions with a B, is about the same as the gross domestic product, I think, of Finland and Norway, and probably Fenway Park as well. But Finland and Norway, it's the equivalent of the gross domestic product of these two notable major countries. So to go from that and the inertia that you fight every day, which isn't bad, it's just a fact of life, and all the bureaucracy, which is also good and just a fact of life, to something as nimble as a 3-year-old startup in blockchain, a new technology, was jarring. And thankfully, they've been wonderful to me and have given me a lot of latitude, because it's It's new. It's a new frontier. There is no doubt.
Well, that's awesome. And so let's dive into it. And I'm going to jump a little bit ahead in what I wanted to talk with you about, but you brought up a really great point. Siloization of data creates problems, and understanding where an asset is and who owns it and its provenance is absolutely critical in supply chains, and even more so in military theaters. So you're talking about the level of the volume that the DLA is dealing with, and the level of supply chain complexity at the DoD and DLA is just next level. Can you talk about the current state of supply chain orchestration capabilities and why blockchain or DLT technology that Simba Chain is exploring might offer a better solution for the future?
So I mentioned earlier I was kind of a math guy going through junior high school, and into Ohio State. And it was great when I got to DLA, Defense Logistics Agency, because, there's tons of data. And as one of my pseudo mentors, I guess you could call her, but somebody who had a profound impact on my career, mentioned one day, she said, "We are data rich and information poor." And I think that applies to most big organizations. How do you turn that data into information? And I'm not a data guy by trade, but I was a good analyst, and I think I probably still am. And it was that was my forte. I could take this data and turn it into something meaningful, turn it into something that could be acted upon. But one of the challenges I found as I look back on my career was I probably, Patrick, spent 2/3 of my time on a project cleaning data. The data always showed up dirty.
The data hygiene problem.
Yes, absolutely. And that had to be fixed before you can do your analytics. And I would spend probably 2/3 of my time trying to fix, to your words, which are great, the hygiene of that data and clean it up before you can do the analytics. And we were all doing that. And I think how many man hours, how many FTEs, how many man years were spent with some brilliant people that were working around me or for me or near me, and that we could have been doing analysis and solving problems and so on. And so the phrase "single version of the truth" came up. And I think it's this wonderful phrase. Simba and some folks, friends of mine, are working with a large civilian entity within the federal sector. And they said, here's this data for every entity we want you to work with or potentially work with. There's 3 versions of the data. There's 3 data sets. Which one is right? And I was like, ooh, it's kind of startling. So that single version of the truth is just so important. And within DoD, I won't go into too many details about some of the struggles, but they're out there in open media. But knowing what you have, where it is, who has it, is awfully important. So again, single version of the truth. And if things are being shipped from, you'll talk like factory to foxhole. So they'll come from this major manufacturer or a small mom and pop to DLA in our warehouses and then be shipped to a customer who may take them downrange into theater. Knowing who has it, when they got it, when it moved, and so on, because you don't want it on 2 sets of books. You don't want me to think I still have it, even though I shipped it to you, and you think you have it. Well, where is it? So you need that. That's important. And I think almost as bad is I think you have it, you think I have it, and it's on neither of our books. So that one...
And it's one thing when it's a toilet paper package. It's another thing when it's a munitions shipment.
Yeah, or nuke items or this or whatever. You really want to know where it is at every point in time. And that, especially when it's in transit. I looked up something today. I bought, actually from the Baseball Hall of Fame, I bought a few things, and it said it's in transit. It'll be here Friday. And I looked at it again today, and it says like shipped is the last thing. It's somewhere out there. I don't know. It's somewhere out there, which I think was in a movie a few years back in the 80s. But it said it would be here today. I'm looking out the window here. I don't think it's going to arrive, but because of weather and other things, it's just out there somewhere. So the ability to know where something is all the time, especially as you talked about with munitions and medical antigens and so on is important. So that's why I think it's resonated like it has with the military.
And so let's talk specifically about Simba Chain. So my understanding is that Simba Chain is seeking to democratize the use of this type of technology by offering it up as a blockchain as a service platform. Some jargon and some acronyms in that sentence. Can you break that down? What's that mean with as little jargon as possible?
So when I mentioned earlier that we worked out this agreement with Ohio State to get it into their business school and the supply chain classes, it was the business school. It wasn't the computer science. And the great thing is you don't need to have the master's or the PhD in the latest. I hear words in meetings, Patrick, and I feel bad. I just don't want to give myself away as being the old guy. It's like, all right, we're talking about Kubernetes. I don't know what that is, but Ian and Joel do, and it seems important, so I'm just going to nod. But I know my way around supply chains probably as well as anybody in normal population. But what Simba has done is it's almost like drag and drop. The APIs, the applied programming interfaces, speaking of, the coding and the program from one software system to another is all built into the Simba product. And that's why I go back to Joel setting up 5 supply chains or 5 old school 5 blockchains in 60 seconds. It's drag and drop. All right, what do you want to track and from where, and then it will do the APIs internally. So hopefully that's about as high level or seems appropriate in terms without too much.
Yeah, I think that works really well. We were talking earlier, and I loved it in the Microsoft Azure store. Like the first line of y'all's offering is no blockchain experience, no problem. And I think, no code or low code solutions in this space are really going to accelerate the adoption.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things is whether it's Azure or whether it's, AWS, these other platforms and cloud and so on, people start talking Ethereum and Quorum and things that admittedly go over my head. But what I do know is every time somebody asks me that, it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's like, well, can we do it on this? So whatever the blockchain is, whatever the distributed ledger technology is, the DLT, I watch the guys at Blockchain and they're wholly nonplussed by all of it. It's just, yeah, sure. And I think it's
just works. Yeah. And so in speaking about it just working, Simba Chain's had quite the progression from idea through DARPA, through the Small Business Innovation Research Grant programs. That's quite the path to public product consumability. What should the audience take away from that journey?
So I think the one thing is that it can be done. So when I was at DLA, the last 4 or 5 years of my career, I was in charge of logistics policy and strategy. So pretty much a lot of the execution would report to me. So the research and development office, the logistics research and development, reported to me, and that included SIBR, Small Business Innovative Research. And it's great, but to graduate, as you said, Patrick, through all 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, going from here's a few $1,000, 80,000, whatever that number is, here's this amount of money, we'll help fund you get started, let's see how it goes, to phase 2, can you get through that? And then phase 3, where, as you said, you're kind of commercializing and marketizing this. It's hard to do. And I would say there's a pretty good attrition rate. I don't know the exact data, but not too many people make it. But it can be done. Simba did it, and I think that's that's very much a function of Joel Neidig and Ian Taylor, our co-founders, who are the CEO and CTO now, just being relentless with this. So the big takeaway is it can be done. It's not easy. And, once you get through it, you're still a startup with all the challenges that come with that. But with all the goodness that comes with it, too, and being nimble and be able to, I won't say turn on a dime, but to just be nimble, which is not DoD strength. DoD strengths are very different. So to do that, but yeah, the takeaway is it can be done.
So you used the word nimble a second ago, and the word nimble or flexible seems to be in stark disagreement with traditional ideas around leveraging blockchain technology, this idea around immutability, or at least making it very challenging to change what's been agreed upon by a network of stakeholders. Do you feel, with your experience, that that type of, they call it triple entry accounting, if you want to get into that side of things, like, is that an asset or is that an additional challenge of leveraging this tech for the military sector?
So I think historically it would have been a challenge because you would have had to have found folks that know how to do that accounting, how to do that coding, how to do that programming. This turns that into very much a strength of Simba, because literally it's almost drag and drop. I won't say it's like purely drag and drop. You need to know some other things. But really it can take it to the analysts. It can take it to the business people. And we used that word democratization earlier. It takes it down to the folks that can actually use it and that know how these things work, as opposed to me telling you, hey, programmer, I need you to do this. And then you do it, but things get lost in translation. And then you bring it back to me and you say, is this what you want? It's like, almost. And back to the Ohio State, not even an analogy, but real life again, it's going to the business students. So I think it's just a wonderful tool that's taken it down to the user level.
And so it's great that the usability is coming down from somebody that has to be really technical to somebody that's more a business strategic maker, a business process decider. In my experience, anecdotally, it still seems like the decision makers to move forward on these projects is still at the C-suite level. When executives are thinking about whether or not blockchain or DLT style solutions, are they right for us? What are the questions they need to consider?
Yeah, so I think within DoD, auditability, I think, is a challenge. DoD is the only executive level department within the federal government that doesn't have a clean audit opinion. DoD is so huge, and I will go back to the Scandinavian nations. Pretty much pick any two, and they're about the size of DoD. So to get through an audit, well, just that the words I actually just used there, to complete an audit was a success. Just having it done. Passing it was pretty much not it's the goal, but I think we were realistic that just getting through it. There was a phrase, I'm grabbing a pencil here or a pen, that we didn't want to hear, and it's called pencils down. And it just means everything is so messed up, I can't even do this. I can't even audit you. But we got through an audit, which was just a huge success. And that audit, while costing a lot, also identified lots of goodness, assets we didn't know we had, that we didn't know were ready to go and that were ready in terms had been maintained. So that's one thing. When you talk about auditability, blockchain is great. When you talk about wanting a single version of the truth, when you need to know where something is, when you want to have the process, and one of our guys at Simba made a comment the other day that I thought was just so prescient. Somebody said, I've heard about this, but I don't really know what it is. And he said, just think if you want to know what you did and when you did it forever. It can never be changed, so it's not going to get lost. It's distributed, so there's no single point of failure. You will know what you did and when you did it. So whether that's money, whether that's goods and assets, you will know. And so you don't have to worry about, well, when did we lose track of it? And you can just start following it through. So I think decision makers need to know that. We're at a point now where the decision makers are starting to say, I need it for this. At one point we had, there was an entity within DoD that said, I want blockchain. And when his or her folks said, to do what? The answer was, I want blockchain. No clue as to why, just I've heard about this. I think there's a quote from an admiral back in like World War I or II of, I don't know what this logistics thing is, but I want some of it. It was kind of similar to that. But now we're getting past that and it's, hey, I can use it for this. I have this problem over here it can solve. And it's working its way into the genuine mainstream.
That's awesome. And so our 20 minutes goes by so fast. I could sit here and talk with you, and I plan on following up for more conversation. Yeah. So, SymbiChain has this great 4-question quiz on y'all's site to let people figure out, if blockchain's the right path for a certain project. I certainly would encourage people that are interested in figuring out that to check it out. Where can people find the quiz, and where can people learn more about SymbiChain?
So just symbichain.com. They've done a great job with the website. Go in there. I don't have what comes after that first slash memorized, but symbichain.com. It's amazingly nimble. You'll see use case studies. I think the quiz is great. You'll see the batch of us that are part of the early team here. It's good stuff, and it's genuinely a great place. I can't say enough good things about them. Not just the product, but also the culture. And coming out of the first job after my 34-year DoD career, it's been a wonderful landing spot, and they've just been great. And the product is just spot on.
Awesome. Well, I know we're excited to investigate the product a little bit more as we push into the implementation phase at the Blockchain and Transport Alliance. So thanks, Jeff, so much for joining us today. I encourage everybody to tune in over the next week as the FreightWave team brings the audience experts from the automotive, consumer product, good, and all sorts of different supply chain verticals. Thanks so much. We'll see you later.
Hi, I'm Noy Mahoney with FreightWaves. Welcome to Global Supply Chain Week. Joining me today is Joshua Rubin, Vice President of Business Development at Javid LLC, which helps manufacturing companies set up operations in Mexico. Today, we're going to talk about how to nearshore your operations into Mexico. Joshua, this is something I know you know a lot about. Looking forward to this discussion. Thank you for joining us.
No, thank you for inviting me today. I'm honored to be here, especially talking about something that I really enjoy doing. I feel that Mexico is a gem and not everyone knows about it. So I definitely feel that this conversation will help people understand the benefits and the potentials that Mexico has to offer.
So before we jump into the discussion, can you tell us a little bit more about your background in the industry and also about Javid LLC and maybe some of your clients?
Yeah. So I've been with Javid LLC for about 8 years. I came out here right when I finished my training with the military. I have been here, like I said, for 8 years. I've expanded all the departments that Javid has to offer, our human resources, accounting, customs, environmental health and safety, and tinkled a little bit with IT, with certain programs that they have there. I'm also executive board member of Index Nogales, which is the Maquiladora or Manufacturing Industry Association here in Mexico. And I'm part of the one that's here for Nogales, Sonora. I'm also executive board member of the Greater Nogales Santa Cruz County Port Authority, which is a group comprised of all local industries, fresh produce, the government of Nogales, Arizona, CBP, Arizona government, Maquiladora industry, and we here push to facilitate trade among our southern border. Javid LLC is a Mexican shelter company. What we basically do is we help foreign companies open up manufacturing operations in Mexico. There's many different ways of doing it, but in a sense, that's what we do. We provide our clients with the administrative departments of their company, being the human resources, accounting, customs, and environmental health and safety, and leave the actual manufacturing piece to our clients. They'll take care of the trade, the knowledge of how to produce their product, what makes them money at the end of the day. We currently have 27 customers in 29 facilities. We rent over 1.8 million square feet for our clients, and I have over 3,500 employees working for my clients as well. We have companies that are from 3 employees all the way over to over 700 employees. My clients can range from a different span of industries. You can have the medical, aerospace, automotive, electronics, military products, promotional products, furniture, construction. I mean, to the point I have a customer that every Starbucks that you walk into, they make the furniture for them. The new Raider Stadium, all the box seats, they made all the furniture in there, which is something truly interesting. And then construction, all your water equipment. If you walk outside of your house, you'll see some kind of valves, and probably one of my customers actually made those pressure valves for them. You name it, I probably have a customer that makes something in that industry here just in Nogales, Arizona, or Nogales, Sonora.
Yeah, I think that's something, me and you, we work in the cross-border industry, and I think most people would be it would blow their mind to learn how much product is actually made in Mexico. Product that they probably use every day and they don't even know it came from Mexico. But since I've been working in the industry, it really blows my mind, and I think it's just really cool.
I agree.
So I'm going back to the shelter model for Mexico. I believe the concept for shelter models started in the 1980s. And I was wondering if you could tell us, how do they work? Maybe some misconceptions. How much does it cost to operate in the shelter program? What can you tell us about shelter models in particular?
Yes, of course. This is a question that we need to break down and digest it. So a Mexican shelter company can operate in a few different ways, kind of like what I was mentioning above. I'm going to structure it around 3 different options, but depending on the shelter company, there could be different options that they can provide to you. The first option, which is the most common and the most traditional and the way that most companies will start, would be that the shelter company has the legal entity in Mexico, and they're the ones that will provide you all the support. What that means is that I hire the employees under my name. I rent the buildings under my name. All of the vendor expenses are sent to the shelter company and paid by the shelter company. That the client has no existence in Mexico other than a name on their building that just shows a relationship of who the building is. But besides that, there is nothing in the Mexican government that states who that company is. They don't exist. The shelter company is who exists. Option 2 is a combination of option 1. What option 2 would be is a company that says, I want to start up in Mexico and I want my own legal entity and I want it to be under my name. However, knowing that the time to be able to form that company is pretty lengthy, they'll come into a shelter company to start them up, and they'll say, hey, I want to be with you for a year, I want to be here with 2 years, and that's it, and then let me go on my own. So what will happen is the same as option 1, but the difference is that during the process, the shelter company is also creating that legal entity for them, helping them get their EMIX permit, which is the permit that allows them to import and export out of the country as a manufacturing as a maquiladora, and helps them do that process. And then once it's fully established, then the shelter company releases everything to the standalone company, and then that company goes on. And then option 3 is a hybrid of the two. There's companies, for some reason, that they want to have their own operation and they want it underneath their legal entity, the way their corporations work. And they want to say, I want it to be under my entity, or they already have the legal entity in Mexico, but they want a shelter company to take care of the administrative departments. So it's a combination of both, that the shelter company can come in, run the human resources, the accounting, the customs, and the environmental underneath the company's legal entity. So that's a combination of the two that you can work, and the 3 options that I would consider as how the shelter models can work and how that concept could be taken on. Now, for the misconceptions, the main misconception that I would say is that people will come to a shelter company thinking that we're subcontractors. And at the end of the day, we're not a subcontractor. We are a company that is helping U.S. or foreign companies open up manufacturing operations. A subcontractor, I have a few clients that are subcontractors as well as other shelter companies. So we get a lot of phone calls throughout the year saying, I'm looking for someone to produce me these bags. We say, okay, do you want to open up your own operation? They say, no, I want someone to do it for me. Okay, so you're looking for a subcontractor, not a shelter. There are shelters that have subcontractors, companies on the side that are underneath the shelter that are owned by them, or clients, like I said, that can help them provide that. I would say that's probably the big misconception, is that the difference of understanding what those two are. Now, talking about cost, this is a very detailed question to be able to break down. And in the cost, and to be quite frank, shelter companies charge their shelter fees based off of your head count. So if we're going into what does the shelter cost, it's based off of your head count. There'll be a cost per hour associated to how many employees you probably have. That's the way most shelters will charge. Now, if you want to actually look at what the cost is of being in a shelter, it's always going to be cheaper to be under a shelter than be on a standalone. But that's not the only reason why companies choose to not be in a shelter. It's not always due to cost, the reasons why they want to be independent. It could be a corporation. It could be a company that that is a very large company and wants their own standing. So there's different reasons in there, but cost-wise, being under a shelter is always going to be cheaper. Why is that? Shelter companies are experts at economies of scale. We understand how to invest in really, let's just use headcount, our employees. I've invested a lot of money to ensure that I have the best managers running my departments and that those managers have the best employees working in those departments. A typical company of, say, 100 employees isn't going to be able to shed that cost of those employees. So how do shelters benefit, or how do shelters provide that benefit to the companies is we're able to get a high-level manager at a decent salary for those people, but spread the cost across all the clients around there. So we're able to provide one client a manager of a very high caliber at a very small fractional price, as well as they have access to all my staff or all the shelter staff. So there could be shelters that have 100 employees just in the staff, or they can have shelters that have 200-300 employees, and that client has access to all of those employees.
So it's very interesting you brought up, the economies of scale and how shelter companies like yours, that benefits manufacturers that want to open in Mexico, which sort of leads me to my next question, which is, what are some of the advantages of, manufacturers using shelter companies like yours, like Javid, in Mexico? What are the strategic advantages, operational advantages? I've heard in Mexico, it's not only important to know how, but to know who. So can you talk a little more about that?
Yes. And nowadays, that couldn't be any more true. Back in the past, being a smaller operation, you would still get the same kind of pull as a bigger corporation, just because of the investment look at and the foresight of what the company was doing. One thing in opening up an operation is it's difficult, one, to open up an operation, say in the United States. If you're already in the United States, that's already complicated in itself. Try doing it in a country that you don't understand the laws, you don't understand maybe the language. You have that barrier in between you that you think in the U.S. you're able to do it streamlined, but in Mexico it's a little bit more complicated. Shelter companies provide an amazing amount of resources and experience, at least on the administrative side, which is the very critical part of how to import, export, how to hire employees, make sure that everything's in legal compliance. And at the end of the day, we provide that legal framework or the expertise to our clients for at least the administrative side of a company. And then a shelter company at the end of the day is your partner. They share the same goals in mind as your operation might, as a company's operation might. So a company's goal is to get the product out and increase the sales. We want the same thing for our clients, because that means if you're successful, we're successful. So that's what we're looking for. And unfortunately, being a company, say, using 100 employees as the example, nowadays is you won't get as much pull from the government as you would, say, a company of 5,000 employees. That's where the benefit, going into the same thing of economies of scale, that you have with a shelter company. A shelter company isn't representing one company. To the Mexican government, it might be just one shelter company, but that one shelter company represents maybe 20, 30, 40, 50 different companies, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 to 20,000 employees. And when you go to the Mexican government and say, hey, I need help in this, you're going to get a lot more attention, because that's a lot of employees that the government is getting from the shelter company, whereas one company might not be as successful. I'm not saying that one company that's 100 employees isn't going to get the same attention. They'll still get the same attention. However, you might get a little bit more expedited when you're seeing that something that a new process that the government is putting is affecting a company that has 5,000 employees versus 100 employees. They might have a little bit more pull on that one in leniency. And finally, one thing that I wanted to add on a huge advantage that Mexico has is the laws protecting intellectual properties. Mexico recognizes and protects the patents, the utility models, the industrial know-how, the trade secrets of companies from other locations, which is something that we don't see in other countries. So Mexico definitely wants to respect and wants to ensure that the products that come into Mexico from other countries remain that company's products, and it doesn't get manipulated or skewed, and another company gets formed to be able to resell it at a lower price or affect the company. So Mexico's really strong on their interpersonal or their intellectual properties, and they're strictly adhere to them. And punishment can be pretty steep for companies that want to not abide by that. So I would say the advantages of that one and using a shelter company, the economies of scale concept, definitely is a huge reason why shelter companies are beneficial.
So when a company does come to Javid, how quickly, on average, if they're using the shelter model, how quickly can a manufacturer get their operations up and running in Mexico and their product to market? Like, how fast could the turnaround be?
That's going to be a pretty quick answer, luckily. For shelters, we typically advertise about 90 days to get a company started up. And it's because if you're going to use our legal entity, we already have the permits, we already have the licenses. It's very minor things that we need to be able to get a company started. At the most, it's getting the company registered, the location that the facility needs associated to our EMIX, the permit that allows us to import and export. And then after that, it's just little tweaks and little things that we have to do administratively, and then the company's able to start. So very quickly they can start in their shelter. Whereas if they wanted to go on their own, it could take a year, a little bit more, to be able to get some of the permits, the bank's accounts, the legal entity formed, and everything like that.
And so I know, Mexico has been an attractive manufacturing base, for decades. But from your perspective, has the COVID-19 pandemic, has that, accelerated companies looking to nearshore to Mexico?
Yes, it has. It has in two different ways. I did mention the part of the subcontracting. I've received more calls last year than I think we've ever received of people wanting to expand operations in Mexico. A lot of it had to do with subcontracting, which we as shelter companies, we're all located through all of Mexico, so we're able to help them or point them to the right direction to a possible client that we already have or a subcontractor that can help them. However, something that was interesting that I found last year, strictly more towards the end of third quarter and fourth quarter, once people started getting adjusted to the new lifestyle of living with COVID, was the company started to change the model. Before it was, hey, I want to shut down half of my operation and move it into Mexico. And then I want to grow my U.S. operation and grow my Mexico operation. Or I want to close down China completely and move it all into Mexico. What we started seeing was that companies now want to start diversifying their operation, saying, I want to have a little cell here in the U.S., a little cell in Mexico, and reduce my cell in China so that if something happens, I'm still able to manufacture. There wasn't necessarily I want to pull out 100% out of China, because there's still benefits of operating in China, there's still benefits of operating in the U.S., and there's still benefits of operating in Mexico. But they said, I don't want to be restricted to one country or one location, and then I get shut down for a pandemic or something else happens, and then I'm left not being able to supply my customers. So we did start seeing a lot of companies wanting to diversify their operation by creating additional locations. Maybe not, they maybe had 100,000 square feet in China and another 100 in the U.S., and they want to say, you know what, let's do 50 China, 50 Mexico, and 100 in U.S. and reduce our employees by that same footprint. So the trends that we're seeing is definitely that they want to have a span to be able to make sure that their operation doesn't get affected drastically.
So Joshua, I also wanted to ask, I was curious, what products can be manufactured in Mexico, and what parts of Mexico are best, as like manufacturing clusters? What can you tell us about that?
That's a great question. Every time I speak to potential clients, they always get shocked when I start talking about what type of products will be made in Mexico. For quick, the answer is almost anything. There's only certain limitations on ITAR products, which are like the military and government products, and then weapons and ammunition are prohibited. Other than that, it's pretty much open game for you to manufacture and produce what you want. However, part of that is that you'd want to work with the shelter company that you choose, or the shelter company that you want to work with, to find which locations are the best locations to be in. And why do I say that? Is because there are clusters in Mexico of what's big. For example, aerospace, for example, in Sonora, the state of Sonora, Mexico, is huge. We have over 300 aerospace companies working in Mexico alone, in Sonora. Gulfstream, Bombardier, Lear, for example. And then you can find certain industries all over the place, like wire harnesses and electronics. You can probably find a good portion of those no matter where you go that there's a manufacturing operation. You'll be able to find that in Sonora or in Mexico, for example. But there is clusters. Chihuahua, for example, is really big with textiles. Tijuana is a little small hub for medical industry. So there's definitely big clusters all over the place that you can find, and that's where the shelter companies definitely can help you in finding a great location for you to manufacture. But when it comes into the products, you can manufacture anything, and the area is more tailored to the industry, not necessarily where is it better. Is it better to manufacture on the northern border if you're in Mexico, or if you're better to be in central Mexico? That really doesn't dictate too much. It's more what your industry is and what you're looking to manufacture.
So Joshua, we are running out of time. It's been a pleasure to chat. Great to see you as always.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And we'll be looking forward to having you back on again soon. With that, I'm Noy Mahoney with FreightWaves. Thank you, Joshua Rubin, Vice President of Business Development at Javid. Everyone have a great day. Thank you.
Echo manages a digital freight marketplace where we bring shippers and truckers together, and not just truckers, railroads, airplanes, ships, all modes of transportation, and efficiently move freight across the country and around the world. Because Echo does not own trucks or other transportation assets, we think of technology as our main asset. And for us to be efficient and competitive in a very large and fragmented space, we need to be nimble and agile. We need to have efficient transactions. We have to minimize touches and get the most productivity out of our people, and we do that with technology.
As I've moved around in my different roles in the IT organization, I've been able to work on some key initiatives that bring a ton of value to the organization, that bring better technology to our end users, both internally and externally, and just make Echo a better company.
Ultimately, I chose to come to Echo because of the technology, the challenges, and the opportunity that they presented with those challenges. So when I came in, I was able to start working right away with Echo Ship and Echo Drive, which are two of Echo's marquee applications. And really, the opportunity to work with some really smart and passionate engineers was really a lot of fun and exciting, but really helping Echo change how they interact with their customers has been a very rewarding experience.
So I think technologists should look for a career at Echo because first, it's a stable platform. We're a $2.5 billion company, even though we're only 13 years old. We're one of the fastest growing companies in Chicago. We're one of the fastest growing companies in our industry. We're continuously voted as one of the best places to work, and we have a lot of fun.
Shippers like you need more coverage and to spend less time and money booking freight. When capacity is tight or carriers fall off shipments, you're often left scrambling to find coverage. What is this costing you? Time, resources, and money. Redwood is here to connect you to a better way to buy and manage your freight. Redwood's Rating API connects you to a private network of carriers to get guaranteed capacity at real-time rates directly into your TMS without having to log into another website, pick up the phone, or check your email. Compare and book rates in seconds with flexible capacity that responds to changing market conditions. With 100% tender acceptance, you get peace of mind your shipments are covered instantly at our quoted rate. Automate your primary and spot freight workflows for fewer touchpoints and significant time savings. As a preferred TMS integration partner with over 20 years of experience, API setup is a breeze. Connect all your systems, apps, and trading partners with our integration platform, Redwood Connect, to enable real-time rate responses and streamlined communication across your entire network. Get dedicated account support to help you navigate the ebbs and flows of the logistics marketplace. And no matter the mode or market conditions, Redwood's rating API will never stop providing rates to help you quote and ship your entire modal portfolio. For a better way to buy and manage your freight, connect to Redwood and connect to win.
Wow, what a day, Mike Bledger. What do you want to do to top it off?
I think that we should have another icebreaker at the end of the day, presented by Loadsure, just to like connect with people and talk about what we learned.
You're a madman. You're a madman, but I like it. I like it. I like where your head's at.
It just might work.
Let's plan to do just that in T-minus 30 minutes.
T-minus 30 minutes. That is 30 minutes.
Okay, we'll synchronize our watches and we'll see each other and you at Icebreakers by Loadsure in half an hour.
Take advantage of our end-to-end supply chain solutions. From shipper to receiver and beyond, you'll feel comfortable knowing Trinity Logistics is here to help. With options in transportation, a vast carrier network, and access to state-of-the-art technology, consider your logistics taken care of. Whether your business is small or large, we customize solutions for your own unique needs.
At Echo Global Logistics, we understand that your time is as valuable as the freight you're shipping, which is why we have invested in our innovative best-in-class platform, EchoShip, to help simplify your transportation management. EchoShip is a self-service shipping portal that allows you to quote, book, and process payments across multiple transport modes. It also provides a density calculator and allows you to track shipment status in real time, all with the touch of a button. With access to Echo's extensive LTL carrier network and over 50,000 truckload carriers, EchoShip gives you the flexibility to leverage rates and find the lowest cost options that best fit your needs. EchoShip helps you work more efficiently by keeping a record of your current and historical quotes, shipments, locations, and items, and alerts you of any issues, empowering you to resolve matters when they count most. Backed by an award-winning dedicated account team, EchoShip's 24/7 support is only a click or phone call away. So what are you waiting for? Quote, book, ship, track, and manage invoices now easier than ever when you sign up for EchoShip today. EchoShip, technology at your fingertips, experts by your side.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Sonar Spotlight, where we dive in a little deeper to some of the more specific use cases for the Sonar platform here at FreightWaves. So today I'm going to dive into some of our aerospace data, specifically concerning a lot of the rates and capacity measures that are in Sonar that help us measure what's going on in the air freight world. So the first thing that I want to talk about right here today is our transportation air cargo price per kilogram. Now, this is the average rate, indexed rate, that measures about 6 of the most popular heavily volumed lanes in the world in terms of air cargo. And you can see here, one of the ones that we have highlighted is Shanghai to North America, Hong Kong to North America, Frankfurt, Germany to North America. A lot of volatility here on this chart, and it definitely is one of the most useful measures to see just how worldwide patterns in the air cargo space are moving. A lot of benchmarking to do here when you're looking at the overall air cargo market. Now, if we go ahead and click on our next one, we have the Drury air rates that are measuring about 65 lanes throughout the world. Now, again, these are the most heavily trafficked lanes in the world. So you can go through in this heat map here, and you can see some of the most expensive lanes there in the top left corner, and some of the cheapest lanes down here in the bottom right. Anything that you see with the percentage there, that is the change versus the last value in terms of overall percentage. The absolute value of the rate is sitting right underneath that percentage there. And of course, the lane definition along with the acronym are spelled out for you at the very top of this. Again, using a little bit more granular detail here to see what the spot market activity and the air freight market is doing across the world, not just the United States. This one is going to be a little bit more focused on the contracted freight rate market. Whereas the TAC, the TAC indices that you saw in the earlier one, are a little bit more focused on the spot market. So they're going to be a little bit more volatile than this one here, but this combined with the TAC indices should give you a better picture of the overall freight rate movement and the airspace overall in the in the world, I should say. All right, we've got our outbound air cargo tonnage. So we showed you the rates. And now this one is going to help us measure capacity. So what's the overall capacity availability in some of the lanes across the United States? Now I've highlighted just the Los Angeles airport here in this specific instance, just to make sure that we focus on what we have available in individual airports across the United States, and again, several of them across the world. If you see here, we've got 3 lines. The top one is going to be the consolidated capacity measure. The 2 down here are going to be the passenger, so the belly cargo capacity, as well as the freighter capacity going outbound out of LA. Now we do offer these in lane-specific measures, and I'll show you an example of that here in a little bit. But the use case for this is obviously to see just how much capacity is available and coming online here over the next several months. We do forecast this out over a 6-week period, and you can see, the historical trend lines going all the way back to as long as we have history. Now, the real use case here is to see just how much capacity is changing throughout time. Now, we can tell that we had a lot of space on some of these flights, and it's going to grow if you're looking at this dotted line. So this dotted line, anything that's occurring after this point in time is going to be a forecasted availability of available tonnage moving throughout, out of Los Angeles over the next several weeks or so. Our Drury Air Freight rate index for JFK to Frankfurt, Germany, combined with our air cargo capacity index, that forecasts the capacity going to Frankfurt, Germany in the exact same lane. So the relationship here is relatively clear cut. You see how high the OACTP is. So that's going to be your passenger belly freight that's available, that has been available in this lane, staying relatively high. When that capacity is high, the Drury rate is much lower. So the inverse relationship is pretty strong here. You can see that as capacity fell, the rates shot up. So this blue line here is going to be the Drury rate going up. The green line is going to be the capacity measure going down. And as you can see, we've had a pretty big flip-flop here starting around the period that COVID occurred to illustrate just the relationship between capacity and overall rates. Now, if we go to the last one here, one of the real value adds of the Sonar platform is not simply just to measure one specific transportation measure, it's to combine several different transportation measures across the space so you can get a full picture of what's going on and what's truly available in the transportation and freight market space. So air cargo obviously has a connection to the maritime space. And I have one of our maritime measures pulled up of what's going on and what's truly available in the transportation and freight market space. So air cargo obviously has a connection to the maritime space. And I have one of our maritime measures pulled up here, one of our recently added inbound ocean TEU index. So this is going to measure the amount of bookings that people are, shippers are actually placing orders for coming across the ocean from China to the United States. And you can see the bookings surging there as we enter the February period, and they're starting to come down. Now this dotted line right here is actually somewhat of a forecast. So this is bookings that have occurred over the next 7 days, trailing off down here. And underneath that, I have the air cargo freight rates for that specific lane. And you can see that as some of these bookings have surged, the air rates have also come with it, as shippers also have that choice to make between maritime and getting their freight a little bit faster on the airplanes. So looking at all these measures connected in one basket can really help you make some solid decisions on what kind of transportation options you have available. And of course, the cost-benefit analysis becomes a lot more clear when you can see this information. If you'd like to check out any more information on the Sonar platform, be sure to check out freightwaves.com/sonar.
Here we come to the close of Global Supply Chain Week, day one. But guess what? We still have 7 more days of this left. Score, man. Give me a little cheers. Boom. Look at these beautiful. You hear that cling? These are quality redwood mugs. I love these things.
They're great.
I was telling you, like the Yetis are great, but I like this Perka.
Anodized Perka,
Wayfarer, BPA free, beautiful redwood mugs. Redwood Logistics. You know what's also beautiful? Giving away prizes. We've given away the AirPods Pro, right? What the Truck's going to sound so good through those. Freightcasts are going to sound so good through those. Go to your favorite podcaster. Your favorite podcaster. Go to your favorite podcast player and look up What the Truck or look up Freightcast. You'll get every single FreightWaves podcast on that feed, including, I just uploaded, actually, if you missed our What the Truck, that was about, I don't know, an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
I just uploaded that one with Thomas Healy. Yeah, great. I know a lot of you in the comments are like, I missed it, or you showed up late. It's okay, Johnny, come lately. We got you covered. They're all on demand. All these sessions will be on demand. Right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You got to check that one out. You got to check. The Thomas Healy one was tremendous.
It was. And we gave away an Apple TV 4K
did that
on
last
that
time.
show.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know about it, we got a FreightWaves TV app. Download it. You can watch these things in living color. Mentioned a couple other things today. We talked about newsletters. We got a bunch of newsletters. Go to freightwaves.com/communities. You can have, it covers a lot of the global supply chain in that. If you want our newsletter, the one I write, you can go to freightwaves.com/WTT. Get the What the Truck newsletter. You get that tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time in your mailbox. But right now, you know what we're going to deliver to you? We're going to deliver to you a platinum membership, a platinum 1-year membership to Top Golf. We're going to draw the winner here. Let's get a little drum roll, please. Who is it going to be? It is Mike Walker, Transportation Manager for 3M. Mike Walker, you're going to enjoy a year of platinum membership over at Top Golf. The cup runneth full for you, my friend. Beautiful. It's been a fun day. It's been a great day. We learned a lot, especially about the challenges in aerospace. We'd heard about them with passenger traffic down 68%. We followed all those struggles that were going on through the year as that industry tries to figure it all out. Did you learn anything today?
I did. I learned that, blockchain's definitely got a place in the future of global logistics, and it's really not as difficult as you may think that it is. Yeah. And that was a tremendous thing with Patrick. You got to go back and watch that with Patrick Duffy. That was a really good thing. And just the difficulties of a global logistics that from an economic and a geopolitical spectrum makes it just that much harder than just your domestic supply chains.
Sure does.
There's so much more to it.
There's so much more to it. And tomorrow, and that's why this is going on for 7 more days. Tomorrow we're talking about basically construction, retail space, warehousing, and that's going to be fascinating. And we get to be spectators too, because we're not hosting tomorrow. We're hosting Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at these events. So we'll get to sit on the sidelines, and we'll actually get to experience this thing like the audience. And that's a space where we heard so much about people moving out of offices, right? Retail space, people going back to work. That's what does that mean? Is that going to be reused as warehouse space? Is everyone going to be remote? World's changing. You see people walking around, people getting sick of COVID. COVID not getting sick of you, people getting sick of COVID, though.
Yeah, they certainly are. But I mean, it's going to be interesting. So we're talking about retail and building, right? That's what it is tomorrow. And it's autonomous warehouses, something that we love.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be watching that quite a bit tomorrow to see those things. And some of the other speakers that we have tomorrow are going to be tremendous, looking at the congestion in the Port of L.A.
Yeah.
It's one of those issues that's hitting retail big time.
Yeah, one of our great podcasts is hosting that as well. Great quarter guys. And I believe Anthony Smith is doing a fill-in on the show. He'll be there with Andrew Cox, 2 of the smartest guys within this company, right? A lot of brain power up there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We're not like deceptively smart up here. We just try not to let it on so we can sneak things past you guys.
Yeah, we don't like to flaunt it.
We don't like to flaunt it. We have way more keynote speakers coming too, right? We got Ravi Docente, right? Intel Corporation. We've got Tom Andrecki on day 3 from Consumer Brand Association. We've got Ken Washington on day 4 from Ford Motor Company, CTO over there. We have who else we got? Randy Puranek. She is from Worldwide Oilfield Machine on day 5. Day 6, Bob Corkers, former U.S. Senator. Day 7, Gary V. Gary V. You know who he is. He needs no introduction. And day 8, James Pomeroy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Gary V just better at marketing himself? Is that what it is?
He gets himself out there, man. He's got a lot of followers. We saw Thomas Healy. Thomas Healy brought a big crowd of people in that crowd to ask a lot of curious investors about Hyliion. Gary V brings in a different, not investor types. He brings in like personal investor types, right?
Yes.
And creating your own personal brand and empathy. Sometimes empathy with shouting, too.
Yeah.
He gives a little tough love.
Yeah, he does give a little bit
I love
of
it.
tough
Well, hey, thank you guys for there. Like we said, on demand. Join us tomorrow, live.freightwaves.com. Look this up on your favorite podcast player or on FreightWaves TV. Take care and good night.
Do you think these valuations are sustainable? The carriers have a little bit of the upper hand here, so they're going to be more selective.
And in logistics, it really means delivering huge benefit.
And what's the technology that wraps around to ensure that you're optimizing